I wish I could make this BB machine gun that I have into like an unlimited spray. Like make a feeder for it, so I could put like a feeder, like on a paintball gun, and just pour BBs in the top, and then just have it fire on continuously with a pressure tank. That's what I want to make.
Well, there's a way to convert things.
Yeah, but I kind of wanted somebody that knows what they're doing, because this gun cost me $200 as it is.
Is it compressed air?
No, it's CO2, but I've heard you can put a changer on it, and you can use compressed air. But you need a tank for it. You need a smaller tank and then a larger tank or a compressor. You know what I mean? I'm going to learn about it though. I want to find out how all that works.
Yeah, I bought one from the guy at the fairground, an older one. It was beat down. I changed all the seals in it, but it runs off an air compressor, and you put a tube in it, 100 BBs in it, and it'll spray them all out.
Right.
Looked like an
This thing shoots some This one shoots some pretty good area. Like just the way it is with CO2. But the CO2, like you shoot. Let's see, the clip holds 25, I think, and 3 clips and it's empty. Like that's how much. It even has a blowback feature. It looks just like an Uzi. It's really badass. I'll show it to you. But
yeah, I've seen them in the magazines. I've wondered if you could convert them to compressed air and just make a dumper for them.
There's a kit you can buy, but I think you have to like take them down there and have somebody a machine.
Get you a gas powered.
You have to tap it somewhere, yeah. But
there's
you need like a secondary small tank.
Yeah, like if you have a regular paintball gun, you get a polyurethane sleeve, or
you can't tell me nothing. I don't know about paintball guns.
I don't know much about them, but I have one. But it'll shoot paintballs pretty much continuously if you had enough CO2.
Right, but if you had a regular paintball gun, not with one with the clips, it would be easier to swap it over to shoot BBs.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, you could, but the BBs would be a lot bigger.
Well,
just swap one.
Make a smaller barrel and a smaller feed chamber and a smaller barrel. Then you got a compressed air dumper. Yeah, he's right.
And you need an oiler. You need an oiler too.
Oh, you definitely
need
would.
Somewhere to keep. Yeah, you need an oiler. Otherwise, you'd have to stop every so often just to keep from drying it out and destroying the little mechanism in there. Yeah.
You'd be better off just going and buying the machine BB gun and then tinkering with the timing on that. Or going over to a different paintball gun, like the original platform that would, normally has the hoppers, the top feed. Go to something like that where you can just slip in a couple of tubes, change the type of hopper you have, make a pipe that feeds into the top of that sleeve, and ta-da! You got a BB hopper, and now you're shooting BBs on CO2.
Dude, I made a compressed air nail gun out of a copper tube and an on-off valve, a shut-off valve, just attachments. You put a 12-cent penny or 12-penny nail in there, a framing nail. Put these rubber rings around them. You put them in there. You just let the 3 foot of copper tube fill up with air, and then you hit the off valve, and that motherfucker will sink a nail in a tree from 100 yards. But it's about 8 foot long.
That'd be terrifying. If you're just standing in a field and all of a sudden, shoot, and something sticks in a tree next to you, I'd be like,
well, my brother was making blowguns, and he was using them nails, and I was like, I could hook that shit up to the air compressor and make it slam. It was a drunk day.
Yeah.
Like, don't stand in front of that. That's what I thought, that copper pipe would balloon out, dude. Put it under too heavy of a load, it'd balloon out and just explode,
Mm-hmm.
I only play with it every now and then. I got real guns, but, sometimes you just got to.
What about creating a chamber that releases a little bit of water with a little bit of calcium carbonate, I think is what it is, to create the acetylene, and then a spark generator to spark it off, send that BB supersonic out the barrel.
Yeah, it's like gas in your pellet gun. Gasifying your pellet gun, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You could do
Well,
it with
I
the
diesel.
paintball gun.
I diesel my pellets.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what you do.
gasify diesel, same thing. You can you're dieseling it, yeah. It's gasifying.
Well, if you use a
yeah,
brake
same
barrel,
thing.
usually you'll diesel anyway. Just if it's got oil on it, you'll diesel because it hits it once it breaks the sound barrier. It'll cause it to vaporize. And it'll cause it to explode, won't it?
1,300 feet.
I think it's 14 somewhere in there. Yeah, 13, 14.
No, I'm talking about the one that I have.
Oh,
Yeah, 1,300 velocity.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a picture of this gun so I can show it to you.
But yeah, I have this lead target, and I hit it with a pellet gun. It has a pretty neat effect. Just a bunch of well weights that I melted down and cast at the bottom of a frying pan.
Yep.
Don't want to shoot anything else through it because it'll like penetrate it and I'll lose lead.
I love the idea of converting a paintball gun over to like ball bearing gun with maybe a slightly bigger ball bearing, adding propellant.
There you go. See it? That's what it is. It looks like an AK. Pretty badass.
Yep.
And it'll shoot. It says on the box it'll shoot up to 1,200 BBs per minute or something like that. If based on the quick feed feature or whatever, there's a clip you can buy that has a feeder in it that you just push the button on the end, you just go, and it fills it back up again while you're shooting it. Supposedly, I don't know, but it does work really well. Like it shoots them right in a little perfect circle too. Some of them spray off a little bit, but it's pretty. I don't know. I think it's pretty awesome.
Well, the longer
Being
barrel
automatic would be
probably
awesome. Yeah, it would give
helps
you
with
better.
your accuracy.
Yeah.
We used to
Paintballing
freeze
is fun though.
We used to freeze the paintballs.
No,
Yep.
BB, not paintball, but yeah, definitely. Freeze them. Don't they get too big, and then do they even fit through the gun if you freeze them? They just get cold.
Nah,
They don't really
That's
freeze.
just a dick
expand.
move. That's just a dick move.
You
That
didn't
shit
say
hurts,
that'll blow your
bro.
gun up. Well, yeah, but I'm saying, wouldn't it swell up and like screw up your gun too? Or,
No, it doesn't
or
fit
because the paint
perfectly
has a
down the
very
barrel
small amount of
anyway.
water in it.
There's still gas.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
So
that's true. That's why
And
they're
then
covered
even
with that
if-
oily stuff. Yeah, I know. I'm sure it hurts like hell. Even if it's just cold, it would hurt more because it would make it thicker and thicker. Makes it would more mass. It would have more mass or whatever. You know what I mean? More force would actually go through your body rather than.
if you could find the right
Whatever.
size marble,
Oh, I'd love. No, I could shoot with a wrist rocket. I could shoot you from 100 yards away.
yeah, you give
Probably
me one of
easy.
those flat marbles that are in the bottom of a fishbowl, I'll smack you right between the eyes.
Oh,
from,
those?
like 100 yards.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I get
they
those
don't fly
marbles
straight.
$80 for. No, they don't.
They
But if you
curve.
curve them just right, they hurt. They hurt
Yeah,
bad.
If
And when
you
they
curve them
hit
just
something
right,
hard, they shatter into pieces
yeah.
because
I've
they're
had
made
lots
out
of
of cheap
squirrels
glass. Oh man, I feel sorry for that squirrel.
running across the fence, and I was like, he's like, I was like, sorry, bud.
Oh, dude, that sound effect sounded so much like. I'm sorry. That was pretty good.
All right, there you go, rookie. That's basically.
Yeah, I've
what
got
I
one
had.
just like that. I've got one just like that. Only it's black, and it's got an
If
automatic
you
repeater on it. It's got like a
if you
automatic
want to
thing that
convert
shoots rapid
anything,
fire.
that's the platform you can play with because the end, blah blah blah. The end actually, I think on these screws off, you can change off the tips. So when you slide in
You
your
change the barrel. You can change the barrel out.
well,
So you can make it smaller.
they're tips too. Like you can change the tip and the barrel on some of these.
My stepbrothers had paintball guns growing up, and you're always going to have a point blank shot at some point somebody's gonna do something stupid and do that. It blistered up, like it got infected. It was bad. He said it was so painful, and it was like right on his chest. Gave him a third nipple.
Bro, I got shot in the kneecap 7 times in a row. Well, at the range.
Oh man, in the same spot.
That's
Good aim.
shitty.
Now, here's the fun thing, all right? I had
Did you know your weak
a
spot?
winter coat on. I had a winter coat on, so I couldn't feel much of the stuff hit me up at the top, but right through the jeans, man. Ooh.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
because there's nothing there yet.
Yeah.
Go. I would always go for the inside of the calf. You try to hit him right inside the calf, not in the crotch, but like right in the calf. It hurts so bad, and you hit him right there. They probably won't want to play anymore after that.
See, I've wanted to take one of these, take one of the miniature spark plugs that they make for like the hobby motors, put it in here, add propellant and a gas with like a dual feed, and then convert it to a BB gun. I think that would be interesting.
You'd probably have to use titanium or something
Or thicker aluminum.
for the chambers, because pretty sure aluminum would get fatigued over time.
Yeah, and that's what they're mostly made of. Yeah, it keeps them cheap.
But just for the chamber, you know.
Yeah. Everything else is plastic and polycarbonate.
Well, no, I mean, like he would have to make a chamber out of like higher quality metal,
Right.
and then the rest can be aluminum.
Or if you can get a thin enough paste of it, you could starlight the inside.
Fuck that.
Which
Let's
is
make
an
a golf
option.
ball cannon.
No,
Rapid
even
fire,
though that
Gatling gun style.
we'll move over to a golf course and start messing up people's games.
Oh, this thing is freaking heavy.
While this guy's trying to make his final putt, just make it rain golf balls.
They got me a toy here that says it's a neon transformer. It probably weighs 40 pounds, dude. It's freaking heavy. It says it's 60 hertz, 120, 30 million, 7,500. Secondary midpoint grounded case. Electronics, 220. Oh. Bet I could arc weld with this. Probably get some plasma with that, right?
Oh, are you guys aware of what's supposed to be happening tomorrow?
No, I don't watch TV.
This isn't on TV.
Oh, no?
In the United
No, I don't
States,
mean. Go ahead.
the truckers are going to start blocking major roadways into cities,
Really?
especially Washington D.C. Like they've done
good.
in Australia.
That'd be a standout for more.
Okay. Well, you guys ready for districts and Hunger Games and all that?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What are you talking about, dude? We're already doing that right now.
Nah.
No, I mean like literally like the movie.
Mine.
Yeah, what do you think's been going on the last 70 years, dude?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's not as bad as what it could have been. It's getting worse.
That's what I mean.
got the
It's
part.
gonna get there. It's gonna get there. Don't you worry.
There's little places, little slices of heaven that are like hell.
They feed off of our fear. They got to keep us in fear. They can't kill us.
That's why I said
Oh,
we
I'm
are
not afraid of
heaven.
You ever seen that Justin Timberlake movie In Time?
Yeah, that's a great
I've
movie.
seen it. I think I have.
I think it's going to be something like that.
Bro, most of the people in Chicago have no ideas about those black site prisons right in the middle of the damn city, and they walk past it every day.
I know.
Yeah.
We've been in it. It's just most people haven't been affected until now.
Right. I'm saying, dude, we're going to see 4 or 5 groups of 4 or 5 states each, separated by governors that they pick for each section, so on.
I'll tell you something most people don't know. Every single state has what I call a grand poobah, a grand master of the guild.
Yeah.
Every single state already has one.
Yeah, they got a lot of losers trying to run things.
Right, but that's what I'm saying though, is a lot of these like guilds are it's there.
Well, there's also some talk on 9/11 this year that there's going to be collapse of the economy because the bonds are already being recalled.
Don't they say that every year? Or every couple of years?
Yeah, but the thing is there was a contract that was made to where like things will definitely be changing, and it was like September 11th back in 2006 is when that contract was struck, and now all these bonds are failing.
Well, people are going to equity, so now they're having to pay back what they stole. Is really what's going on. That's why they're crying.
Yeah, but there ain't no money.
That's the thing, though. You are money.
There's something about that.
Either you get it or you don't, but that is a fact.
Money's meaningless.
The only way that they get anything
it's
is
more
starting
like
with you.
it's more like you're an asset and you have equity.
Well, right, but in equity, we literally are the money. We are the
Yeah,
transistor in which the currency flows.
Mm-hmm. That's right. It's all
Our
about water.
capacitor.
Labor. Value comes from manpower. Yep, labor.
Right, that too. Oh, I sent you something, Mike, and I sent a note with it. Definitely read the note. But
Sure
the
you
something I
sent?
sent you, he says that in the video, I think, in not so many words.
Sure. Let me see.
But the video I sent is what we're basically we're on about.
Oh, the reclaimed securities?
Mm-hmm. Because that's what it is. When you start at Dominion, you are currency. You are a transistor, capacitor, whatever. You're whatever that needs to be. And the fact that we can create only further adds equity to our value, to our credit. But the Babylonian system, they screwed everybody. They tricked everybody into a system of it's basically fraud. Like all the stuff that we're dealing with now, everything that a lot of these guys that are talking about equity are getting into now, it's the same trick that they did in Persia. Same trick. 3,000 years ago, same trick. They got people to stop keeping private records and start giving other people control over their private records, which were securities, which added value, which held Dominion in equity. And then now you've got them taking credit for securities that aren't even theirs, writing blank checks in your name, and going hog wild. I'm just wondering which poor soul claims his securities ends up emptying out Rothschild's house. It's interesting though. It's the same trick that they pulled on our people here on Turtle Island. Same trick they pulled on everyone else everywhere else.
I'm just glad nobody's actually putting themselves in danger by going to a conceptual medium. Traveling at the front end of a big fireball rocket tin can thing.
Granted, what y'all were saying earlier about the ISS, it's funny. My $50,000 kit plane will have to have a black box in it that will somehow survive in a volcano and at the deepest part of the ocean. However, a $1 trillion so-called satellite doesn't have to have one black box when it should have like 5.
Yeah. How does it stand heat out there?
Oh, remember Complicated Rock? I even have this from her stupid show. Space is 1,000,000 degrees hot, or 1,000,000 degrees, but not hot.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I have this. I have a meme for this. Oh, yes, I do.
One
She made it
whole
for me.
million degrees.
Science factoid. There you go. Space is millions of degrees, but not hot.
Wow.
From the Complicated Rock.
Transfer. Because the vacuum is back.
There's no medium to transfer the heat in, is what she's saying.
Yeah.
Right, but the moment you're in it, there is a medium.
Right, you can't be in something without a medium.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like something a cave dweller would say. Science.
Science.
Space is 1,000,000 of degrees, but it's not hot.
That's how
go
amazing
back
it
to your
is, bro.
In science, we
Go back
say
to
we're
your
off
cave.
by a few degrees. It's an understatement. We're off by a few million.
I'm thinking more like mole people.
Mole people.
You know,
I
in
know
all
some
actuality,
cavies.
in all actuality, if it wasn't for the fact that the EU thinks that it's fear and that space is real, like, okay, how can you travel through something that's full of electrons? You know, I mean, that doesn't make sense. So, like, it's either they're not correct on the things that they're saying with the EU, the electric universe, but it makes sense about the electric universe because the only thing we observe is plasma. Sun is a plasma, right? Or a form of plasma, they say. Electric currents called Birkeland currents that connects everything like a brain, or not a brain, but nervous cells and all that shit. But they just can't get rid of that NASA. I love NASA. I just want to prove them wrong. It's like, come on. Yes, I'm in an EU server.
Oh, I get it. Are you chatting in an EU server right now?
Sometimes.
That's funny.
My buddy Nathan's server. A couple people here that are in it too.
Yeah.
You know, I just want to see one satellite from when they do spacewalks and when they're supposedly doing repairs on the ISS. I just want to see one of the 20,000 satellites that are out. Just one.
I want to whiz by real fast.
It's like 120,000 now.
Is it really?
They said they're supposed to. There's all these, shit they keep sending up. There's supposedly more.
You'd think the
you
insurance
gotta be
companies would
kidding
just
me.
raise the rates out of their mind. The more satellites are up there, the more likely they are to hit each other, right?
Right. Exactly. Not one of them is collided.
You're gonna
Get
need
the fuck outta
insurance on
here.
all that. Come on, yeah. That's just,
Well,
See,
soon they're gonna
There's too
say,
much
well,
there.
we can't leave because there's too much space junk up there. We can't go to space
Yeah.
because there's too much space junk. You know.
when I believed in the glob, all right, I was just waiting for the spacewalk for one of those morons to get clipped by a passing satellite.
Or a space bolt or something. Yeah.
Or a piece of exploded bolt. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
anything,
dude,
yeah.
It's like trying
Oh,
to play Frogger.
those little bubbles they drop everywhere.
Yeah,
It's like trying to play Frogger on a highway. I mean, dude,
Yeah.
75 miles an hour, all these cars, 10 lanes of traffic. Good luck.
No, more like Autobahn.
this is fucking hostile. Sorry.
I wish I had a soundboard. That'd be good. That'd be
It's
fun.
funny because thinking about it, I knew it was BS long before I guess I had the epiphany. I really didn't even get into conversations until I'd already found the information on YouTube before everything got shadow banned.
Quiet in here.
Howdy.
I know I'm boring. I'm all here.
Who wants to come talk about gas pressure cuddles? Dude, there's tons of stuff to talk about. It's just
I'll be back in about a
difficult
half hour.
without access
Well,
to
what
half
I
the
want to
equipment.
talk about, we would have to go somewhere else.
What, learning curve?
No, I mean like
Oh, try to Google that Alexa video where people ask Alexa all these stupid questions, and sometimes she'll answer them, and sometimes she won't. Somebody asked her, when's the world gonna end?
if she told you it was going to end tomorrow, would you believe it?
Well, that's the thing. We can't talk about that specific subject.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wouldn't talk about that anyway. I wouldn't even have one of those damn things. Don't want one. Never want to see it. Most people that have one just know I won't come visit. People act like it's something that's worth a damn, and it's really not. It's really not. It just shows the laziness. I'm not looking for new friends that are going to ask me what I'm reading for.
what are you reading for?
Exactly. I'm not going to risk that.
So, do you not want me to send you the video?
You can send something to me, you know? Or if you're talking to me.
You fluffer. I might take a gander, but I've seen other ones. I'd rather watch the scammer videos. Those are hilarious.
Was that you, Rookie, that asked for it?
I don't think so, but if you want to send it to me, I'll check it out. If it's information, I'll check it out. I'll read it.
Well, it's like one of those things to where you're like, okay, what website is she reading this from?
Right.
I just want to have the equipment to do the tests that I'd like. Get a couple of people, a series of really big lasers.
What kind of laser?
Come again?
What kind of laser?
Well, that's what I'm debating on.
To do what with
I
it?
mean,
Test? You
well,
talking about testing
it's
stuff with it?
just
Or what?
to do a laser from point A to point B, and then from point B to maybe another point. But the original idea was to have a tall enough tower on a piece of land that was high enough up in elevation that it isn't going to affect anyone directly. And use a big ass green laser up there and just, shine it out different directions. See who can see it and for how far.
Probably a fiber optic mirror because it's more cohesive.
You ever heard of a buckyball?
Yeah. Buckminster Fullerene.
I don't know what that is. But
The C60.
supposedly, some people believe that there's lenses in the sky. I don't know if I believe it or not.
Oh, you're talking about like a Dyson sphere?
Sort of. Like Santilli.
Anchilla?
Santilli.
Oh, Santelli.
It's a magnified convex mirror or concave mirror with a crystal dome over the top of it. Supposedly you can see things in the sky, see things that you're not supposed to see. I don't know if it's really sure or not.
I mean, it sounds cool.
Sounds neat, but because if that were true, that would be pretty weird, right? If there was like beings above the sky that were keeping us in here, that'd be pretty crazy.
Oh, did you see the new Devo music video?
I didn't even know they were
Devo?
still together.
When a problem comes along, you must whip it. They look like they're 80 years old.
Yeah, I believe it. They looked like they were 80 when they were 30. They all look like tweakers or something, but they were all skinny and old looking. Like anorexic or something, bro.
Yeah, drugs is real. Okay.
Okay, yeah. You can make it in your bathtub, huh?
Right.
We
I'm
might
talking
have got
about
the
building
chemicals mixed up a
tower,
little bit.
a tower for a laser level test as an attraction.
What's an attraction?
Like every Saturday at 11, 10, whatever, come out to the field, go up to the tower, turn on the laser. You can watch from, 5 through 3.
It could be
What if
cooler
we
to
had
like make a giant TV screen up in the sky.
You could have
Broadcasting
fun
video.
and take people's requests, like which direction you want us to point it tonight. Call your friends and family over there, see if they can see it.
What if we had like a 1 megawatt laser and we shined it at the dark side or the dark crescent portion of the moon, and there was no reflection of the light?
Or what if it like made the whole thing light up and glow? Or what if it caught on fire and burned up?
I have another test for that,
Just went-
but I want to use infra, either super bright or I want to go infra for that test. But this one's just a laser test, just a level test for everybody to see that, shit, all the way from here to Oklahoma. Look at that. At 1,800 feet above sea level, they can see the laser, over the top of their houses.
Oh, but it would be cool to go up to the edge of space or whatever it is up there, and see it, get close to it, so you can get a sense of what it was for yourself. Like that's what I would like to do. That'd be the most fun thing. That's a bucket. That's a thing for the bucket list, right?
That was another idea I had, but I had to get a group of people that wanted to go up with diving equipment, parachutes.
There you go. That's what you need.
Hook up to a balloon with a quick release. We go up to 120, 130,000 feet. Turn on your oxygen about 35,000-ish feet. Hopefully you got enough for the 3 or 4 hour ride.
I'd like to see someone, what would be really, really funny is I'd like to see someone make a demonstration of putting a live animal in something that can go 17,000 miles per hour and see what happens to the body of it.
Oh, dude.
That way we can all get an idea what would really happen if anything went even remotely close to that speed.
It would be a grease stain.
It wouldn't. It would turn into energy, wouldn't it? According to Einstein, it would become energy. It would just be a light. It would become a light beam or a light particle or whatever. Or whatever. I don't know. Well, that's just a theory, of course.
It's going to turn into a grease stain that reflects light.
There you go. That's what it is. Mm-hmm.
The funny thing is NASA had come forward and said their mission is to make science fiction science fact.
Mm-hmm.
The fastest
done that.
Well, yeah. Then once they cover the sky up, they can broadcast anything up there they want.
Fastest accelerating thing that people have actually been in and survived.
Like 500-600 miles per hour, isn't it?
Yeah, you're talking land speed record, specially made rocket cars or dragsters.
Right. Or jet planes.
Didn't they say it was
zero to 200 in 155 feet?
Didn't they say it was the Apollo rocket?
They say, but I'm going with land because I can't believe that bullshit.
I just don't know how they think they could get something that big and heavy that fast, get going even remotely that fast at all. Much less
Even
get off
with
the
the
ground.
land speed cars, they have difficulties with people and the effects of the G's on their health.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not much less if they were to go around a corner and go too fast and they just become liquid and splatter into one corner.
And that's under 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, you will probably black out at around 5 Gs, right? And then your organs will start to get damaged at 9 Gs.
Right. Yeah. If you change speed, right? Because the rate of change in the drag is so high that it would literally cause physical. It would cause you. Yeah. Something. It would turn you inside out, basically. Like a snail that you shoot
these guts on this side over here are going to be on that side over there, and those guts that are on that side over there, well, they're not going to be on the other side. They're going to be somewhere else, and we'll figure it out once we find you.
Have you seen those gas tankers, like collapse from the vacuum? Like when they pump them out wrong and they don't, tap them or whatever, they vent them, they collapse.
Yep.
You ever seen that? I'd like to see them put like a body or like a carcass of an animal in there and then do that and then see what happens to the animal. What happens if they stand next to the valve when it opens? Like show them what real pressure would do.
There's
The
going to be a
changes in
grease stain.
pressure. Yeah, you'd be liquid. Yeah, it would liquefy you. A grease stain, yeah. A big grease stain.
It's why when you said 17,000 miles an hour, I said grease stain. You're gonna be a grease stain.
I thought you were
grease stain.
going with like create your pants kind of thing, but okay.
No.
I thought we were already going 66,000 miles per hour.
Right, yeah. In theory, if we just jump, we change speed like that, we would liquefy and we just go right into the primordial ooze.
If the ground started moving, I'd be laughing my ass off because all the people that are going to be just getting smacked into walls, even though I'm going to be seeing one too, all right, I'm still going to laugh at the thought.
Now, what's more scary is what if whatever you can convince the world to believe is what really becomes true? That would be scary.
Yeah, now you're talking, Tomorrowland.
Way out there. Yeah, I know. That's all right though.
No, that's a good movie though.
Oh, you're
the
talking
desperation and despair, multiplying desperation and despair.
Yeah, the best way to do it though, if they feed off energy, then they need to make you fear energy. So they have to make you scared that killing you just ends your life, and then you're not going to feed them anything. They got to keep you alive and suffering. So you'll beg to be killed. You beg to die. You won't want to live anymore because it would be so horrible. Think about it.
When the servants want to become the king, keep a close eye on their tricks.
Mm-hmm.
That literally sums up what's happened.
Well, what they're telling us happened. I haven't seen it.
I can show you.
I haven't seen nothing.
I don't think I can show you on.
I'd have to be
live
there.
stream.
I'd have to be standing there next to you. I'd have to be standing there next to you to see it actually physically happening. That's what I'm talking about.
Servants becoming kings. I can show you that one easy. Just a little bit of paperwork. It's a fun rabbit hole.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know legal part of it. I gotta go.
Dude, weather balloons, quick release, oxygen tank, full face mask, parachutes, group.
Why don't you just build a probe?
I think I got 3 people that want to try
and actually survive and come back and show us the video.
Bro, you'd have to take like a pod or something, or like a couple of freaking containers, like sea containers that are like welded together, make a room inside.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's doable. You'd need a bit more helium, but I mean, I'd rather take my chances with a free fall.
At some point, helium's going to stop rising.
Right.
You'll still be between there and there. And what's the lightest element? It's not helium, is it?
But then you're falling inside of something instead of at your own risk. It's at the risk of whether that thing works or not.
Yeah, exactly. When you don't even know what it's going to be like on the other side.
That's why I said I've already got it all planned out. Simple. Balloon to the quick release. There's going to be a handle to the quick release. The quick release is going to connect to you onto your harness. It's hooked up to all your equipment. Got it all strapped down to you. Tanks and all.
Tanks.
A rebreather if you want, just, in case it takes longer than we think. But once you get up high enough, you detach. And it's free fall.
screw all that. Stay up
If you
there.
want to do like a carbon fiber wing, or take some collapsible hang gliders up, we could land in a different country.
I almost bet you that they probably eventually are going to try to convince us that they've got technology to beam people up to places. I bet you that's what we're going to. And I bet you it's all baloney, too.
We could create our own country. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe.
Make our own legal fiction, bro?
Maybe. What if that's what we're in?
Well, we are in a legal fiction.
No, I mean, what if we were literally in like a game machine?
We are in.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a game. It's a matrix. It's not a machine.
Well, I don't know. Well, Matrix, you want to call it that, I guess. That makes
It is. It's a matrix of. It's a Your entire life is a
The realm,
matrix
yeah.
of choice. No, I'm not saying the realm.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
Through the universal law of cause and effect, every choice you make builds a matrix. Everybody's choices builds a matrix. We live in a matrix of choice, where we chose to follow legal fictions that keep us in bondage. We're the sons and daughters of the bond mother.
Did you go watch that?
Yeah, I know a lot of what he's talking about already, bro.
Right. We're always saying the same thing. We came from two different directions at it. That's the funny thing.
Yeah. Well, that's why I don't get
funny
mad.
thing,
I just like to talk about it and see what your guys.
Yeah, not you, rookie. He's talking about me and him. Yeah, I was already hip to Servant King, dude, before he give the link out. I read a lot of his stuff, Marcus.
Yeah, I caught him back when I was digging through a bunch of gurus. I was so submerged into like common law crap that it went right by me. And I'm right back at it through equity.
Well, yeah, Jesus was teaching this legal lesson when he said no man can serve two masters.
Right, but what him and I think one of the other guys, I'll send you the link, they talk about is what Jesus did. And the more I look at the older stories, like
his whole life was a legal sermon.
Like it's popping. Everything these guys are saying is popping.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the structure of like I understood like how the Persians were, but the Persians did the same bullshit. Securities fraud.
Yeah. They're our agent.
Right. They're supposed to be our fiduciaries because they took on that role to be persons. They wanted to be the trustees, so stop him hawing. But what they did is they did a Kansas City shuffle and tricked people into being the trustees so that they could reap the benefits.
Yep.
From the trust.
Promise.
Right, which is that personal trust that they created in Babylon underneath the Genesis 1 trust. That's why like all of this is popping. It's so beautiful.
Well, I got to get off here, guys. I got to get some sleep, so I'll talk to you all later.
Talking about natural laws.
Night.
Good night.
Yeah, I don't know if this will trigger anyone, but if it does, I'm not sorry.
Well, come on with it.
Yeah, I just posted it.
Oh shit, I posted mine in Cogdis, my bad. Damn it.
Oh Lord. That's funny.
Well, that gives them something to read on. Hell was I thinking? Them guys up there, that they should learn. Stop. Don't DM the battle mod, man. I just go up there and ban the person that DM me or tag me, and I come back. Usually I remember to leave.
Oh, speaking of like difference in subjects, have you guys been following up with the letters that are showing up on the eastern wall of Jerusalem?
No.
It's Yod Hey Vav so far.
Oh yeah, we can guess what the rest will be, huh? Yod hey vad hey.
I don't think it's going to be another Hey. I think it's going to be a Sheen Hey Ayin or Sheen Yod Ayin.
What does that mean?
Yahushua. Jesus' real name.
We believe
And
in
that
that
would
whole
match
third
prophecy.
temple thing.
Huh?
The third temple, how they're trying to destroy the Dome of the Rock and build a third temple.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there's like some vines on the eastern wall that's entering into Jerusalem, and the only thing that's at the eastern wall is a large graveyard.
Evidence, please.
How did it get there?
Let me see if I can find it.
Thank you, Joshua.
Letters appearing on the what? What
The
wall?
eastern wall?
Is that the Wailing Wall? Is that the same
No.
one?
Wailing Wall's the western wall.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Yeah,
Not
right here.
trying to bust your balls, just want to see it.
No, I get a bunch of links on it the minute I put it in.
Yeah, it's gaining clarity and trying to get it out there.
Here, I'll give you an image. They're showing you the letters right here in the image.
Yep. Oh, what the hell?
What?
Image that I tried posting, broken image.
You're saying plants grow on the wall. In the photo, the plants have grown to form the shapes of letters. The letters seem to be written in Katab Asherah, the calligraphy style used in writing sacred texts. These three letters are clearly seen Yod Hey Vav. These are, of course, the three letters in God's infallible four-letter name, minus the final N. Hey.
Yeah, but what do you think they would do if it didn't have the Hey at the end and it went with the uh, Sheen Yod Ayin to be Yahushua, to be the name of Jesus? Do you think like that would match prophecy, wouldn't it?
Which prophecy?
The one where he said that he will come through the gates and the graves will open when he comes through the gates.
Maybe.
And that his name will be esteemed over all others. Something about the rocks or the stones will cry out. If they will not cry out my name, then the stones will.
Right, and that one I think is two part.
Yeah.
Definitely an entendre. Hey, Mike. When he got to that little snippet that I typed out, did you catch that?
Yeah.
Ain't that nuts?
Yeah, it is.
That's what I was
Matter of
saying.
fact,
There's an issue in considering you are a master builder in that fact. Ta-da! Solution. Granted, that means I think you would have to make your own MCO, which is a pretty cool thing to do.
MCO.
Right. You're the manufacturer. You're the creator.
Yeah.
So it could be creator or grantor. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, Ig says he knows how to do that.
Dude.
How to
Grantor
send
certificate
paperwork
of
in.
origin.
Yeah, to write your own papers, basically. You're writing your own papers as if you're the origin. You're the manufacturer. It
Right.
all
Well,
began here.
You are. That's exactly.
Iggs knows how to do that, dude.
Right, and that's where I'm catching up.
I'm trying to get my internet corrected. I'm about to say screw these people on their contract and just give me better internet and go to the store and buy me a good computer so I can start live streaming this shit myself. Have
It's a great
call-on
idea.
shows.
Hey, also, you know how people got there's the Fight the Flat Earth folk. There's that guy. And then what we can just say, GE Globe Earth. Check out GE Globe Earth. We could say, fight the girth Earth.
Craig needs your money so he can smoke meth, Ma. Ma,
Oh, what?
Ma, give
Somebody
me the
wants to
money.
fight?
Craig needs meth so he can fight the flat earth all night, Mom, and all week.
Somebody wants to fight. I'll challenge him to a bare knuckle boxing match.
Yeah, he's got meth charges, Mom, but he stays up fighting them stupid flat earthers. He needs a crack fighter too,
no.
Ma. Give me $20, Ma. Craig needs meth.
Don't offer a representation of strength to these people who have none. That's why they sit behind their computers and talk all this shit.
And I used to get on his live stream and type that shit and tag him in the fucking comments. Hey, I'm sending you $20, Craig. I know you need meth to fight the flat earth. And then I'd send him $20. And I'd put my little comment up there so it pops up, on the super chat shit. Craig needs meth. Fuck it, I'll give him $20. He ain't doing shit anyway. Here you go, meth head. Get you a couple lighters.
Man, that's so messed up.
Yeah, that motherfucker needs some aluminum foil too, man. They don't make that shit good enough to where it doesn't burn a hole through it sooner or later.
Bitches
tell
ain't
him, listen.
loyal when they smoking on that foil.
Craig said, I got a cold this week. It'd be nice if you all could send me some cold medicine in the mail.
You gotta say, hey, listen, of this $20, I need you to film yourself eating $10 worth of food and then smoking $10 worth of meth. Does that make sense?
I want to see the methamphetamine, damn it. I don't give a fuck if he eats.
On topic. That's why I was wanting to build a car. Part of it.
Yeah.
I was wondering why, and now I can articulate the why, and that's the why. That's why I want to build it. Because once I change it...
Well, they take it. Here's the thing. They take the motherfucker, right? So, I mean, we almost wouldn't be able to use any of their processes that they've copyrighted, manufactured.
Well, it's this simple. All you have to do is change parts. It's the same thing that they did to Jacuzzi. Jacuzzi, the pump, was a specific thing. All they did was cut off one piece and make
what
it
I'm
a
saying,
nub.
when you create a thing, you're its owner, right? So if you've created the process, if you've created the V8 engine assembly, if you've created the piston, you own it. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but
I'm
you can't
sure.
own an idea that beyond, like, you've already made your selling the motor, so you've given license to that idea for people to mess with it.
Okay. Okay.
And from that point forward, you take a Buick and you swap the motor for a Cummins, and now it is a new creation because it's no longer what it was. It is something new.
We're gonna put a Jaguar motor in the motherfucking Yugo. All right, keep going. I want a V12 in the compact.
But say, like you find the frame you want, and you want to build
We'll
something
make
from
that.
the ground up.
We'll make that. When you build it from the ground up, you make your own chassis, brother. We don't need anybody's frame.
Well, there you go.
Cheers.
And now you have a digital MCO too if you're videoing, building the damn thing. Like, it's the equity stuff. It's unreal, but it's so awesome.
A build your own vehicle video series. Well, we build a vehicle we own.
Well, more like a private digital record for the family estate to hold. That way, when it's passed down generation to generation, or if it's ever sold, they can transfer that with everything. And then if there's any problems, hey, look, here you go. Here's the transfer of the MCO. Oh, and here's the original MCO in digital format, just for the jury to see. Because nobody else is going to have a copy of that. It's going to go with the car.
That's it. And this is how the world of Mad Max began.
Well,
right?
but see, that's the thing, though. That's where the catch-22 starts, is at the dealership. The MCO, once the car is so-called paid off, the MCO is supposed to transfer hands. You're not supposed to have to register it because it's household goods. It's considered household goods. It's for the household. It's not for you to do commercial business as a U.S. trustee.
Right, residential.
Well, no, because that's a whole nother commercial term
I know.
in and of itself. It's a
No, I'm
fucking
saying
nightmare.
that's where they're putting it, is in residential, as if it belongs to a corporation.
Well, that's where they backscrewed everybody, all right? They've got everybody's houses listed as residential, which is commercial in nature. It means that you're doing business.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
what I
you
mean.
have a car, and you've got the car there. The presuppositions that followed from you now being a tenant and having no rights and all these bullshit easements existing that you were never given closure about. Now your car is part of a business. So now, if you don't do it,
fiction.
but the whole jump is fraud, because you're looking at clouded titles and all kinds of crazy stupid shit. I'm starting to see what they did everywhere.
What you're saying is the first caveman made a wheel, and that when it was his, he owned it. But when that bitch rolled down the hill and it run over half the town, and they said, "Oh shit, look at this," they all had the right to make one too. And the finder of it, right? The finder was keepers, because they was all masters. Well, it's only your true property if you can keep possession of it. Well, would that be like if my oxen wandered off into your herd, I still had a right to come get it back? Hey, look, my wheel came down over here and run your husband over, but I want that wheel back.
Right, but if somebody sees the wheel and can figure out how to manufacture something similar, then that's at their own discretion.
Sorry about your old man.
But then that's, now you have a market. That's the problem. A lot of the best tech is off the market, even though there's been competition. Proven competition.
Man, I've often wondered where that all started, bro. So to get into the Babylonian shit is like, whoa.
Because that's where it starts. That's where it starts. It starts right after Azazel, or right before. But if you look at the original trust, and you just having studied some, get who the players are, what their positions are, what their jobs are, duties are, then you see the Babylonian style system where everything is licensed, even though nobody owns anything. It only belongs to nobody and everybody and that one guy at the same time. It's all they did was copy the original trust, put their own twist in everything so they could steal, and then shoved everybody into personal trust.
Listen
Under though, the original chain of title was their trustee agreement.
You
So
know how
that's the
many,
chain of title that they made the personal trust under.
the easiest way to make an impact, Genesis Foundation. Genesis Law, PA. Genesis Estate Planning. This is crazy.
See, that's what's been getting me when people are saying the Torah, I follow the Torah. All right, so we're talking trust law and estate law then. Genesis 1 through Genesis 6, right? Well, no. Well, why not? Because that's the Torah, man. Like the first 6 chapters. Trust law and estate law. Heirship, blessings, breach of trust.
And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over it, and dominion over the fish of the sea and the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon it. And I give to you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all of it, every tree which is of the fruit of the tree yielding seed, to you shall it be for meat, and every beast of the earth, every fowl of the air, every creepy crawly thing, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat, and it was so. There's the beginning of the trust. All things were
All right,
given to
so
man, and man given dominion over all things. That's mankind, not an individual man. And it
so
was
man,
never taken away.
so
Right.
man was the beneficiary. The angels that were set here to protect man were the trustees. So
Enoch,
some of the trustees walked up to man
the
and said, "Hey,
watchers of
dude,
heaven.
you wanna trade jobs? My job is real cool, man.
Yeah,
That's the
that's
bait and
how
switch."
that's how they got. Listen, that's how they got Enoch trying to pray for them instead of them praying for us. Right? Enoch lift laments up to heavens and ask God to forgive the watchers and hear their grievances. He said, "It's not you that should be interceding for them, but then that should be interceded for you because of their actions. You are corrupted."
And he came back and he says, "Yeah, it's not good for you."
But yeah, they had no remorse. That's the problem. They did it and they still had no remorse. Like, come on, that's just wrecked. But it's the trustee and the beneficiary swap spots. Basically, that's the trick. So then you're in Genesis 6, you see the trustee and the beneficiary have swapped spots. Trustees breached the trust. So they got they got their butts whooped on several different levels. But then other people, other kingdoms coming up at that time recognize what's been done, because Azazel had taught all to do this shit, to enslave man, to take away his dominion and use it for your fruit and for your growth, to suck the life off of another. Succubus.
Hey, Cuddles. What do you know about the Noahide laws being U.S. law?
A smidge.
Because I was can't remember when, like what year it was enacted, but it's on the books just like Nasera and Jessera are, but Nasera and Jessera are from the 70s, just not
Right.
enacted and not announced, not imposed, but it's on the
Yeah,
books.
that's why I was telling people, like, this is old stuff, and they're like, no, it's not. They just passed the bill. I'm like, dude, it's old stuff.
It was supposed to be announced on 9/11.
I can show you one that they did back in Persia if you want to see it. I'll have to dig again, but I'll find it. It's same trick. Same trick. Same trick. It's them rebalancing the books based on the credit they stole. However, they're still not replenishing the credit that they stole.
Well, the thing is they created this fictitious thing called money for debt and slavery, right? To build infrastructures, the roads, the bridges, the highways, the power plants, and all that shit. And they're just supposed to let it like destroy itself and start again, while already having it paid for and built.
The simplest thing that most people should get: you go into a bank to get a loan. The bank teller person gives you a piece of paper with a number written on it. Now, the piece of paper before that you had to sign had numbers on it and interest and everything else that they were saying that they were taking for giving you, but where was the credit? Before you signed that piece of paper, where was the credit? To create the money that they're supposedly giving you. It's the name. It's the signature. Power of the creator. I.e. the one who's signing and giving the thing life. Building that car and turning it over for the first time.
So you're talking about the 7 laws of Noah? No idol worship, don't curse God, don't commit murder, adultery, bestiality, sexual immortality, do not steal, do not eat flesh torn from a living animal, and to establish courts of justice.
Yep. Those are the 7
Listen, Mike,
laws.
you said no sexual immortality, and that was funny.
I said immorality.
No, you said immortality, but I know you were trying to say immorality.
Oh, I thought I said immorality.
Hey, man, I'm cool with sexual immortality, dude. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but they consider worshiping like Christ idolatry.
I'm kidding. Yeah, it is. Anything that you make an idol that isn't God. That's what they say.
Supposed to worship the Father, not the Son.
He said,
Right.
I send one to show you the way. I send one to show you the way. Then the one comes. I am the way. Walk ye in me. Come to the Father with me. That's where I'm headed. Going to the Father. Come on. This way.
Right. But that's a false idol because it ain't God. So any idol is false.
Exactly.
But that's what I'm saying. The way I said it, it's not an idol.
Oh.
No.
He never
Jesus,
said
Jesus walked the path.
He said worship his Father.
Yeah.
You weren't supposed to worship him. You were supposed to study his life as a way of life.
Just hang out with him. Act like him.
He was the light of the world, the word and the way. The word is the law. The light is enlightening you to the law, which is the way to the Father.
He walked in the perfection of the law with love in everything that he did. That was part. Then there was more. The path that he walked, that's just the path that the Father wanted everyone on. It was the same path that they were given back at the base of the mount in Exodus. Same path.
Yep.
Problem is they kept rejecting him, and then they got to the land of milk and honey where Canaan was, and then they rejected him again, so then they got taken away and brought back, and they rejected him again and taken away and brought. There's a pattern here. So he said, all right, I'm going to end this once and for all. Y'all want to be numpties? I'm going to show everybody the path. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity. I'm going to make it so obvious that nobody can look at it and go, oh, I didn't see it.
Well, in a certain sense, they can consider Christianity idolatry if you idolize and make him God.
Well, Jesus always pointed everyone to the Father. Every time they got into it.
He did, but listen, they're right about most of them, but I'll be called a heretic. Somebody will jump up and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. They're not under the law. There's a new law, a new covenant. God came in the flesh. Brother.
Those people call me nothing but a heretic.
Well, okay. Question. If Torah is law, and the first law in the Torah starts with a trust and an estate, then all law comes from trust law and estate law. Now we have different offices, different positions, and different requirements.
Dominions, principalities, rulers. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, for I am a jealous God, visiting the iniquities of the father to the 10th generation.
Yeah, that's those generational curses.
Right, and we can see that's just a natural thing. And whatever you teach your kids to do, they'll be 10 times better than you at it. And they'll keep going tenfold on down through the generations. If you teach them the law, you teach them to follow the law and walk the path, they'll walk a straighter path than you could ever conceive of. And their kids in straighter path.
Well, like
our children take what we give them and they magnify them and make it better, greater. They expand upon it.
Right, but the example of the curse passing down would be like great-great-great-grandpa was an asshole, so was, great-great-great-grandma, so was great-great-grandpa, so was great-great. Somebody's got to.
Great-great-great-great-grandfather became a person, so everybody under them was a person and property of a state. Now they had two masters. Never pleasing either. One can't ever get enough. The other just wants your love and doesn't get it.
Yeah, see, that bears the question of what I'm studying. Because he did say, I think it's in Mark or Luke, I go to my Father to ask him if I can bring another back with me. And that was before he got crucified. He was talking about the Holy Spirit, bringing it back for everybody, which would pull people over into equity, straighten up the heart and the mind into equity, help them adjust that rudder. Right back to dominion. Gas pressure, because gas pressure.
Yeah, but how many of those different how many different times is Yahushua at the right hand of the Father, even from the foundation of the world?
Right. But he told us also while he was here, I go to my Father to intercede on your behalf. He was talking to those that were willing. So I keep saying, like, that place is nothing like this place. The whole concept of just fire here astounds us, but it's it's so fourth dimensional we barely comprehend it.
Sea of glass and fire.
Plasma, light, heat, water. How does any of this?
One thing's for sure, the sea of people are starting to rise.
Yeah, but the
You know what
problem
rises out of that
is
sea?
there. It doesn't change right or wrong what they're doing, and of course they've been tricked. So yes, they're not in the wrong. However, there is a better way.
Oh, I know, they're screaming for justice. That's what it's about. It's about the turmoil, the noise, right? What is a protest? Nothing but noise.
Right. Well, it depends on if you want to go over to Latin too. Then it just gets even worse.
Oh, and if you want to get to the Greek, race war is coming.
Protest is just begging for the masters to change, make them irrelevant.
I know, right?
Yelling and screaming accomplishes nothing. Children learn this.
Why do you think I've never
Oh.
been to a protest?
In
Me
parts of
neither.
what they would call organic law, protest is redress of grievances. But if you're going Latin, pro means no.
Either way, it's not a sufficient way to accomplish anything.
Oh, dude, holding signs and chanting, hey, numpty. I mean, sure, if you're putting up a sign in your yard or along, the side of the road to get people to research something, great.
See, everything's been weaponized. Everything.
But that
think air
doesn't change
conditioning-
anything.
Do you think AC is a good thing? Think about how many, if the power fails, especially in the summertime, think about how many people will die.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to help people set up a backup system. It could power, depending on the size that they got, it could power 3, 4, 5 more houses.
Man, I've been sitting outside all summer long. In this hot ass desert, 115 in the shade and shit.
I mean, if one source stops and you provide another source, it'll keep going down the line. You just have to push enough juice. big enough PMA and, or a series of PMAs, push enough juice.
Yeah, but isn't electricity just JFM? Fucking magic. I mean, there's a lot of theories about it, but we really don't understand how it works. Like, we understand, like, we do this and we do this and this happens, but we don't really understand how it happens. How an electron can flow through a solid.
Yeah, and how the fields from a PMA, which is a permanent magnet alternator in this case, for everybody out there listening, when the north and the south go across each other, how that generates electricity. But
We don't know where it comes from, but we know how to get it there.
well, aether, but that's a whole nother thing that they they completely hit. But
Yeah,
basically,
we agree there for sure.
you get the right size permanent magnet alternators, which you could build. All right, you get the right sizes. You do the decent, at least enough bearings. You can have a system that'll power 17 houses just running on propane or methane gas or cooking oil or whatever.
Oh, biodiesel, hydroelectric. Who lives by a river?
Wood
I do.
gas, wood
And this river
gasifier
moves
generator.
fast.
Oh, well, that means a lot of electricity, bro.
Oh, I know. That's Las Vegas is powered off this river.
I bet. I bet.
I could do it.
Same with
I
most
could
of
do the same
California.
system. I could do the
My-
same system with the same motor on steam.
Yeah, I got a hydroelectric wheel out here in the bridge that my grandfather built when I was younger, but I tore it down because it was getting old and rickety. I put it in the barn though. It's not like I couldn't rebuild it.
Right, but like a little system, it takes about $2,000 to $3,000 worth of parts, and I could build a little generator for anybody, and it'll power fucking half your block, depending on how big the PMA is, how many
Yep.
leads you run.
Yeah, and you can up that if you get storage capability too.
Right, with
You can,
capacitors,
well,
build
you
some
can, you
capacitors.
can, once you charge the full system, you can create a small amount and then induce it by crossing it back and forth and up it just with the batteries. You
Well,
want to
see,
regulate it. You want to regulate it on the other end, but
right, but what I'm talking about is like if to say the part of the grid did fail. With the system like this, every 10 houses somebody gets one of these. You can feed the power lines and half the city's back up.
yeah,
10 minutes.
the lines are already there. All we got to do is start having people ingenuitive enough to add juice to it.
And that's all I'd like to do. Heck, I have an electrical system. I could step down the shit coming out of the wall and turn it over to DC and run a steam system and push out like 10 times what they need.
Wouldn't have a problem when powering my whole property up. I know that. Whether it's biodiesel or whatever.
But see, that's the problem. It's getting people that own their homes to figure out, what's been going on. And hey, look, here's a solution if something does happen. And the best part is if you hook it into your freaking box, which I had a friend, I have a couple of electricians that I know in different places that I was trying to do this at. So I just have them hook it up, everything, and boom, it's all good. It'll power at least 10 houses. 3 on low, 10 on medium, probably more on high.
You know who invented the alternator? Wasn't it Tesla?
Yep.
Yet they were using generators instead of alternators.
Yeah. Direct current versus alternating current.
Well, they use everything that he had set up in every way possible. The hydroelectric dams are still using his stuff. Radio.
They say once every 100 years or so, there's a genius that comes along. And people are like, oh, yeah, that genius was Einstein. No, dumb motherfuckers, that was Nikola Tesla. What
Right, but
did
this
Einstein invent? He didn't invent nothing. What did he do to improve us? Nothing. Oh,
this
the
age
atomic
is going to
bomb
have
helped us,
more,
huh?
though. This age is going to have more people, though. Not just going to be one. The tech
Oh, I'm saying
suppression's gone too far.
there'll be, they say there's like one every 100 years that makes a change. That'll create something that'll make a change.
Yeah, but we've already had 10,000 people in the last 5 years make stuff to make changes. Still not on the market. Chinese girl with the hover car. The people that made the hover car before her. People who made the hover car before them.
Oh, speaking of hover car, it's not a hover car, it's just a flying car. I think some country that was formerly in the Soviet bloc had come out with a flying vehicle. Like commercially available, you can buy it. It's like a car with wings that you can fold the wings out, kick on the engine, and take off.
Yeah, there's supposedly 3 factories full of those cars. They were supposed to hit the market in 2019. A lot of this stuff's already been built, man.
Yeah, but think about it. Why would they allow us to have flying cars? Somebody's having a bad day, they'll just crash it into the World Trade Center.
That's where they're trying to deal with things, because they said they didn't release it because they already have enough problem with air traffic control, which I'm not so sure whether I believe them or not on that one. But it makes sense with that many people up in the air, 30, 40,000 people at a time in one area.
Well, it's simple. Get rid of the airlines. Right?
Well, you still have to go long distances, bro. Like you're looking at these cars, like they're
No,
gonna
you don't.
put.
You don't have to go long distances. I've never gone no long distance.
I'll take it back. All right, I gotta go long distances. I got places to be.
Build a boat.
It's fun to fly. It's really fun to fly. I love flying.
Landing's the hard part.
Nah.
Without crashing?
Look, they do fine every day.
I don't know. Every flight simulator I've ever played with, takeoff and flight is fairly simple, but the landing part is tricky without crashing. I mean, you could always land it, crash it.
Right, but the odds once you're on the ground of causing severe damage go down quite some bit. Like even 75 feet off the ground, and like if that nose goes straight down.
Hang on, I got to do a little patrol. Keep
Versus
somebody
we
whistling.
came in kind of sideways and I caught it, but we still like hit a tower, and only 2 people are going to the hospital with non-severe injuries. It's a big difference. I get what he's saying though. You're basically trying to land a freaking go-kart with wings. I've done the flight simulators. It's still fun. I've been on 4 different planes. I love it.
Somebody thinks they're cute walking around here after midnight, whistling throughout the neighborhood, getting all the dogs barking.
Until one of the dogs comes outside the fence. I love flying. And I got places to go. Things to see. Places to do laser tests from. Flying. Flying is fun. There was an airport near one of the towns I grew up in, and they had a lot of kit planes. they'd buy these kits for $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, build up motors. You got single prop behind the pilot, like gyro things, all kinds of crazy shit. Even in the smallest little craft, these people didn't have a whole lot of problems. Has that got a propeller?
Yeah.
Dude, the other ones that were set to release in 2019 have a end wing.
Yeah, I've seen the different ones. It's like one of them has ducted wings or ducted fans in the wings. This one's just got a propeller in the back, like an ultralight. Well, you can kind of see the tip of it in that still.
Well, the scariest part about landing a damn plane is you're trying to sit down on wheels that are underneath you. The system isn't made to land flat with the plane level. But, I mean, other than trying to tiptoe down on something you can't see that's literally underneath your butt, flying is fun. See, I think we'd already have like an ultralight club by now.
Yeah, you wouldn't catch me in one of those fucking things.
Ah, come on. It's just a go-kart with a fan blade and a big-ass carbon fiber wing. Nothing to be afraid of. Except
that's
for
all you.
losing control.
That's all you. Yeah, except for when the engine fails.
Well, but see, that's where gliding comes in. Or you can actually, chunk in the extra money and build a chute system for that damn thing, just in case.
You can have all that fun.
All I'm saying is once you're in the air, you can never have too many parachutes, all right?
Hey, there are some people that would jump out of a perfectly good airplane with like 80 pounds on their back, land behind enemy lines, and fight, right? I'm not one of those type.
Bro, I'll jump out of a perfectly good airplane, helicopter, whatever. I'll jump off a perfectly good balloon. I don't give a shit.
I won't even jump off a boat unless it's sinking.
Jaws ain't gonna get you, bro.
You don't know about the piranhas in Lake Havasu, do you?
Look, I ain't jumping in the lake. I only jump in lakes that I know things about.
Somebody had released their pets in the lake.
I'm thinking like Gulf or ocean coast. I'll either be in it swimming or in it with the buoy diving.
I'd rather be on it, on a boat, fishing.
Yeah, but I can go down and I can fish with my harpoon and I can get pictures while I'm down there.
Yeah, and some people
Plus,
wrestle
depending,
alligators too. You seen that shit?
What, in the lakes?
No, alligator wrestling.
Probably. But it's been a while because I got better things to do. I mean, good on them. But I'm going to go play with the sharks.
Yeah, have fun.
Look, I'd rather play with the sharks.
I wouldn't even be in that cage.
Well, I ain't getting in a cage with fucking bait in my hand. That's just stupid. I'll go play with the sharks, though. And just, I'm going to be zooted up. 5 knives, 2 guns. I'm not playing.
Yeah, but I don't think a gun really works that well underwater.
Look, they have stuff that works well underwater.
I think a harpoon.
2 harpoons, 2 harpoon guns, and I'll be all right. Dude, it's not the falling or any of that bothers me. None of it. It's just exciting to explore. I would go cave diving in a heartbeat. However, I ain't just gonna go cave diving with just anybody because it's not exactly. I mean, this shit could go wrong, but it is fun. Seriously though, skydiving, or my other idea, 100,000-foot balloon jump. Yeah. I mean, if anybody's worried about hurting their knees, we can set up a landing spot, like land in a bunch of boxes or something.
You know what? I think I'm gonna call it a night. Yeah. Good night.
We got some people in the YouTube chat calling us scientifically illiterate. It's obvious, right, that we're scientifically illiterate? Neither group, the globies and anti-flat earthers, they can't find Earth curvature. And the flat earthers can't find Earth curvature. I wonder what that means. Speaking of high school science, I remember in high school science class that they would teach both Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. Now someone say, well, you know, they teach Newtonian because they want you to know what had been superseded by Einsteinian bendy, warpy conception stuff. Right, so then why teach mass attracts mass at all if it's false? So high schools today are still teaching both Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity, and the best part is that both of them are fairy tales. I sure would like to see a demonstration of mass attracting mass, though, if that were still the popular fantasy between the two gravities. Get like a bus attracts a cell phone or something, you know, just sticks to it. And then we got people in the YouTube chat claiming that they were in a rocket in space when they were 9 years old because they figured out how they work in space at 9. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. Nine years old, already had been to space. Figured out everything about a rocket behaving in space. That's awesome. Jeez. How lucky. Well, if you'd like it to be properly represented, your stance, then come on and chat with us. It's only me here now, looks like. What are you afraid of? Well, Jack of all trades, can you show me mass attracting mass here on Earth? Careful. That's the old gravity. So you don't want to beg the question on something that was superseded by a different magician, right? Trillian said that she figured out how rockets work in space when she was 9, which means she would have to have been in a rocket in space to know how it works. Does that make sense? Well, I was told how something works when I was 9, which means that that's the 100% objective truth, and now I know everything about how rockets work in space. It's not my old gravity, but it is BS. Gravity is BS. Absolutely. See, the thing about something that's incorrect is that it doesn't matter if it's old or new. It's always been bullshit. Cavendish, why do you invoke those things, guys? Henry, they speak about the Cavendish. Well, it's not an experience. It was a quote experiment. Jack of all trades. Hang on a sec. There you go. Mass attracting mass. Right. So what is it? Is it both mass attracting mass and the bending and warping of space-time? Wait. Hold on. So if Cavendish proves mass attracting mass, then why even talk about bendy warpy space-time? You guys are kind of stepping on your own feet as you go here. Hey, Ace 1. Oh, dang. I thought we had a potential glober in the room here. Trillion says, Sean, tell me how rockets work when there's no atmosphere. Well, where do we go where there's no atmosphere to test that? I don't know what you're asking. There's nowhere on Earth that doesn't have atmosphere. Atmo. Air. Trillion, I'm telling you, you didn't go to space when you were 9. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry if someone convinced you that you had, because that would be the only way to know what happens in a rocket in space is if you'd actually been there. Jack of all trades, a flurfer doesn't understand why scientists want to know why mass attracts men. I don't care about any of it. It's all nonsense that doesn't happen in reality. You guys can just talk about all these fantasies and adventures that you go on in your mind. It's fun. It's fun to watch. Hashtag none. Is that what that says? Hashtags. People still use hashtags? Huh. Correct, Trillion. It's not that you don't understand that it's flat. It's a deliberate decision to ignore it for the sake of your ego. That's all it is. Yeah, okay, I'll let you outside. Jeez. I'd love to find out it were a globe. I could go back to whatever I believed back then. I wouldn't have to worry about how stupid my fellow man is. Sunsets are beautiful, Ben. Indeed. I love sunsets. Because when the sun moves, it does pretty things in the sky. Trillion, you're right, I am poor. I am a college student. Not in debt yet, but getting there. Yeah. We've been having some great sunsets around here. I've been trying to capture them. Phone does this weird thing that if I take a picture at night of the moon and the moon's bright enough, it makes it look like it's daytime outside. It's really crazy. Yes, sky stuff tells us what we're standing on. You got it, Trillion. Yeah, clearly the flat earth community doesn't get to decide where the dumbass globers look for evidence. Clearly, you guys are looking up to figure out what's down. It's awesome. Thankfully, people have been up very high and have all returned having seen the Earth curve. Those are cool stories that I used to believe. And they are cool stories. Shit, can you imagine? Tominoid, I don't know about all that. That kind of sounds like some new age stuff. You must go inward to get out. Hey, Ayers, that ball's swinging in a shed experiment proved we live on a spinning water ball in a concept. Okay? You better respect it. Yes, if you paid for me to go to space, I'd go. Oh man, please. I think we've already talked about this though. If someone pays for me to go high up into the sky to the limit, wherever the limit is, yeah, man, all for it. Someone pay for me to prove them wrong. That's, wow. It's not even fair for you. Pretty sure no one wants to do that, Ben. But hey, I'll go. Y'all get the money together, I'm gone. Me and Dick Branson. Although I don't know what it would be like to go real high up in a tin can with a demon, I guess. Maybe I don't want to do that. Oh. Welcome to the next day, Get Beget. How you doing? That was pretty good. Tominoid says, the House of Cavendish has long been one of England's most wealthy and powerful noble families. How dare you speak against your peers? I like it. Oh, hold on. I have to respond to Smack My Bot. No possibility you could be wrong, Glad? Well, there's a possibility everyone can be wrong at all times. Of course. I don't know what you're asking.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I heard you.
I figured you did.
Yeah, I was washing my face.
Right on. What time is it there?
Oh, it's 10 o'clock.
Roger that.
10 a.m. Your place? What time is it?
It's 3:13 a.m.
Wow.
Yeah, I stay up too
Late.
late all the time.
Late.
Yeah.
I've been up to 3:34 a.m. also. But then I had to sleep a little bit because I go to work.
You're going to work later today, here in a little bit?
Yeah, second shift, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right on, man. I'm about to start my second shift of homework.
That's good. You study? You in school?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Studying psychology.
Oh, yes. I think I recommended you to read
You did, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
My branch of psychology is more
Yeah.
like social work, addiction counseling, and such.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you did. People are sending me some really good stuff, actually, stuff that I know I wouldn't have been able to stumble across on my own.
Yeah.
Also, because I'm going to a Christian university online right now, so it's kind of biased towards Christianity, which is fine. I still get the education that I need, and I know what to search for if I want to remove the dogma from the situation.
You know, my people in fact, not Romanians, but in the ancient Greek writers, uh, I think Herodotus writings. Uh, One guy comes from northern countries like Denmark or Norway, some sort of country like that, and he arrives to the Greeks and he asks them. He wants to learn medicine to be a healer, a good doctor, and Herodot tells him, um, "Listen, uh, you didn't come to the right place, but you should go to a Thracian. Um, I forgot his name right now, and once he gets to this guy, he's asking him that he wants to enrich his knowledge and to be a better doctor. And he, Herodot, and this guy replies to him, tells him, um, you cannot heal the man like they were doing, because he was asking to be thought in a certain way, like,
I'm not sure I'm keeping up.
or he doesn't hear well with the ear. They try to heal that place, that part of the body, but the human body is not made of one thing. It's made
Right.
physical, a lot of physical systems, and they were saying that it has a spiritual plane also. And he was saying that the spiritual plane gets healed only with good songs of wisdom and knowledge. So they had special songs which contain a lot of knowledge, morals, lifestyle, and even poetry, poems.
You talking about the Greeks?
Yeah, the Dacians and Thracians, yeah.
Oh, I don't know those. Thracians?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, yeah, I think
And
I've heard of them. Hang
Dacians.
on.
And Dacians. About these people.
Yeah, the Thracians. Indo-European speaking people who inhabited large parts of Eastern and Southeastern Europe in ancient history. They resided mainly in the Balkans, located in Asia Minor as well, and Eastern
Yeah,
Europe. That's what
it's
Wiki says, at least.
It's Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, Romania, but don't go with Wiki.
No, I'm not. I just that's what I first saw on Google or whatever it is. This, yeah, DuckDuckGo. Let's see. This might be a little better. Check this one out in the voice text. Yeah, it doesn't really say where their sources are for any of this information, though. Just kind of doesn't even say who wrote it. Bulgaria Wine Tours website talking about the Thracians, maybe they know. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay. So apparently it was their wine that gave the Thracians the undisputable reputation of wine-making masters. They worshipped Dionysus, Bacchus, as the Romans called him, the god of wine, who inspired some of their most important rituals and cults. Well, there you have it, folks. Jeffrey Bezos, welcome to the server. You don't have any roles just yet. You might want to go up to VC Check. I doubt there's any mods, though, available right now. Do apologize. Oh, smack my bot. No, I'm not learning about humankind. These are just stories on a website. I have no way of knowing that any of this is true, but it's interesting to read about.
About my phone got frozen.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah,
You
I
gotta.
forgot. I forgot Linux, and I don't even took the root on this phone. I didn't rooted it, so yeah. It's running on default settings.
Ah, got it. I don't think I have ever used my phone. I probably will never use my phone for Discord.
Uh, yeah, it's not very safe.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's a hassle, to be honest, because then I have to control myself because I would probably be using it far more often if I did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, on my side, it's about 3 years since I don't have a computer. That much I got to hate technology.
Is it an Apple phone? Is it an iPhone?
Oh, Samsung
Okay.
Note 8. I never like Apple.
Why is that?
Um, the software. Because of the software. It's rubbish.
Rubbish.
Yeah, for me. But
Got it. Oh, but you're a totally different kind of user of electronics than most, yeah?
yeah,
Yeah. For my purposes, my layman purposes, Macintosh and Apple work
it's
perfect.
good. It's good for not if you were like if you want to do dodgy stuff with
Yeah,
the
Macs aren't the way to go on that.
devices. Yeah,
I mean, all you got to do is get the MAC address of the computer,
yeah.
and their IP address, and even if someone's using 2 or 3 different, you know, confusing agents, you can still find where someone is, no problem.
Proxy.
It's like these kids in their crypto, right? They're like, oh no, nobody can ever hack it. That's the thing. It was created without a back door. I'm like, okay. Okay.
No, actually, that means they don't know what blockchain means.
No.
It's
Pseudonymous.
yeah,
It's not anonymous, it's pseudo-anonymous.
yeah. It's the AI that
Well, it's
created
all
it.
fallible. That's my point. All of it. Everything is, nothing's perfect, right? So,
Mm.
It's trackable
Uh,
and shit. You can track every
yeah.
IP, every address.
when we use it, yes, we can use it in search methods that yeah, you can get traced, but it does offer this kind of anonymity, but the problem is, yeah, you're anonymous for people, and you know, IT experts, they can't find you, but an AI with the right resources is gonna hack you down like in no time, in a split second.
That's correct.
Yeah,
And they don't get it, man. They're putting all
yeah,
their attention and money in these new investments, and I I got emotional about it for a while. I was getting mad at people. I was like, you don't get it. Not only is money not going to be worth anything soon, it's not going to be
yeah,
used, there's not going to be money, but when they pull the plug on the whole deal, it doesn't matter if your money was digital or not. But if you put yourself in, you know, get a like a what, a microchip in your body so
yeah,
that you can go
yeah.
grocery shopping, stuff like that. I mean, I don't know.
Mm. Well, then you are um, vulnerable to electromagnetism, induction. You know, so
Yeah,
just an electromagnetic induction device can fry up your chip inside you,
that's correct.
and you're like out of the system then. You know,
Right.
but
And to be honest, none of us know what the concentration of heavy metals is in our blood. It'd probably be a really hard, accurate test to get.
mm,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, mercury. Uh, a lot of people like up to my generation, even after me, the generations from the 90s, a lot of medicine and his dentist practices. They were making these mercury fillings and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So if you had such an intervention, yeah, then you have a like you see the warmth of the body makes the mercury evaporate, and this you can see it um, with certain uh, oh, they have
Hang on, brother. I'm
some
sorry.
sort
My
of
cat's tearing
steam.
something up. I gotta go beat him.
Oh,
I gotta go beat my cat senseless. Hang on.
yeah.
Alrighty.
Welcome back.
I did not beat my cat. I actually ended up feeding him because he was trying to get on the counter to finish off a can of tuna that I was already going to give him the rest of. He just wouldn't wait, so I gave him the rest of the tuna.
Yeah, that's what I asked the priest was. What is it called? A man that takes something which was made for him, but takes it before it was given to him. And
What do you say?
it's a thief.
A thief, yeah.
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 And
He's thieving. He was totally thieving.
yeah,
And yeah. That's
and
okay.
at
I
that
was going to give it
time,
to him anyway.
the priest didn't like it because it sounds like it's not a sin, you know. And yeah, but yeah, I like this analogy because even in the Bible, Jesus says in his second coming, he's going to come at night like a thief, and he won't be knocking at our doors like he did 2000 years ago. He was knocking on the doors and, hey, you welcome me in your house or you want to follow me? You know, he came with the trick or treat in the nice manner, civilized. But next
So
time, he's gonna come
okay.
through the window. Yeah.
So
And take,
I got it. So sneaky Jesus.
yeah. Yeah. So that's why I think stealing is not such uh, bad criminal act, you know.
Not unless the person really needs what you're taking,
Yeah,
I think.
we actually make it a bad criminal act. I met in prison a guy who had to serve like 7 years of prison time because he went on the field and took some hay for his animals at home to
Mm-hmm.
feed the animals so he can feed the children, family. And yeah,
Yeah.
he got prison. But people who steal tens and hundreds of millions of euros in my country, the politicians, they don't get the shit, you know.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
Absolutely not. They decide who gets caught,
yeah,
but they never get caught. It's kind of the
yeah.
deal.
So no, that metal stuff we were talking before. I've seen these dentists, you know, when you go to the dentist and they pull out your filling, which is based on mercury and stuff. They treat it like they are extracting a nuclear bomb from your mouth, you know.
I've actually never had a filling removed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I only had a few cavities as a kid, and they filled them in. But I think the fillings are still there. Yeah, I haven't had one removed. So do they what? They gown up, they gear up in all their radioactive stuff.
You should make sure that they are not based on mercury, because a lot
I
of
have no
these.
way to know that, to be honest.
Yeah, you can go to the dentist and they will know how to tell.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And Because if they are with mercury, you don't want them in your mouth. They will affect your life in negative ways, like depression. It will affect directly your brain.
Oh, now I know why I'm crazy. It's just my feelings.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
everybody in the YouTube chat, we figured it out.
yeah.
The feelings in my teeth are why I'm here.
Yeah. But these are subtle disorders. People used to ignore them. These behavioral changes. They don't attribute them to these things. Like, oh, I had a bad tooth. I went to the dentist. He fixed it for me. My tooth is fine now. I don't feel that horrible pain. You know, but
Yeah.
it's intoxicating you because the mercury uh, can pass.
It gives you you get
The,
high. That's why the Mad Hatter was mad.
yeah,
Because he had mercury in his hat. Because it was a purple
yeah,
hat.
it gets into the brain easily because
Mm-hmm.
the brain has a
It crosses
barrier.
the blood, yeah, the
Yeah,
blood-brain barrier. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and um, it's kind of like the blood absorbs it. When you put together gold and mercury, it will amalgamate. It will dissolve the gold like salt in water. And
Crazy.
yeah, and that's my speculation that our blood is red because of gold nanoparticles. So we have a gold based blood based chemistry. And
Yeah, well, that kind of makes sense. Yep, because you got your aura. You're in
yeah,
someone's aura, right? Well, AU is
yeah,
gold.
yeah.
Oh,
It's coming from Romanian language.
really?
Yeah, from the Dacians. Yeah,
See, I knew that you and I were connected to the true
mm. Yeah,
being
yeah.
Romanian. You're very much more Romanian than I am, though.
Oh, no,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I don't say that, but yeah, it's good. You should study Romanian ancient history. I rec- Do you speak Romanian?
No, nope,
Not at all.
not even just a little. No, my
Uh,
great
that's
grandma,
pity. Yeah,
my great grandma Lalo,
yeah,
she taught me a few things when I was a kid, but I forgot them since
mm,
then.
yeah. That's pity, but hey, it's okay.
It's never too late.
Mm,
It's a beautiful language.
um, it's very rich. It has the most Latin words, and French and Italian and Portuguese and all the languages. But
Yeah.
when you take a Romanian dictionary, because they were, uh, I have a dictionary from late 70s, and whenever I open that dictionary to look up a word definition, uh, I find that they are saying this word comes from the French word this and that, or the Latin word, or from the Greek, from the Turkish, from the Italians, And
Mm-hmm.
the funny
Persian.
thing, all the words in the Romanian dictionary are coming from another language, never from the Romanian language.
It's funny.
And it's so weird. Yeah, but this was actually the communists. They were not allowing to uh, for people to come to read the real history. Like they cleansed, the libraries and all this stuff. And yeah,
Yeah.
they didn't want Romanian people to get to know their true history, you know.
Yeah. And imagine, hold on. Imagine it didn't take very long for them to burn all them books, man.
Yeah,
You know, you can get rid of
yeah,
generations of
yeah,
history if it's all just in book. Well, it doesn't matter. You can get rid of it if it's
yeah,
digital. You know,
yeah.
word of mouth is still the most fallible but it's the most fallible and it's the most like reliable way to communicate information.
Yeah. And
Weird.
yeah, we had this academician, Nicolae Densușanu. He died in 1905. But the world and people in those times, they were a little bit different. Uh, like all these secret societies and stuff, they were really secret in those times. They were occult.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, ordinary people and even elect studied people, they had no knowledge of such conspiracies and stuff like this. But this guy actually in his book is talking how um, elect people like philosophers or scientists or historians, worldwide known historians, renowned.
Mm-hmm.
He was explaining how these historians they write their books and they make a lot of assumptions and they base their whole story on those assumptions, and then they are like those saying those assumptions must be true because this is the story, you know, like circular reasoning and
Right.
stuff.
Yep, exactly.
And when I found this, what he was describing, I knew that this guy is something out of the ordinary, you know. And yeah, but he studied a lot of ancient artifacts and documents, and he was into Greek ancient writings and the Romanian gold artifacts and ancient ceramics, um, which he managed to connect uh, ancient simulacrum sites, from Romania with exactly what is described in Greek geography and history, places, cities, mountains, all sorts of locations, waters, rivers, uh, even he identified Danube as the river Styx or
Mm-hmm.
Oceanos Potamos, and uh, it's even he even found this in he was talking about some study made on the pyramids hieroglyphs.
The hieroglyphics,
And
yeah.
yeah, and the Egyptian history, he explains how even the Egyptians had this belief uh, a knowledge that after a man is dying, his soul is going to be floating towards a northern land, and at some point you encounter a river where there's a boatman, and you have to pay him to cross for him to cross your soul across
Wait,
this
how do you
water
pay him? What do you pay him with?
with 2 coins of gold.
Gold. So you got to bring gold into the afterlife with you.
Yes, yes,
How
and
the fuck are you gonna do
this
that?
is well, they were when a man was dying, they had this ritual. They were placing gold coins on their eyes.
On the eyes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and that's how they were buried them.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah.
see. So, isn't Anubis the Greek, or I'm sorry, the Egyptian god that leads you through the afterlife or something like that?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that
yeah,
Anubis?
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the same story like in the
It's like
Greek were describing.
oh, it's all the same stuff. It's just different
Yeah,
interpretations.
yeah,
Honestly, like
yeah.
it's it's probably a
Mhm.
much simpler truth and simpler. I
Mhm.
don't want to say story
Yeah,
than all
yeah.
of these civilizations have made it out to
Mhm.
be. In fact, I think it's confused it a
Mhm.
lot with all these like just
Yeah.
fantasy kind of, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Comic book stuff because how we've been talking about the same stuff for so long over and over and over and it just gets rehashed, but because the truth is the
Yeah.
truth, everything that is even made up is still
Mhm.
somehow based on some truth.
Yeah. Show me in Greece or any other country in the world except Romania. Show me some mountains with uh, thermal baths.
Thermal
We
bats?
yeah, you know, uh, what thermal waters
Oh,
coming
you
from the
mean
ground.
like yeah, 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 like
Yeah, and
warm, like I forgot what they're called. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
it's
Hot
warm,
springs. There we go.
hot springs. Yeah,
Yeah.
and you see, when this water is coming from the ground, it naturally like sculpted some cavities in the
Right.
stone in the mountain, and it looks really like a bath, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
like a natural bath. Yeah.
It's cool.
Show me such a thing, such baths, which they say that Hercules bathed himself. Because yeah, in Greek mythology we have this described that he had his special place, mountains, where he was going and bathing himself.
Who, Hercules?
Yes, yes,
Hercules. Well,
yeah.
so is that why people sought after those areas? They're like, I'm gonna go be like Hercules. I'm gonna take a geothermal bath.
Well, we have Herculane baths in Romania, in
Oh yeah?
mountains. Yeah,
Cool.
and they are named after his name, but it's not from like recent name. It's
Yeah.
uh, they have this name for thousands of years.
Yeah. As it should be.
Yeah, yeah. Posts from India were interesting with the sonar stuff. But I predict if I bring this up to a glober in discussion, they will say something like that the way sound propagates through the water, it's actually the medium, and you, you wouldn't be able to tell using sound if it's curved or not, because um, it would propagate in that kind of manner if it's curved.
I just don't know how you could tell really by using something like that.
Yeah.
Because it just bounces all over the place. Sound bounces off so much stuff. Like, to me, it'd just be too much chaos to even know.
Well, it's more about understanding how the principle which this
What, like a line of sight kind of deal?
mechanism function. Um, it it emits a sound, and then a microphone hears that registers that sound. But the sound has to be going away from you, hit a target, and reflect, bounce back. Uh, like, and the microphone records the echo, and according to the timing that it takes for the sound, when you emitted the sound, that's the a time you know, and the next you will know is when your microphone registers the echo, and there will be a gap time between a difference, and
Right.
yeah, it will take for the sound like 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds to come back. And with the speed of sound, yes, you can tell the distance uh, that sound wave traveled.
Right. You'd
And
be able to tell if it were
yeah,
hitting anything in between or having to bounce around too
yeah,
much.
yeah. And with using multiple microphones, um, you see, when there is like slight elevation, a body inside the water, uh, most of the sound, like 98% of the sound, will be reflecting from the flat surface and it's coming back, and you register that. But if there is something on top of the floor, like a object, um, the echo from there will be a very small echo sound which you will hear first before you hear the echo from the floor. But the intensity of that echo is also very, very diminished. You can't distinguish with our eyes, our ears.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to tell, yeah.
What's interesting to me is that, all right, so air, we all live in air. That
Yeah,
is a medium. Okay.
yeah,
Then a different medium is water. That would be, so if I'm in the ocean, I'm in a different medium than air. I'm postulating that it's not. It's now two mediums, or maybe infinite mediums, right? Because the ocean is in the place where air is the medium.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, the water is where you come from, actually.
Well, I guess I'm trying to say you got
Yeah,
air is the one medium, and so am I
yeah.
in two mediums when I'm in the water?
No.
Oh,
I mean, if you're sink below the water level, like dived, yeah, you are in water completely.
just water.
Yeah, but if you stick your head up above the water, then yeah, that part of your body is in the air, and the rest of your body is in water. When you go in water up to your chest, yeah.
No, I get what you're saying. I guess
Yeah, yeah.
I might be asking a really dumb question. I'm full of those.
I think what you mean is that some mediums overlap top of each other.
Right.
Like, air. There's air in water, and there's some water in air.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Different levels and stuff. And I think
Thank you for clarifying that, because it would have taken me a long time to get there, but thank you.
Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. But I think the ether actually overlaps all of these mediums. I think that there is an ether. Maybe it's not measurable.
Yeah, if there is that, if the ether is real, then that would see. But that's reification. But I mean, I understand what the ether think is. There has to be an ultimate medium where everything exists, right?
Yeah, that's what I think the ether is.
Yeah.
I propose not to accept unseen, invisible, metaphysical things.
Right.
Yeah, they are just like the infinite vacuum of space.
Well, exactly, and that's the thing. Like, that's why I don't like the ether idea, because it's still kind of a cop out. It's like, no, you're just guessing. But it is. It's not that it's baseless. The motivation to want to find out something like that is not baseless. It's just that we haven't found it yet. It's just like gravity. We can't test the ether. We can't test gravity.
What I like to speculate on is helium. And I think helium actually is fits the description of ether much, much better, and even more than that. Like, it's mind blowing what helium actually can do. I think there is you see, we have these transition points of matter from solid to liquid and gas and plasma. And I think helium, it goes through the last three states. I've seen they said that it could have like ice solid state also, but I'm not sure about that. So yeah, helium ice is like crazy deep. But the other state, you see, when helium keeps rising, and once it escapes the air that we breathe and the pressure gradient, once it escapes that, it enters a medium which is not a vacuum, but it is extreme cold. the higher you go, the colder it becomes. But at some point where they call the Van um, helium accelerates um, so much that they call it um, highly charged particles. And in quantum mechanics, when you go to read about helium, its fluid and liquid dynamics and properties, and even as a gas, yeah, you will see that we already have um, particle accelerators experiments, which, yeah, when they started with helium gas. They were accelerating helium gas. And once they reach a certain speed, they call those particles protons, you know, or all these fancy names. Um, and they don't call it helium anymore because it has transition. It has a higher energetic state. Um, it doesn't behave like a gas anymore. But I think that one uh, result of existence of helium is that his manifestation, physical manifestation in the world, is what we call electricity.
Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
think they are straight, very close connected. And to test this, uh, I can think of pretty simple, but yeah, it's not simple because to get this helium beaker and stuff like that to do an experiment like this, those vacuum pumps and the beakers are a little bit, they cost quite some things, quite some money. Not very
What do you think about
expensive.
what do you think about the word helium and the word Helios?
Mm,
I mean, it's got to mean something, right? Helium, Helios.
yeah, the name is like they name helium after Helios, which is a ancient
The
Greek
god of
god.
the sun,
Yeah, yeah.
sun
And
god.
yeah, the sun is a living entity being, but we it has been paganized, you know,
Hmm.
and
Well, the word amen, 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 it's from Amen Ra. It's all sun god worship stuff.
yeah, I heard people say this that the word Amen comes from Amun Ra.
Hmm.
I'm not 100%. I mean,
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard it
some
too.
of
I'm
these
just bringing it.
words,
I don't
yeah,
know about all
yeah,
that.
some of these words they sound similar, but etymologically they have a different explanation. And
Yeah.
um, for
Correlation
literally,
is not causation,
even
right?
I, even yeah, even I am not that uh, well
Skeptical.
read. No,
Oh,
I
I see.
mean
I see.
not
I see.
well read, so that I can confirm to you that hey, when these people say the word Amun Ra and Amen are directly connected, like, you know,
It is a leap. Yeah, they just sound similar.
etymologically rooted. Yeah, I I
Who
can't
knows?
confirm you. Yeah, but
Yeah, I
I
don't think you
know
can
that
confirm something like that.
I know I know for sure that I can send you to libraries and you will find their explanation that they are not, connected.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
and
just
again, all the anthropology that you can find me, man, I don't know if I can believe it. That's all.
Yeah. But
Do you guys
yeah,
think that helium and the Helios name, that maybe they assumed that the sun was helium because it was floating in the sky?
Perhaps.
yeah,
Yeah,
me
no
too.
idea.
I wanted to say this. Um, the sun
Yeah,
could
maybe because
be
helium
this.
rises and everything.
Mm.
Sorry.
Yeah, it rises, then it has to rain, condensate, precipitate into an ocean, and that means that ocean is of extreme cold. The presence of something magnetic, a magnet, becomes a super magnet if you add a slight motion to that magnet, spin or whatever. Um, it will be inside a frictionless environment, medium. Superfluid helium does show us that, yeah, it has a frictionless flow. It flows in two directions in the same time, just like in quantum mechanics when they say, in quantum computing, when they say that they have this third state, bit of the bit. Um, it's not just 0 and 1, positive, negative, but it is both charges in the same time. So it's like a light switch, which is also, it's both. It's turned on and turned off.
Uh-oh. Are you talking about
So,
like a Baphomet electrical setup? It's male and female at once? Don't tell me this.
yeah. It does look like that. And yeah,
Know
I
what I
think
mean,
that's
though?
what.
He
That's
said not
like,
to tell him.
that's
I
like,
wasn't think. I haven't thought of this before with the Baphomet, but yeah, it makes sense. Yeah,
What?
yeah,
How do you draw the correlation with the Baphomet to electricity?
because you're mixing a positive and negative to get
yeah.
whatever. You're
It is
combining
both. Yeah, it's
opposites.
both.
Combining opposites.
You're
Mm,
combining two into one.
yeah.
Right, yeah.
Mm,
But I'd also say that positive to negative is maybe just our own subjective interpretation of what we think is occurring, so that we can sort
Yeah.
of understand it better, because we think the
Well,
power
yeah.
flows in a certain
yeah,
direction,
something
but it
like the
can flow
sign.
both
Yeah.
ways.
Mm,
But be careful there, because then it's borderline, well, then nothing is true. And then you get atheists.
mm.
Science is true for the most part, but you can never really know anything.
The whole
Yeah,
body of
right.
science.
Mm.
You can't know how it all works, but you could just know how some of it works and make the best of it.
Right, exactly. Well, that's what we do here anyway. We'll never know, a fraction of the whole deal.
Yeah.
It sure is fun to talk about, though, ain't it?
Mhm.
Indeed.
And I think
So
coming to flat Earth made me realize that there's not
there is not.
there's not
There's not
much
what?
that you can't actually go self-learn.
Mm.
Like, if you go and read something and it doesn't make any sense, just go back a couple of semesters, Like, if you
Yeah,
started
yeah.
at tertiary level,
Recap.
just go back to secondary
Yeah,
level, read that part, then carry on with your tertiary level study.
yeah.
Whereas before, we always had this assumption, I leave it to the experts. The experts know what they're saying,
Mm-hmm.
And before
I
that,
just can't
even
do it
now,
anymore. It
when I
hurts
speak
my... Go ahead.
yeah, sorry, man. Just like when I speak to other people about it, their first thing is, "Oh, I could never know all this stuff," and then they almost give up before they've even started because they just think it's insurmountable.
Right. If they really took the time to understand how much of it was presupposition and assumptions instead of objective empiricism, it wouldn't be that daunting of a thing to think about, right?
Yeah. And
Just
just
got to
take
get rid
one
of the
topic.
fantasy, man. The fantasy clogs it up. That's all it is. People want to believe in the fantasy so that they don't have to do the work of understanding reality.
Exactly.
And then
It's
just
an excuse, yeah.
get
That's defeat.
where do we get helium in its natural form on the Earth? Or is it only a byproduct through chemical processes that we manufacture helium? Do
No
you know?
idea.
No,
I
I
can't. I
read
don't know anything about that.
that it rises from the ground constantly. But
So, like, how did it get
I've heard
stored
that.
in the ground if it's so
I
dense?
think it's stored
it's
like
not
under rocks
stored.
or something, or
It's
under the
not
crust.
stored. No, it flows through the rocks in its gaseous state. It goes through. It pushes through. Even if you put it in a balloon, the balloon will deflate. All
It
the
will escape.
helium will escape. Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Like all of it. You know. Yeah. Even if
But
there
like,
is
how?
lower
So then it must
pressure
be.
inside that balloon.
So then it must be actually manufactured in the Earth, and then due to its low density, it rises upward and escapes.
Yeah, they have methods to like capture it, harvest. Um,
Careful with the word manufacture, though. It means man
yeah,
makes it.
yeah,
So
yeah.
the Earth doesn't manufacture anything.
Good point.
When
But I do see what you're saying. I guess I'm being a dickhead. The better word would be what? Create, I guess. I don't know. Anyway,
Generate.
I might as well have not
Yeah.
said anything. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. We must be accurate here.
Manufacture. It's a crazy word. Man, you, fact, you are. So it's like a man is making something a fact because he is. And that's what you're doing when you're manufacturing. It's crazy.
Isn't entomology fun, or the breaking down of words? I've been playing with the word this week called flattery. Like, why
flattery,
would
yeah.
why would flat and Terry be like this positive, giving someone compliments? And then when you go and look at the word flattery, it's like insensitive. It's almost like you're blowing smoke up someone, even if they've done a bad job, you're telling them how wonderful they are. And why would flat? It's kind of like the whole level-headed, all those synonyms about flat or level. If you're thinking straight, you're on the level. You're, all of those type of things. But then this word flattery, like, why flat in there? And how does flat mean positive? Like, but I think it's kind of like that, like tartaria, they make tartare sauce and all this stuff.
Tartar sauce, yeah. Which is my favorite sauce, by the way. It's my absolute favorite sauce.
That's where the sauce comes from, tartaria. And then they have tartary, lamb of tartary.
Tartaria.
But they use that word to kind of make it like negative. And I was wondering if flattery, if they've used that word to kind of make it negative, if someone could observe the flat world and they were told that they were flattering or to flatter, and flatter comes from flat and so it's flatter, like this place is flat, but why is that then this negative connotation? Flattery, like flattery will get you nowhere because flattery is insensitive praise or
that is a bit odd.
inaccurate.
Which is strange because I'll tell you what, man, flattery has gotten me so many places.
Yeah,
it really works.
To the simple mind, hey?
Right, to someone just living in their ego. All you got to do is just give it even half a little stroke, and they're like, "Fuck yeah!"
Yeah, then they'll listen.
Yeah,
speaks a lot about the society we're in.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing I would like to experiment to pass liquid helium through a tube, like we do with water, and measure if we can get a magnetic field outside of it when liquid helium is in motion through a tube.
Because then you could prove that the center of the Earth is liquid helium and it's causing the magnetic fields, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's actually a torus, fountain.
A fountain of liquid helium.
Yeah. But you see, at the very, very bottom, uh, it is extremely cold. It's in liquid form, but it rises. It comes into physical contact with the matter, which we have a very hot state, and we have this magnetic elements, ferromagnetic, and they turn into supermagnets when they get cold, extremely cold, in the presence of this liquid. And then I'm not sure how, but yeah, there has to be some motion to these magnets, and they can generate some sort of electromagnetic induction in the elements of the ground. So we have quite a lot of places, very hot places, because there is a continuous electromagnetic induction process. And this means heat generation, geothermal, and helium will take a gaseous state inside the Earth. But most of it's rising at the North Pole, and it rises in our air in gaseous form from the ground, and it goes like that. Our air we breathe, um, and yeah, it takes once it escapes it forms that Van Allen belt, which at the North Pole we can see it, and we call it Aurora Borealis and stuff. But
Yeah.
that phenomena doesn't happen anywhere else in the world.
Oh, I know the
Not,
reason for that, but I'm not going to speculate on this channel.
yeah. Why not?
Well, I'll post a video about that I have.
Okay.
We might have talked about it. It's a supposed video. One more
Mhm.
time. Supposed video
Yeah.
of the North Pole. Hang on a sec. And it's just like 2 minutes, really pretty music. Hang on.
Yeah.
My computer. My Macintosh is running slowly.
Are you talking about that one that's kind of like a vague, like torus of like some kind of energy or something?
Yeah, you'll see. You'll
Yeah.
see. Okay, check the voice text. Now, the first time I saw this video was a long time ago. Over a decade ago, I think. before I even started looking into the true nature of reality, and at least the physical one. But yeah, anyway, so I didn't really give this video much attention until the last like 6 or 7 years. And the only information that I could find on it was that apparently it's a video taken from a high altitude flight in the late 80s by some kind of Russian exploration team. And supposedly that is the North Pole and the activity happening at the North Pole, at least during this shot. And it looks like as it's going that there's at least two actions occurring. One is a downward, like a burning, like a furnace, and then the other way is upwards, and it's those stripes of light that are the aurora borealis coming upward. So again, you got your duality. You're having a downward thing while an upward thing's going on, and as above, so below.
Yeah. That's
It's gorgeous, though.
definitely a quantum phenomena.
Yeah, that's like a torus. It's like
Yeah. So that's, I mean, if that, let's say, if that is our electromagnetic, that's like the concentration of that's like the micro of the macro, right? What's happening all around it's kind of, because it's just a big spinning. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's a torus.
Yeah.
If this is the top of our torus or the center of our torus, then it's perfect. It works just like we would think it would. And that's, like I said, it's just a big
But
if.
not only that,
It's a lot of speculation. But it is it's compelling. I love that video. It's so nice to look at.
I've always loved it. I remember the first time I saw it, it was just, what the fuck am I looking at?
Yep.
You see, you have those up and down flow, but you also have a circular vortex around that column.
Yeah, it's just a big hurricane.
Yeah. And yeah, actually, this is how I think it is positive or negative charge particles when they move, like when they are high above of your head, they spin and they make like a 1 meter or 2 meter diameter. They spin in a circle describing 2 meter diameter, and when you bring them down closer to the negative plane, their spin diameter decreases. It gets smaller and smaller. So the velocity also increases of the particle.
It's trippy to me is that, I'm sorry I don't mean to change the subject. Were you done? Gabby, I don't want to walk away.
And because of this circular motion in like a vortex, we actually experience that Foucault pendulum deflection. This is what is causing that deflection. When you make a pendulum with a lead metal weight and you swing it, you'll see that it will start spinning, also clockwise or counterclockwise. Yeah, go ahead now.
No, I was just saying about that, about the North Pole, that video and everything. It just makes you want to go there so bad. You just want to go,
Yeah,
explore it yourself. Oh man, I'd give anything.
Well, and from what I've heard about the activity there is that what we're seeing isn't constantly going on. It's like it only
Yeah.
happens every once in a while. It's not always doing that. And yeah,
All the
I don't know.
stories
like
Again,
Shambhala.
no idea.
how have you guys?
Shambhala, Agartha.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So I've seen this video for also a couple of years already, but I've always heard the claims be raised. How do you validate, firstly, that this is the North Pole?
Right.
And secondly, was this shot in an aeroplane, which seems quite stationary above the hole for the duration of the flight?
Mhm.
To me, it
Well,
almost
the
looks
duration
like
of the video.
something. Oh, that's a joke. It almost seems like it's another image with like a static overlay of like an airplane window, which kind of makes you then, it's kind of like NASA putting their space window over a ball Earth, and then it's proof that they're inside their capsule looking at the ball Earth.
Oh, dude, I'm not saying.
Definitely
Listen,
be fake. It could definitely
any
be
video
fake.
you find can be fake. The reason I like this one is because it's super old and it's super like trippy to think about when I'm looking at it. You know, I can't really validate what the hell I'm looking at. But suspending disbelief, just for the sake of me wanting to know what that is, and not saying I have any proof of any of it. It's just fun to think about while I'm looking at something that I can't reproduce that in the real world. I can't find anything that looks like that in the, you know what I mean? It's fucking great. It looks, and there is something to be said too about like, oh, I want to go there and explore.
Yeah, I mean, look at the
like,
compass. The compass
hold on.
points us towards there all
I
the
was getting
time.
somewhere. Yeah, no, that's true too. Always points north. But what was I going to say? Oh, so like, there's a saying, you know, you spend 9 months trying to get out, and then you spend the rest of your life trying to get back in. And if that's the holiest of holies, if that's, yeah, I think you understand what I mean. It's a lot of speculation, but it's just a cool thing.
Anybody up for a North Pole expedition?
Yeah, let's go. We need to all be trained in weapons and combat, and we need to have a lot of artillery and.
I got the artillery.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, we just got to get a hold of Battle Mod and some friends, and
there you go.
We'll take them on, no problem.
We will see Shambhala.
Yeah, man.
Our hearts are
so
ready.
imagine if that were happening somewhere in the world. Do you really think you'd be allowed to go see it?
Seriously.
Come on.
And think about how many places in the world there are these spectacular sights. So you see this waterfall where it leaves like this mist spray for kilometers afterwards and creates all these cloud patterns, and then you go and look at areas in the earth where there's just fire. There was seeping gas and someone ignited it and it's been burning for 60 years. Like there are these miraculous wonders all over, and like you say, suspending the disbelief on the origin of the footage. But if this were to be true, and that somehow this managed to sneak out through all the censorship, holy shit!
Right. Exactly.
It's amazing.
Exactly. Just imagine really quick if that is what we're looking at, right? How exciting. That's all.
Yeah. Videos like that are my new UFOs.
Exactly.
I used to be a big UFO buff.
Yeah, now you know they can't exist.
No, sir. Not unless they're on this plane with us.
I mean, every commercial airplane is a UFO until you start actually identifying it, like flight number, company, airline.
Yeah.
You know, how many passengers. Yeah, when you start identifying, it's not a UFO anymore.
I've seen some pretty crazy things in the sky before. It's one of the main reasons why I got into the subject so young. There was one in particular, real quick. I'd see some lights heading my way. Could have been anything. Could have been Chinese lanterns. But what got me was the fact that they were in a row and they would blink out in the same spot in the sky. And it happened a couple nights in a row. Another one. I'm really into aircraft, so I heard a helicopter hovering over the 91 freeway in Orange County, and so above a residential area and everything, and I'm looking. He's just hovering there, and he's got his light pointed at some light right in front of him, and I can't tell what this light is. There's no shape to it. It's just a light, and then as soon as I've seen it for 5 seconds, this thing drops in altitude, probably like 300 feet. I mean, it very well could have been a drone, but what are they doing? Drone exercises over the 91 freeway, above residential areas. It's just really interesting.
Yeah, I watched this video on BitChute last night from Jim Crenshaw, and they were interviewing a lot of military people who had been involved in the UFO sort of projects, in terms of like where you see a lot of those pictures where there's like the black orb flying in the sky and it's got that military sort of positioning overlay on top, and these various videos that you've seen over time. And they were saying right at the beginning, they all briefed them and said, listen, these are demonic. So if you ever want to ask like what it is or what they could be, you've got to think more in terms of spirituality than physicality.
Yes, sir.
And then they then pursued them and would fly around trying to catch up with these lights that could move at radical speeds and do all these different things and disappear and reappear. And but the whole sort of emphasis on it was that, we struggle against powers and principalities and not
Yes, sir.
a single generation. And that also, when I started to think about UFOs like that, or abductions, or being held down in your bed, those kind of experiences are often very spiritual. So it's yeah, man, I think there's still so many question marks about this place. This is definitely a realm, and it's like the biggest fantasy realm. No game has even come close to the amount of that the fiction is the truth is stranger than fiction of what this place actually is.
Yeah, it's wondrous. So like how Nathan puts it, it's just I love it, not knowing any of this stuff anymore. What I thought I used to know, it just makes the world wonder again.
Yep. And that's what the Globers and the anti-flat earthers and all those people, they're feigning that feeling based on a lie, right? They still think the wonderment is out there in infinite space and space travel, and right? They think the wonder is that stuff, when that's what's so sad about it. That's what's so sad about the belief, is that it's not based on anything that you can actually find out about. It's like just try to shake someone awake, like snap out of it. Come on.
But that's like my Christian friends as well, where they say, God created this massive universe and all these planets and all this. Why are you trying to take away God's wonder? Why are you trying to make it like this little flat circle? Like, no, God's bigger than that. He can make bigger things. He can make galaxies. He can make trillions of light year They almost want to position it that you're limiting God. And it's the complete antithesis, where you're saying, wow, this is a timepiece for us. This isn't some random chaos that just kind of works. This is like down to the 100th percentile perfection on each aspect, and it's nothing like what they told us. It's like
Yeah,
you
it's
say,
like
they see that
the- you know-
wonderment. They see that
ahead.
wonderment in distance. They see that wonderment in this vast emptiness, and that's retarded.
Yes, it is. Literally, it's not the offensive version of the word retarded. It means slow on the pickup, not necessarily keeping up, right? that's what it means. Just means slow. In music, it means,
Yeah, that's why I don't.
ritardando. Just means
Yeah.
slow.
Should say the
I don't-
idea is retarded.
Yes.
Slow idea.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that bothers that word bothers so many people. My little
People
girl's
do their
down.
virtual signal stuff, man, and they get offended for other people.
Yeah, my
And it's-
little girl has downs, and I catch myself saying the word every once in a while. It's just a word with a meaning.
But that's the thing, like, it's a misassociation. Down syndrome is it doesn't mean slowed down. It doesn't mean anything like that. Down syndrome is a thing that happens to a person.
Yeah.
Something that is retarded is slowed down. That's all it is, you know what I mean? And so they make the false correlation between someone who has Down syndrome and then saying, "Oh, well, they're just behind the rest of society because this is what's happening to them." It's like, why do you have to look at it like that? That's horrible. That's not even. Are you going to ignore that it's a human being and just say, "Well, they're just behind us a little bit"? I mean, I got a niece. She's on the spectrum, right? They say she's autistic. She's one of the smartest girls I've ever met. She's a third my age, a quarter my age, right? She's very smart. They'll be like, "Oh, she's savant, but she's on the spectrum." It's like, I'll bet if you guys never started saying she's on the spectrum and having her see all these fucking specialists and all this stuff, she might have just done fine and none of this would have even happened. You know what I mean? From basically like age 2 or something, they're like, "Oh, she's autistic." Yeah. Oh shit. And and then she just starts all of a sudden living her life as if she's fucked up. Anyway.
Yeah, we don't with Ari, we don't make her we don't I don't know, I don't want to say we keep it from her or anything, but we don't treat her any different. She doesn't realize she's any different than anyone else.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's how it's supposed to be.
What Glad was saying, it's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. So by calling her on the spectrum and then treating her like she's on the spectrum, suddenly she's on the spectrum.
Right.
Yeah,
we're constantly in air quotes,
Yeah, we're constantly saying how she's gonna probably end up being a very independent, young lady when she gets older. She's pretty smart. Yeah, she's definitely a smart little girl.
But I find it
sounds
quite
like
amazing.
she's got the right dad. Hold on, I wanted to say that. It sounds like she's got the right dad for sure. Right parents.
Yeah. I wanted to reiterate that as well, that I've met some really incredible men that may have lost themselves to their ego, but for the fact that they have a child with either Downs or some special need, and it fosters a sense of empathy in the man it brings out aside the real caring fatherly side that a lot of men hide from. And generally I almost look at it like it's your learning. It's a lesson for you, is your interaction with this child.
Yeah, and she definitely is a gift from God.
But that it really, I would call those type of men actually incredible when I've seen how much they will self-sacrifice for their special needs child. And I take my hat off to all you guys.
Well, thank you, so.
Yep, me too, man. Well put. I used to, when I was in high school, I was part of all the crews, right? All the popular kids, all the crews, the not popular kids, the musicians, the dorks, the geeks, the jocks, everybody. I was cool with all of them. That was kind of my shtick.
That's weird.
So nobody really picked on me more than someone else, right? Because they didn't say, "Oh, you're just a jock." And I was, "No, I'm not. I'm kind of just whatever." But at lunchtime every day, I would get more and more worked up when I saw the jocks, people I'm supposed to call my friends, throwing food at the special education students across the room. And it's typical and it's sad, right? But instead of like going, "Oh man, that sucks," and then finding my own seat and just kind of wallowing, I'd just go over and sit with the special education students and hang with them and have lunch with them. And I would do it probably 60 or 70% of the time because they were much nicer. They were funnier, you know, the ones that could communicate. They had ways of making fun of the jocks that the jocks could never do, making fun of them. You know what I mean? Like, the special education students were my favorite. You know, I could just, and because there's no ego involved, that was my favorite part. And so for a little bit, they'd make fun of me. The jocks, they'd be like, you know, "Oh, so you're retarded now too?" And like, at first it hurt my feelings, but then I was like, wait a second. If it hurts my feelings, that means that I'm confirming what he's saying. So after that, I was like, no, nope. Then after that, I was like, you know what, man, nobody's retarded. Nobody. Everybody's got their own thing they're dealing with. And a lot of these so-called retarded kids are already much better people than, 10 of these motherfuckers, this quarterback over here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, great hearts, man.
Yep.
Yeah, it sounded like you're describing me in high school, man. I swear it was the exact same way.
Me too. I also blended with everyone. But to me, something that I've sort of learned or taken appreciation to later on in my life is that hardship breeds character. And the people that encounter no hardship become characterless and fade into the background. So those jocks that had the easy road, they weren't intelligent, but things just seemed to fall into place for them during school. Mm-hmm. Later on, you see them as a little handyman trying to scrape through, make a little bit of a basic living. And the ones who really had the challenges and had to overcome adversity go on to become multi-millionaires. And you think, the best way to prove them all wrong is just to be happy and successful. And
I agree.
That is a choice, but that the hardship, we shouldn't try and avoid allowing our children to encounter that hardship. We as parents want to rush in and make it all easy.
Make it all better, yeah.
And by making it comfortable, there's no growth. It's only when something like a plant, when there's no water, plant has to push out the roots to try and find water. Then the water arrives, or it rains, and then the plant has grown because of the hardship. But if you had the plant always in water, it's going to have these little stunted roots because it never had to search for water. It always had water available. And then a slight wind will knock that plant over because it's got no root structure. So it needs hardship. We need hardship. And any time that you start to feel too comfortable, you should start to question that, because it's the comfort that leads to de-evolution or moving backwards.
Yeah. Taking one step forward, two steps back.
Also on that wording thing, I was thinking about the word devolution, like
Oh boy.
making everything devilized, and that it was evolution. They just dropped the "d" off the front, and it's.
I don't know. I mean, sure, why not at this point?
Oh, my brain! I think I need Ritalin. The amount of things I think about in a day.
Yeah, don't worry about Ritalin, man. You don't need it. If you, in fact, that's one way to screw up a creative flow is to involve methamphetamine. It's also a way to keep it going, but not for long. That's the problem, man. Those designer drugs, they really work, but they kill you. And so it's as if they don't even exist, because the true motivation that comes from not using drugs is what really matters. It's a true divinity inside. And if somebody can be as creative and motivated sober as they are on chemicals, then that's a feat that's doing twice as well, I think. But yeah, Ritalin.
I don't know.
I was on Adderall as a kid.
I kind of feel like I've got so many tabs open in my mind at any one time. You know, I've got my flat earth tab, I've got my life tab, I've got my kids tab, work tab, all of these different things. And it's like, there's just so much, and your mind can jump between tabs like continuously. And then you have your own little self-interests, like Get with his helium, or us with our looking at different words or etymologies, or, you know, like everyone's got their little extra tabs in terms of what they like to look at. And sometimes I feel like, is it less productive than just staying on one tab and achieving something? Like the people who decide they're going to write a book and then they just write it. Like, you know, put everything, all the other tabs on check, order your groceries online, stay at home and write the book, you know? Like,
well, I've done that with music a few times. Yeah, I've turned the world off and written music for months at a time before, for sure. But you can't do it all the time here, because you'll just lose that life. It's like you gotta at some point re-engage.
Yeah, it's crazy. Some of those, or a lot of those stories out there about people that kind of lose it when they stop having any contact with other humans.
Here's what's funny.
Personally bother me.
We see them as quote unquote losing it, but what they're losing is their tie to this society, and this society. Any society is just a set of expectations for one another. That's all this is. That's it. I expect you to act this way given this circumstance. I'm going to react in this minute, blah, blah, blah.
It's crazy.
But also keep in the mind that you disappoint yourself. You know, so it's sort of also, as I've aged, I've realized that I set little goals for myself and then don't achieve them. And I tell myself I'm going to have these little New Year's resolutions and I don't do them. And I constantly disappoint myself on the goals that I set for myself. And by expecting that every person is just going to go and achieve the right things for society, and if everyone did that, yes, we'd be in utopia. But it's, if we can even disappoint ourselves, we've got to give others a break, because they're not only disappointing themselves, but they're also disappointing us. And when they disappoint us, we think that it's now personal because of them valuing us less, that they've chosen to not do what we've asked them to. But it's a human trait. It's like you cannot be perfect or fitting into society perfectly. And, you know, just that whole even when we try and set our own standards, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this much exercise, and we're going to eat this thing the right way, and we set up all these little expectations for ourselves. We always, or generally, speak about me, I usually fall very short of those expectations I set for myself. And it's just made me realize how we have these visions of grandeur, but our actual execution is very restrictive. And thereby, I started to look at other people in a far more forgiving way, because I realized they're just like me. They also can't stick to everything that they want to do, everything that they know they should.
Yeah, dude. It's you got to practice forgiveness. Cyclical, circular forgiveness. I'm going to forgive you because I need forgiveness. And then, and then back at you. And then, you know what I mean? We forgive each other for things over and over. And that's how we learn together. Not condemning one another. See, you get a choice. You can love or you can fear. You can fear someone and condemn them for their actions, or you can love them and use love to interact with them in whatever way it is. Because as long as it's not fear, you're doing the right thing. Speaking of, I got a couple links to share in the voice text. If people are in the mood for this kind of thing.
Mic check.
You're good.
Oh, thanks. The server went quiet.
Yeah.
You still no sleeping.
Yeah, another early morning today. I woke up at probably like 3 o'clock in the morning, and lately
Yeah.
haven't been able. Once I'm up, I can't get back.
Hello, everybody, hello, and welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm your host, Master Chief, and we're just having ourselves a good morning. So, it is 4:07 in the early morning over here, and it looks to me that the weather is clear. It's nice and dark right now at the moment. But guess what? Don't listen to me. Go ahead and observe it for yourself when you go outside. And tell me, do you see a curvature? I guess not. So anyway, if you have any information on the curvature of the Earth, please come into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and speak to everybody else in here and try to convince us that the world is not a flat stationary plane. So please. Alrighty then. You guys have a good morning. Ooh-wee. Morning, Elijah. Were you about to say something?
I thought I came through. I said good morning, Enoch.
Oh, for sure. Good morning, bro. What's up, Glapflobe? Seeing how you came in here all quiet and quiet me.
Yeah, man, you know,
Quietly.
how you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Nah, Hamani.
Did you just wake up? Stay up all night?
I know I just woke up, bro. I fell asleep listening to Discord. I fell asleep to I think some of us were trolling some of the Globers. I don't know how it was going. I ended up falling asleep though.
Is that you're listening to in the back?
Oh, that's my spa music. I listen to a lot of meditation. I don't really listen to a lot of I can't listen to a lot of music with lyrics because
Yeah, it's distracting.
yeah, it's too distracting. It brings me off of my I don't know, it makes me start like those are that person's emotions and through that song, you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to feel that person's emotions through their song. Like, you know, some people don't speak in their lyrics like properly, and when you just listen to lyrics that are depressing or, you know, that just it's not doing anything to help you grow and progress or stay positive, then it's just something I don't want to listen to, you know? No offense to other artists that are out there trying to create their own stuff, you know, and put out their feelings. Don't get me wrong, you know, I believe that every artist should go ahead and, you know, put out their feelings, and, you know, that's them putting out their feelings out there. But I just can't listen to depressing music or music about that's very dark and sinister. I can't listen to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, totally. Well, it's hard to, because like when I listen to a song and I really like a song, it's certainly not something to think about when I'm trying to rest, trying to sing along with a song in my head. In fact, there's a song stuck in my head. I'm trying to fall asleep. That doesn't happen. But yeah, just the frequency.
Yeah, I used to listen to a lot of like hate music. I used to listen to I think it was 3 Days Grace. Huh?
Did you sleep to it? Did you like put it on and then go to sleep?
There was nights, yeah, like
Well, sure.
I was very very mad at somebody, and then I would play this song like "I Hate Everything About You,"
Oh yeah.
and it was
That song.
yeah, huh?
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
was
was just
like,
asking about the tones I was hearing in the background. It's kind of cool. I think you should always have that going when you're on when you're on the live stream.
yeah, you're absolutely right. I actually got it going in my own live stream, bro.
Nice.
Inamahana. Yeah.
You actually caught me on my way out. I was about to grab a little sleep here before I start this new project. I was gonna
Oh,
try
for
to
sure, man.
before I went to bed, but easy. Eat a pizza instead.
This pizza's staring at me, and I'm staring at the pizza.
It was looking right at me all night, so I just decided, you know what?
Okay.
Take care of this.
I'm about to eat the shit out of this.
Yeah, I did, and that's also why I'm tired. But
You got the food coma.
well, it's real. But I love you, brothers and sisters, and I will be back later.
For sure, bro. See you next time.
Enjoy. All right, peace.
Late. Bahamani. Bahamani. Sorry, guys.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up, man? Yo, Ryan, I got a question, man.
What's that?
Have you looked into Nikola Tesla and his work and such?
Yeah, I'm a little bit familiar.
I've looked at some of his quotes, but there seems to be something wrong with his quotes. There seem to be contradiction of each other.
Explain?
Well, some places he speaks about God and divine power and such, and in other places he kind of sounds like an atheist. And I'm wondering if there could be a possibility that these quotes, or some of them, are fabricated, basically.
Yeah, I guess anything's possible. I mean, for crying out loud, we don't even know if the man really existed, to be honest.
I see.
But yeah, I mean, it also could be something as simple as I know a lot of authors co-author books, or they'll have someone not necessarily author it, but write it for them. Someone might have used different vernacular that he would have, or who knows, you know?
Well, this is the thing. In some places, he also spoke about the firmament, you know. He was going against the grain. He spoke about Albert Einstein being basically a fool. And I don't know, there is some value to his quotes, but also in other places, he seems to contradict himself. I think that he did have an impression on society, but these some people just basically misquoted him to make it seem like he didn't believe in God or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, very well could be. I mean, they've seemingly been hiding him from schools and learning about him, you know. Seemingly, I say, but yeah, if he did do some great stuff and had some benefit to humanity the way the stories go, then yeah, they're not going to want him saying anything of the sort, or they're going to hide him in the little that is about him. They highlight the stuff that makes him look silly. Or
yeah, I think it's similar to the flat Earth society, where they're like basically controlled opposition. They put thistles and thorns around the truth, and when someone gets close, they're like they get like off put. I think it's the same thing with Nikola Tesla. When people research him, they come across his quotes. Some of them, they're really bright, talk about the firmament and God in a good light, but some other are like they're in total contradiction of himself. Either he was schizophrenic, or some of his quotes are fabricated. I'm not sure.
He's definitely quirky. I would say border schizophrenic, because I guess towards the end of his life, and I think most of his life, but more so, I think towards the end, is he was very superstitious about a lot of things. So like he would, drive around a building 3 times supposedly. There's just some stories I've heard. He didn't tell me himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had a lot of little quirks. He would knock on a door. I'm not saying like exactly what he had just little quirks like that. So he was getting really like superstitious and did a lot of strange little rituals.
Well, this is the thing. I've heard that. I read somewhere yesterday that people were spying on him. He had some enemies and such, and he had eyes on him. And I think that the same people fabricated stuff about him. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's a weird situation when I look into it. I think there's people have misused his name and lied in some places. There is
a particular book you're referring to, or?
Well, there is a second-hand source which claims that before he died, he was in an interview, and I don't know. He stated some stuff in that interview which is contradictional to his previous quotes, and I'm just sitting there thinking, like, I think this whole interview is a lie. It didn't even exist. I think it's just a fabrication to make him look like at the end of his life he lost his faith and he was basically an atheist. And I don't know. It kind of looks weird to me.
Yeah, I didn't know that about him. It's interesting. I need to dig back into that.
If you look, like, for example, if you go to DuckDuckGo and look up his religious beliefs, you will see some quotes really good. He quotes Christ even. He speaks about Christ. He speaks about Christianity in a good manner. He speaks about God and divine power and such. But in other places, he also says that God is... Hold on, let me see.
Could I ask you why it matters?
No, I've been actually just looking into his work, and I've been trying to figure out his. I don't know. I think he was a bright guy, and I don't want to go down thinking that he was an atheist.
Why?
Like, what do you mean? Why?
Why?
Because it matters to me, maybe.
Ah. Now, there are theists, scientists, theists, who still see the world as a mechanical, functioning mystery.
So here is the quote, right? He quote what one man calls God, another calls the laws of physics. But this is a total contradiction to his previous quotes. He speaks about God in a divine manner, and
so if God didn't have complete dominion over the mechanics, again, the laws of the universe, how... I don't understand why he couldn't. Why couldn't he be the arbiter of those laws?
I don't believe that God is the laws of physics. I think the laws of physics is a...
So the laws of physics somehow live outside of God's dominion?
No, I think they're pre-configured after his liking.
Pre-configured after his liking, so he's involved.
Yes, I mean, if you
so then there's
hold on,
Lidiko, hold on.
You're getting emotional. Hold on.
No, I'm not.
If you have been a programmer and programmed something, you do know that you can add limitations, you can remove limitations, you can pretty much configure the world however you want. To call God a configuration
No,
think
no, no,
is
no, no. That's to reduce God to his configuration. What we're saying is that God can be involved in that configuration and still be above it.
but God isn't the configuration.
No, that's what
The
I'm just
configuration
saying.
is the problem
I
of God.
just said that.
Yes, but that is the problem. Nikola
And why
Tesla
is that a
claimed,
problem? Now I don't understand why that is a problem.
because it's a contradiction to his previous quotations.
How could it be? Because he's above the law, so he's not reduced to the law.
No. See, this
You
quote.
can't sum him up by saying
Alright.
he is the law.
Can you let me speak before eating my face?
That's
The
an
problem
awful.
here is that he's claiming that God is the configuration.
No, he's not. That sentence doesn't say that.
Yes, it is. It does
So
say
repeat
that.
it again. Repeat it and repeat it.
What one man calls God, another calls the laws of physics. He is claiming that God is the configuration.
What I'm saying
Basically,
is
that God is the
that
creation or whatever.
yeah, that sentence doesn't reduce God to the configuration.
Honestly,
there are many scientists who believe that the world is mechanical, yet they believe that they'll never solve the pure mechanics of that because they'll never solve the originator of the mechanics. It's you know to come to the conclusion that there is a God behind the machine is a show of someone's genius, that they're humble enough to see that. Now, if they still can unravel some of those mysteries of that machine, that it doesn't matter whether they actually see the origin of that machine as being God or not.
right,
Many
let me ask you something, Dico.
great scientists do, and many great scientists don't.
All right, let me ask you something, Dico. Do you believe that this world, that this planet we live on, is eternal? It has no beginning.
Do I believe in eternity? Of course I believe in eternity.
No, I ask you, do you believe this world we live in is eternal?
When I say I believe in eternity, that encompasses everything.
All right, but I didn't ask about that. I asked a specific question. Do you believe this
No, but
planet?
my answer encompassed your
No, it
question.
didn't.
Well,
Didn't.
let me tell you, it is right now, so you understand my response as yes.
All right, let me ask you something, because I feel like you're dancing around the bush when I ask this question. Do you believe that this world we live in has a beginning?
No.
All right.
No. And in fact,
Right.
I
Let me ask you something. One more question. Who was the first human being on Earth?
I have no idea.
All right, because if this world we live in, is truly eternal.
You can ask any single human being that question and expect them to know the answer.
All right, but this is the problem with your pantheism. If this world we live in,
pantheism, please stop it.
If this world we live in is truly, as you claim, eternal,
out of thinking the world is eternal, I don't see how you made that leap.
All right, listen. Once again, I asked you that if this world has a beginning. You said no.
No,
so if this world, hold on, let me speak. You keep interrupting me.
You're silly.
No, I'm just pointing out the flaw in your logic here, because if you claim that this world
What up?
Morning.
Hey, what up, man? What happened to the debate? I was listening to listening to two people talking, then then they both stopped.
Oh, hey, Isa. I didn't recognize your voice for a second. Oh, yeah. I think someone didn't like what the gentleman was saying. It seemed to be seemed to have been a little harsh on Ildiko. But I don't know. I wanted to listen.
Yeah, I was kind of interested. He was talking something about pantheism. Like, he was just being witty, and I thought it was funny. But I don't know what happened. How you doing,
Sure.
man?
Good, man. Just doing my thing, getting that homestead going.
Fuck yeah, dude. Good to hear. Oh yeah, what do you got? A steer?
What's that?
You got a steer and some goats yet, or what?
No, we're getting a goat. We don't have a steer.
Cool.
Got some chickens. We're growing food. And
Awesome, man.
water collection set up. All that good stuff.
Hell yeah, dude. Oh, good to hear. You got a well going, or?
No, not at the place we're at right now. We're still kind of looking for the perfect place.
Right on.
Should probably hurry up on that too.
Yeah. Are you East Coast or West Coast or?
I'm in Oklahoma.
Oh, fucking right. Cool, man. I don't know if I can hang being so landlocked.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to, especially the humidity. I'm from California, so Orange County.
Oh, wow. See, I'm a humidity lover, man. I love humidity. I'm all about it. I grew up down in Jersey on the beach. Like, motherfucker's like the most humid place in the world. Ah. That's cool, man. What kind of goats?
Not sure yet. My cousin has a friend that has a few of them, and yeah, we were gonna get some information from him as far as what he thought we should do.
Right on. Milk goats or meat goats? Do you know what you're thinking?
Milk.
Milk goats, right on. Do you eat meat or no?
I will eat it if I'm. It's kind of weird. I will eat it if I kill it.
Right on. Nice. How you doing with that? Are you harvesting chickens?
We actually just had an accident yesterday. A couple of them got out, and when they came back, one of them was acting a little funny. Apparently, a dog got a hold of her, and so she ended up just dying right there. So I cooked her up anyway. What the heck, just
right
a dog
on.
bite. I didn't want her to go to waste.
Right on, man. Yeah, my dogs are fucking shocked at least 2 chickens that did that. Like caught them by the wing and then they just die fucking like a little while later, man. The shock, or I don't know what it is that does it to them.
Yeah, they have heart attacks really easy.
Right. Poor little girls, man.
Yeah, my family was a little bummed out. We got them. I keep telling them they're not your pets. Don't look at them as your pets.
Right.
And that's a little hard with 2 younger ones and then my wife.
Ah.
She seems to be doing okay, but we're gonna get a proper pin put in. We just haven't. There's certain things we haven't done, like permanent things that we don't want to have to redo if we end up going somewhere else.
Right. Yeah, man. Oh, that's cool though, man.
It's fun.
Yeah, man. I gotta get my own. I know a bunch of folks with it all, but I gotta get my own straightened out. I'd like to eventually have a fucking couple of goats and a steer. So I figured it'd be good.
Yeah, I've always had a place, that you can grow food year round. So it's a little bit of a learning curve, figuring out your, when to plant and all that from around here. And as you'll get a little bit of snow, but nothing crazy.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know much about out that way. I've been, as far as the seasonal, seasonal swing of things.
One of the great things about it, and one reason, that I kind of picked it. Well, we have family here, but you can walk outside and literally within 10 feet of you, you're going to find something you can eat. There's just, you got wild strawberries, wild blackberries, hen of the woods, mushrooms, morels, all kinds of stuff out here. Plenty to eat, lots of nut trees.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I don't know too much about there, but that's pretty cool. You guys is there like horses out that way, or what's the land like? Is it prairie or is it like what's it like out there? Like prairie
prairie,
spot.
yeah. Yeah, there's little spots of hilliness that make you feel like you're in the mountains for a little bit, but yeah, it's pretty flat around here.
Right on. That's cool. It's like horse country. Some steer country out there.
Yeah, you got a lot of horses, a lot of goats, chickens, and a lot of cow.
What do you think of Oklahoma as far as the place to do it for like settling in?
I'm not. It seems good so far. I mean, I don't know. I have my reservations. Thinking about going to another, something with a better climate year round. But I mean, as far as the people here, like I'm used to California, and it's just the people are like night and day, man. You don't even have to know the person, but if they're driving by you and you make eye contact, they're gonna wave. They're just really friendly people out here.
Cool, man.
It's a better place.
That's good. What's their freaking what's the gun laws like out there?
I walk around with one on my hip.
Nice on. Is it constitutional carry?
Yeah.
Fucking right. Good. That's good, man.
Yeah, it's nice to have a cop say, "Hey, that's a nice 1911, dude."
Oh hell, nice.
Thank you.
Is that what you rock? That's awesome. 45 or what?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Oh, what a pretty good. That is a gun I've always wanted to get. It's a 1911.
It's my favorite.
You carry it in the thirds. Some people don't like carrying it all locked and loaded and ready to rock, but I think that's the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, I keep it. Unloaded. I mean, it's loaded, but it's not.
Yeah, not one chamber. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah, that's the only tricky part of that gun is the hammer, especially if you got the one live in the chamber there.
Yeah, it's a little. Even the safety is a little strange on this one for me. It's a by Para 1911.
Cool. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, I love those style guns. I was gonna get a Kimber. I found one dude. It was a check. I know, right? It was a Kimber, and dude, the guy with it had a 45 round magazine.
Nice.
Yeah, dude. So it's stuck like about like a foot out of the gun.
That's crazy.
That's so cool, dude. Oh, it's so fucking cool.
Yeah, I got a couple old shotguns, some 22s, nothing huge. We got one 9mm.
I don't. Yeah, I got.
Yeah,
I'm
it
due.
was something that we figured it was something we needed to get, especially with all the shit that's going on now. So we started hoarding up on some ammo and stuff.
Nice. Yeah, good, man. Yeah, that's something America's always good for. Fucking right. Yeah, I mean, shit. You know what's so crazy too is you look what they did. Look what they did to Australia, man. They took their guns, and now look at them.
Right? Poor guys, man. Can't believe that shit.
I feel
And
for them.
when you hear the authorities talk about it, it's almost like they do it with a smugness. Like they're happy to be saying the things that they're saying to them. Like there will be no drink, bar hopping and yada yada. It's like they almost look like they're getting off on it.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's the problem. Here's the thing for me, even especially at this little juncture in time, is like, and even like I started doing a little bit of flat Earth court again, because I'm always reminded of that, like that idea that all it takes for evil to win is for good men to do nothing, and I just think like I always loved. There's like that saying of if you see something wrong, put your hands on it and try to fix it with your hands. And if you can't fix it with your hands, then fix it with your voice. And if you can't fix it with your voice, then fix it fix it with a prayer in your heart, kind of thing. But to fix something with a prayer in your heart alone is the weakest of faith. So like just to sit there and just, oh, I hope everything just gets better for, and I did it just to have a little prayer in your heart. Like that's the weakest of faith.
Yeah, I agree.
Like you've got to step up and say something or do something. And I really wish fucking like Australians could, understood maybe the legal side of things a little better to be able to sue the fucking shit out of these people.
Yeah. I thought they were a feisty bunch too,
Right. Oh, dude, have you seen, what's so good, man? And I'm actually going to do this next time I come across it. It's this video of a guy that he sits down on the train and there's somebody sitting across from him with a mask on. And he's like, hey, you with the mask. He's like, move over there. And the guy's like, what? And he's like, yeah, move over there. Go sit over there. And the kid just goes and does what he tells him. like, unfortunately, it's almost like, dude, like anytime, like, it's like when you see these people in the mask, it's like you just got to give them directions with like authority. You know what I mean? Just hey, get over there, get away from me. Just tell them what to do. You know what I mean? Like, just tell, like, because they're a slave, so they just need orders. So just push them in the right, just hey, you get the fuck out of here. Just tell them like it is. You know what I mean? Like, I just find that hilarious. And if they don't get the irony in it, then fuck them.
Yeah, you don't see too many people around here wearing masks. Even when it was, they were doing all the mandates and stuff, people were still kind of like, kiss my ass.
Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Yep, I remember I went into a store, a lady was like, oh, you got to wear a mask. I was like, dude, I went to town with my little fandango. I was just like, okay, that's cool. Can I just see it in writing? And I was like, are you giving me medical advice? And I pulled out my camera. And dude, the new thing is Billy the Kid style. Pull your camera out and say, I'll make you famous. What can I do now? Oh, I can't go in the store because of the medical thing. Are you a doctor? Are you trying to give me medical advice? And long story short, I ended up going into the store and getting what I wanted and then fucking leaving without wearing the mask.
Nice.
Like, these people are afraid of authority. So once you act like you remember, you are the authority. Therefore, when you act like you're the authority because you know your business, you know what I mean? Nobody really can challenge it because nobody knows where the orders have come from. Nobody, like, anytime you ask these people, well, why do I have to do that? They say, look, well, I'm just doing my job. And I just, okay, so where's your boss? And then where's his boss? And where's her boss? And where's her boss? And the thing is that you can go to the end of the fucking earth and not find the person who made that order. So that being said, the only person that's really in control is you, if you understand that, you know, or any one of us that's in control, and you walk in acting and understanding the law, understanding what they can or can't do, show them the consequences like a boss, and they will just bow down because they are slaves. And once the authority figure is risen up, everyone acts accordingly. I mean, I've done it with officers on the side of the road, and they're like, "Well, why did I do it?" And I'm like, "I don't know why you made that decision." Like, you know, like, fucking, you know, understand. Once you understand the rules and you're operating within their parameters, you know, they realize they are the, you know, the subject. But I don't know, man. I wish more folks did it. You know.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, it baffles me that people haven't caught up. I mean, and people are, but that we've gotten this far without people saying, wait, do a hard stop. I mean, because like all it would take, like I said, they're not going to mandate anything if you ask me. They're just going to make your life a living hell, you know, until you want to, you know. But yeah, I just don't get how people are not seeing this and not.
Well, you know what gets me too is I gotta say it, and I gotta say this because I was on a call with like Merle and another Australian dude, and Merle was talking about, you know, getting the vaccine and how it wasn't that bad and just the idea. And I was thinking to myself, like, you know, remember when you're talking to someone in Australia, is they might not even actually be allowed to speak against COVID without like facing fucking repercussions, like right fucking there. So, like, you know, when we're talking to people online, you know, always have a grain of salt with these Aussies right now because they can't even say anything without possibly the government coming to their fucking house.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts, man.
However, it doesn't mean that if you were in your own private capacity as an Australian, you couldn't actually, like, if they were going to try to restrict you. Remember, this is the whole thing I've been getting. Dude, how long have I been talking about this? You know the deal.
Time. Long time.
Okay, got it. What do you call it? Like this idea that, you know, if you understood your rights, etc., you know, and how to, and you know, and how not to argue with these people. You know what I mean? Like, it's so sad that, like, that is the crux of the issue: is do not create a point of fucking of argument to the point where you're granting jurisdiction to them. And the way you do that is keeping up negotiation. Well, I'd love to, so long as you can show me any genuine accusatory charging instrument that grants you the authority, you know, to do that. And if you can't, then let the record show you may be accepting a $10,000 penalty for deprivation of rights under the color of law. And, you know, that's an offer. It's not an argument. And, like, as soon as we get that, I think we could really bark these fuckers back. But, you know, until people, like, all people ever want to do is fight, though. Want to fight the system. No. You got to come to peace with it and destroy it with the law.
Yep. Those are wise words, my friend.
You know, I get so, you know, or whatever. I don't even know. I don't even know, like, the place to bring it up anymore. And that's the thing that gets me too, is even like in my estimates, it's like, let's say, like, you're a flat earther. Okay, like, you're a flat earther. Okay, great. Right now, the subject du jour is their encroachment on our civil liberties. That's the whole discussion. Until we get to the fucking point where we're back to where it's understood that you're fucking free to roam the earth. You know what I mean? Like, think like this one guy was trying to say that, well, you know, I don't mind the mandates. I just can't travel 5 kilometers outside of my perimeter of my house.
God.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm okay with that. And I started thinking to myself, like, he was talking about, like, you know, how could you verify something? And I was like, how could you verify something 6 kilometers away from your house, you dipshit? You know what I mean? Like, you can't even go fucking 6 kilometers away to verify if something's true or not. So who the fuck are you to fucking talk about or be any kind of arbiter of truth right now?
Yeah, I heard some discussion about those potential passports as far as like traveling and stuff, being like a C, B, and an A grade. Depend situation, you know, C will let you get you, you know, out of your house a certain amount of blocks, B out of your out of your city, out of your state. Who knows? Who knows what they're gonna do, man? It's crazy.
Well, we know what they want to do. It's just, is anyone going to do anything to, to renegotiate the contract?
I don't have enough faith in people anymore. I wish I did, but I've conceded to the fact that I try and wake people up constantly. I still do it, but I'm more focused on my family now anymore. It's all about, when you when you're gathering firewood, you think you got enough, triple it, So
Right.
that's what we've been doing.
Yeah. Well, my only thing is that, it's like, and I mean, I completely agree, but I also think of it, it's like, well, like, what if you live in a society that's trying to like ban firewood? You know what I mean? It's like,
well, they're already banning collection of rainwater, for crying out loud.
right. Like, and that's why I even with the whole flat earth thing, it's like, I always felt like, hey, like, this concept of like, man, all these people are starting to affect my daily life. Like, even with the whole, like, I don't know. Like, I always felt like, hey, I want flat earther arguments to be sound, and I want flat earthers to be a representative of these ideas. Well, you know what I mean? Like, you want those things because, because then it's like all of a sudden society is condemning you based on the grounds of what they heard some dipshit say, online about a subject.
Yeah.
And so the better all of us are, not that I'm down for collectivism, the better we all are at making these points, the more logical the community kind of seems. Same thing with anything else. And if these people are affecting our daily lives, that's why I feel the need to be kind of vocal about any of this shit, is to be like, hey, look, like, you're like, because we're not understanding all this, it's starting to affect my daily life. Therefore, the quicker we let's say, like, like right now, it's like the collective consciousness of mankind is being inundated by big tech and Twitter and all these retarded fucking things. And there needs to be some way to combat that. And people think to themselves, oh, wow, my voice doesn't really matter and this, that, the other thing, so I'm not even going to fucking try. When in reality, I think of it like the Mr. Rogers effect. Like, all the companies and all that, like, Mr. Rogers, like, was up against all the morning cartoons that were trying to do guns, and G.I. Joe, and explosions and excitement and drama and all this crap. And here comes fucking Mr. Rogers and his neighborhood. And it's like the most calm, peaceful fucking thing on television. And everybody paid attention to that. They didn't want what the fucking, the corporations thought kids needed and thought kids were interested in. The people didn't want that. They went to Mr. Rogers, where it was nice and calm and cool, and he was showing you how to tie your shoes. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying now? Like the people, like,
I
it's
used
like,
to love him.
right, dude, for real. Like fucking, and even like the whatever, the romper neighborhood, whatever, where they, like, all those shows back in the day that were simple and nice and polite. They outranked the aggressive, G.I. Joe kind of shit.
Before Disney started taking over.
Right. Well, shit. I mean, but that's the thing, is it's like, and I always love this too. It's like a great line from Bob Marley when they said to him, well, how do you feel about using the fruits of Babylon? Because he was using fucking like electronic equipment. And he turned around and he said, Babylon has no fruit. Like, the idea is like, look, there's a tree with fruit on it. And it's like, like, no one can, like, if you present the simple majesty of the tree, you know what I mean? People will kind of cling to that, and like anything that nature provides is for the use of man, including the system. Like, you know, like people are so like, you know, oh, God created everything, but then they're like, oh, but God didn't, like, the system is man-made though. You know what I mean? Like how far, well, like that just shows your, and to me, like almost like lack of faith in the concept that God created everything. So if God created everything, then there's a remedy in that system for God's people. You know what I mean? But people distinguish, like people are like, oh no, like, you know, God made flowers, but he didn't make the legal system. And I just think there's like, hey, wait a minute. You know, like if you're going to believe a book is divinely inspired, if you're going to, I mean, I don't know to what extent God's hands are on things, but I would dare say that if God made everything, that there's a remedy for God's people. And there's always use for anything for God's people because they're going to see the use in things. You know, I don't know. I'm kind of rambling.
No, I'm listening. I was thinking about heading over to Nathan's watch the fodder debate.
Right on.
You and Cruz, or you gonna hang out here?
I'm probably just gonna hang here. I can't stand some of the heads on that shit. Oh my God, dude.
I hear you. All right, brother. I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, man. I might check them out on the YouTube. So I'll see you, brother.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Flat Earth. Last night I found out that they have long distance sonar detections for submarines that go 325 nautical miles. That was back in World War II. Who knows what it is now? So that's 368 nautical miles, 17 miles of curvature.
That's wild.
So unless the ocean is 17 feet deep, 17 miles deep, and they're floating on the surface, it should be in the shadow of the radar, or sonar rather.
Right.
In before water refraction.
I mean, the refraction wouldn't have too much effect on it, now would it?
They actually say that they say that sound waves bend towards water of lesser density. I think it was. It's either lesser or greater density. So you know how the globers are, right? So if you have a single density, then it's just like the light just like goes in there, and it's like a fiber optic cable just gets stuck in there, making horizontal curves and yada yada yada.
I would like to see some actual video verification or some kind of verification of this because it sounds over the top. How would sound waves be bent like that from density? Like it just doesn't make sense.
Thing was said that sound waves travel. Will try to go into the medium where they have the lowest speed. The lowest speed of sound.
Oh yeah. I guess that would be the path of least resistance or something.
And of course, they probably came up with that because, the same thing, another ad hoc hypothesis. How can this be traveling so far? Oh, we must have sound refraction.
Yeah.
Because everyone knows the Earth's a ball, so
Argumentum ad populum. Because everyone knows it.
it's more like stacked logical fallacies. Stack them on top of each other.
Sometimes I feel like there's so many logical fallacies that it's hard to pick out which ones are which. And yeah.
I know the record on this server in Cogdis was 11 in 2 sentences.
That is impressive. Isn't it like the best thing to walk out to a beautiful blue sky and then watch them streak a nasty fucking, sorry about the swearing, chemtrail across your portion of sky?
I actually haven't seen. I haven't been paying attention. I'll admit, but I haven't seen like blatant chemtrails in a long time.
It's pretty rare around here even, but like straight up. It's like they took a parabolic flight over my house. Went up on one side and came down on the other. Forget the rest of the world.
Jesus Christ, man. I just came out of the coffee shop. They have one job. Pour the coffee, put the lid on correctly. They can't do that. Like, I don't get it.
You gotta be nice a little bit to some of those people. All they can imagine is that job. You know, they can't imagine anything better than what they're doing right now. Like,
But, you know, that doesn't help the 3rd-degree burn on my leg right now.
well, I do. My condolences on that. I'm just saying, like, the people working those jobs are maybe they're not just dumb, but they're very asleep, if nothing else.
Here they get paid, I'd say, fairly good. It's kind of like, you know, working mother type job.
Yeah. I wanted to be a barista at one point just because there was a cute girl in there, but I got over it.
Well, that probably wouldn't have worked out because, you know, girls are trying to date up, not across. You're both working at the same job that's not dating up. Then they're young, so, you know, they don't know what they want yet. Makes you think, do they ever really know what they want?
And therein lies the true mystery.
I challenge anyone to find me a greater mystery than the mind of a woman.
I see what you did there. I was gonna say I'll leave my mic open, except then y'all just hear my cocks crying all the time. What a place to come into the conversation, Jimsy.
Yo, what's up?
Jimsy, it's a great day here, huh? Been outside yet?
Beautiful day. I'm in northeastern, passing by.
I'm in Texas, and yeah, it's gorgeous. Feels good too. It's not hot or anything. Cooling down for the season.
You know, my wife around the area, and her employer was asking for the passport, whatever, and she said, "No, I'm not taking it." She's still going to work.
Really? Who would have thought?
I mean, everybody, like, even normies have seen through the farce at this point.
A lot of
It's
them.
only the hypochondriacs that are holding on to their delusion.
I work with her Indio, and I put a lot of papers together. Like there's like a new this is like a scientific how do you say there was something that came up from Israel, some scientific papers that showed that people that already had the supposed infection, they have more immunity, natural immunity. It's demonstrable that they have more immunity than people that take the jabs. So, and also gave her some.
The jab has no immunity.
Yeah.
Zero, zilch, nada, nothing.
That's
They're not even
experimental.
pretending that it does anymore. They've just given up on
Right.
that.
They're just like, gotta get your next vax, every 2 weeks. Oh,
They moved the goalposts.
yeah.
They moved the
Oh,
goalposts. Now it's just preventing you from. It's lowering the mortality and hospitalizations of people that get COVID. So if you're vaccinated, you're less likely to die. Is what they're saying.
Just makes me want to go, like, just
I
shut
just
up.
dropped. I just dropped about the university, and the university itself. It's saying that you could have you could write a letter, a serious letter, if you don't believe on the shots, right? Exemption, and we went that route, and she wrote a letter, and we saying that she doesn't want to damage her body. She doesn't believe in damaging her body, and I found a bunch of links of the CDC and the government saying that the V shots are dangerous. I mean, they have they're contaminated and stuff like that. And also, there's so much information out there that tells you, hey, if you take this stuff, you'll be damaging your body. So we don't believe in that, in damaging our body, right? Because someone says so.
And a politician at that.
I'm sorry for bringing this up, but I just dropped my wife at the university, and she has to provide the paperwork before the 8th, and we put it together today. I mean, for the past few weeks, and today she gonna deliver it.
Hey,
we're gonna see what they say in Northeastern University of the U.S.
Wow. I'll send some prayers out if you guys will take it.
Well, here's the funny thing: is that they could barely. Shouldn't even say proof. Okay, they could barely demonstrate the existence of coronavirus statistically in the first place, right? As far as this person has symptoms, they test positive for coronavirus. The tests were bad, right? You had all these 80% false positives. Then you had all these cases where people were asymptomatic, right? You got a large batch, huge percentage asymptomatic. You got a huge batch of people of bad tests that would just say inconclusive or whatever. Now, how do you determine the efficacy? So that's your background data. Now you have a vaccine. How do you prove the efficacy of the vaccine when you can't even demonstrate COVID in the first place? How do you know if the vaccine works or not? How do you know anything? It's one of the, listen, the education system in America sucks, okay? People don't understand statistics or statistical manipulation. Like, it's actually depressing, to be honest.
This guy in TV promoting the people take the shots. These people have never treated patient with the disease, right? This how do you say, the CDC director?
Of course. They're doctors, but they're not practicing physicians.
Not practicing or doing anything. They're just saying, take the pharmaceutical product because it's good for you.
Well, what about these people that run public health agencies, right? And their minions? They're not treating anybody. A lot of them don't even they have like degrees in public health, but they're not doctors. They have kind of like a quasi-medical / political science degree. It's really just a propaganda degree, if you really want to, call it what it is.
So are we not worried about talking about all this on the live anymore, or?
Yeah, we got worried about Yo-Yo stream. Yeah, we should shut the fuck up.
I just was like sitting here blown away. I wasn't gonna tell you to shut up or anything, but I was just like, whoa, is this okay?
See, you guys say hi to me, and I was just driving away from the university where, you know, I've been having this in my mind for the past few days, for the past weeks, because you know, my wife is worried about it and stuff. But I just help her out with the paperwork, and we just made a letter and say she's exempt, and she also has natural immunity because the science shows that she already had it, and she got over it. So she's naturally has more immunity than anybody that took the shots.
Yeah, we all
So yeah.
know the science isn't exactly what they're going for.
So did you get any paper? Did you get any research that showed that people that had already had coronavirus and that are vaccinated have a higher risk of complications?
Yes, I have.
Cool.
This is a recent recent study that came out or something. I just, yeah, I was looking into it. There's also like 2 days ago, someone he won a lawsuit against an university that he already had it and he has more immunity. He used this study and he won the lawsuit against the university basically, and he doesn't have to take the uh the jab to go to work because the study shows that he has more immunity and he has natural immunity compared to the when you compare it with people that took the jab, the people that have natural immunity are less propense to get the infection again. That's what the study from Israel showed apparently. But yeah, I have it here, but I'm driving, so I'm not touching the phone.
Well, the last thing I saw is that there's actually no confirmed case where somebody that was infected became reinfected with coronavirus. That none of those cases, it's kind of like anecdotal, where people are just saying it. It's kind of like a rumor that's getting passed around, but it's never been
So
confirmed.
we put together an exemption, right? Based on her beliefs, whatever. Then we put the science that shows that taking the shots can damage the body and cause adverse reactions that she doesn't want to risk herself into. And then we show also the study that shows about the the natural immunity is better than the V shot immunity. So we put that stuff together and paperwork exemption, and also ask them to provide any evidence of that the shots will be, you know, will help her, will make her immune to that, and that if um, that they can that she will be better off and there's no risk attached to, you know, to taking shots. But yeah, she should be good because the university itself, they have in their on their website they say that if you have a belief that you don't believe in these shots, you just put it on a letter and we're gonna review it. They just gotta accept it, I think. And the precedent around the US is showing that they're gonna take the exemptions. They've been taking the exemptions in many places, so she should be good.
Listen, Genzi, if it doesn't stop you from catching it, and it doesn't stop you from spreading it, the shot that is, what is the point of the shot?
Yeah.
What is the point of mass enforcement of it? I could understand, right, the university or any business, right, being worried about legal liability from not taking precautions and having like a customer or someone that works there die from COVID because not having a vaccination policy. I could understand that rationalization, but they don't have that rationalization anymore.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because the vaccine is not preventing the spread of the disease, right?
Yeah.
So then what? So what's the rationalization? You can't even. Like, they're not. There's no reason to be afraid of a lawsuit. So what's the deal? People that are vaccinated spread it just like someone unvaccinated. There's no difference between the two people. The protection is really just for yourself. That's it. has no effect on the public, right? So anybody other than yourself has no effect on. So why is it their business?
You know something, Indio? Her boss, my wife's boss, he had no idea that the university takes exemptions, that you could submit a letter for an exemption. He had no idea of this. My wife had to present it. Nobody, like none of the managers or the bosses, nobody knew about the exemption. Me and my wife, the ones that presented the paperwork. Then they came up and say, "Yeah, present the paperwork," and we are throwing it today. So they are just claiming, they're just saying, "Hey, take your shot. If you don't take it, you can't come to work." But they're just saying that. They don't know, they didn't know anything about the exemptions. They don't know anything about the liabilities or the damages that this stuff can cause to people. They don't know anything. They're just repeating whatever is in the news, in the TV, and just following that. They don't know even they don't know their policies or the exemption policy of the university itself, because it's in the university website, but they don't know about it.
Yeah, well, people are just doing things by word of mouth, man, and like their personal preference. Yeah, this other manager told me everybody has to get it, so I'm going to enforce it on all the people that are under me. You know, it's craziness, man. We're watching like the collapse of like, I mean, I'm not exactly complaining. I'm not too fond of this method of collapse, but watching the collapse of like civilization, like right before our eyes, man. It's just crazy. Like,
you know, I
what I was saying to somebody, try and buy a coffee after 5 o'clock at night, Jemsy. Go ahead, see if you can find one.
What was that? A coffee?
Try and find a cup of coffee after 5 o'clock at night. Gas stations don't count, so no gas stations. Like Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks, Cafe Nero, pick one. All these places are closed.
Yeah, they're closing early.
How the hell is every coffee shop in the city of Boston closed after 5 o'clock, dude, on a weekday? All the convenience stores are closed. Like all these places are still shut down. I just don't get it, man. I was gonna catch an Uber. It was like after 10 o'clock, dude. That shit was like Symphony Hall to Arlington. That shit said like $90. I was like, what the fuck? $90 to go 6 miles?
Oh,
I'm dead up serious, bro. Dead up serious. $90.
Whenever you need a ride, you let me know.
No, I didn't need a ride. I got like, because of that, I found this dude that's a taxi cab driver. He's like on call, dude. He's like my chauffeur, dude. 3 in the morning, he'll come get me. He said. I've actually had to use him a couple of times.
I swear, India, whenever you need a ride, you let me know. I'm right here. I'll take you anywhere. If they're gonna charge you that much to go to Arlington or anywhere, bro, I'll take you. I'll take you anywhere for free, bro. Swear to God.
Yeah, it's just like it's like at a certain time of night, man. Like all the prices for like regular services quadruple or go up 6, dude. Because normally, like Symphony to Arlington is about I don't know, $16, $18, depending on what time of day. It depends on how many drivers are in the area, what time of day it is, all those factors. But when there's less drivers, like at 10 o'clock at night, you're like at 1 in the morning when the buses stop, man, that shit's like $140. That's serious, man. It's insane. But like the point is, we're like watching the collapse of Western civilization right before our eyes.
Everything is falling together. Like all the dominoes are falling at the same time.
And you got this crazy inflation, man. Like, Jamesy, I went into a Stop and Shop. That was it, Stop and Shop. So you got sliced American cheese. A 24 pack of sliced American cheese was $8. You go to a
Bro,
place like Market Basket, it's like $2.50.
In Revere, I paid $10 for a fried dough. Remember the festival?
Oh shit! Yeah, I didn't buy anything there.
You know what was how much? You know, a steak with chicken. You know this? We call it pinchos. It's chicken on a stick. $20.
No, it's fucking Woodstock prices, man. That's straight up Woodstock price.
I didn't pay the 20 for the chicken, but I did bought the fried dough.
Yo, man, they listen. That better be like an elite chicken. That must be the king chicken, right? Like we killed the top chicken just for you, buddy. $20 for chicken. Out of your goddamn mind.
In a way, they're definitely playing this crazy game, but for like we've been talking, you know, the Hegelian dialectic, they're gonna give us all these problems, and then they're gonna come out with some type of solution. I don't think society is gonna just fall apart. I mean, like in the movies, like people are expecting. But there's people predicting like food shortages and all that kind of stuff. You know that the containers went up. I think last year it was like 8,000 for a container, and now it's like almost like 20,000 to transport a container. It went up like 2 times the cost. So there's big tension.
I think it's gonna be more like, I don't think it's gonna listen. This isn't like a collapse, like everything, like you're gonna fall off a cliff. This is gonna be like the slow degradations of goods and services, right? Just like over time, right? So like, say you have to go to court, or you have an appointment, or you have something, like it's gonna get longer and longer and longer to get it, and then you're gonna have like these weird variances, right? So like where people like skirt paperwork or double dip or do all these little conniving little things. So like, just like in my articles I've read. So check this out. Last night I watched a video. So this dude comes on, someone help me. I need a lawyer, something like that. My wife is getting $2,000 a month child support. And then he tells you like his story, right? So his story was 2 years before this, his wife up and leaves him and his 3 kids, right? He doesn't see her for 2 years. She doesn't have the kids. He does. He's been taking care of them for 2 years. He still has the kids. He just gets a letter in the mail. You owe $2,000 in child support. $2,000 a month. He still has the kids, dude. He's taking care of the kids. She's getting paid child support for kids she doesn't even have. Like, how does this shit happen?
Yeah.
But there's like, I every day I read like something that is so whacked out, like that it's like, it's not like, well, you know, maybe he's right, maybe she's right. Something that is just so blatantly wrong on its face that no one that's over 3 years old has to think about it. There's so many of these that are just happening over and over and over again. The bombing in Afghanistan where they killed all those kids. They bombed a fucking yard. 8 of the people they killed were kids. These people claim they can see a dime from their Predator drones from the sky, right? That they can read a dime. You can't make out 8 kids. One's 2 years old. Like, you fucking... And reading things like 90% of the people killed by drone strikes are, what was it? 90% of the people killed are civilians. 90%.
They label it
for
collateral.
20 years we've been collateral damage. That's the good word for murder.
Yeah.
But think about it. We just had a war that cost what, $2 trillion for 20 years to kill civilians. Think about that for a second. Like, what the fuck?
Bro, people have been calling this since before the first drone strike, before they say, because when they say let's go to war, people were saying this is going to be the case. people are gonna die, civilians are gonna die, we're gonna waste a lot of money, a lot of time, our brothers and sisters are gonna die for nothing. No, you guys are crazy. We're gonna spread freedom around the world. That's why we gotta go to war. We gotta spread freedom. And look, I guess people knew this was gonna happen. And those people calling this out were the conspiracy theorists. Those were the crazy people. We gotta go there and do all this before they come here and get us. Remember that?
Yeah,
That
fight them
logic.
over there so we don't have to fight them over here. That crap.
Yeah.
The point I was trying to make is now there's so many absurd injustices happening just so regularly that are like just not an injustice, like an absurd one, just so absurd. You have those like outlier cases, but also you have the ones in the middle, which are just little teeny injustices that are happening more and more regularly. This is like the society will decay. What did I hear? I heard something like, if you make bad laws, people will ignore the good ones. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Because they won't have
Yeah.
respect for the law.
You know what's been
Here, you can talk. Hold on a second. I'm going in the store.
Yeah.
So you gotta say I'm listening.
Yeah. So a lot of people have been bringing up the the immunity from the pharmaceuticals at this moment because of the product that is being right now. There's people that are being damaged, right? Adverse reactions and stuff, and a lot of people have noticed that nothing can be done. They're completely immune to damages caused by their product. So there's a lot of lawyers and the people in the news are surprised that even the lawyers of law that know about this, they say no, you can't do anything. The pharmaceuticals are completely protected. People like this stuff, like this guy that you say was paying $2,000. Like these court systems are designed that how do you say, child support court? It's
Yeah.
not even a court. That it is designed to scam people. Same thing with the immunity of the pharmaceuticals at the moment. Nobody can sue them, and right now people are getting damaged, and that's it. That's the end of it. You signed this product is an experiment, and if you get damaged, it's your problem. It's a you problem, not our problem. So take it or leave it.
Well, here's the brilliant thing, right? So, saying in the law, for every right there's a remedy. You have no remedy, you have no rights. So what they've effectively shut down the courts. So you can't even challenge this shit. So like, hey, they're trying to force me involuntarily to take an experimental treatment as a condition of employment. This is against the Geneva Convention because it's a uncompensated human clinical trial. You're basically doing forced human experimentation. Right? So you can't even go to court to sue because the court's closed.
Yeah, exactly. They're not gonna hear it. They're gonna throw it to the trash. Basically, that's what they do. They throw you could present whatever you want. They throw it to the trash if they want to.
People don't understand how countries are actually like what do you call it? Made to submit. They're made to submit voluntarily because the alternative is better than what exists. So the Romans ended up taking over a lot of countries, not because everybody was afraid of the Romans, but because their administration of justice was better than everybody else's. And they even had a saying I don't know what it is in Latin, but it says, through administration we shall rule. Right? So if two people had some personal beef, the Romans set up a system where there would be justice, that they set up their court system so that you would actually have some semblance of justice. Instead of like, trial by battle or some, I have more friends that are going to swear I'm telling the truth versus you, so I'm right. So if they take away the court system and the administration of justice and being able to enforce, your rights, then you have nothing. You literally have nothing.
You have something. But I get your point.
Well, we have our rights being violated, like every which way but loose. And the primary right that's being violated is our right to be left alone, because that's the primary right. So we have a right to be left the fuck alone. Like, we don't have to interact with the government. We don't have to interact with any of these clowns if we don't want to. They're forcing interactions, and we can't even stop them. We can't even stop them because we can't go to court to stop them. There's still people that are awaiting trial. They were waiting a trial a year before COVID even kicked in, and now they've sat there for another couple of years.
Yeah, I know, dude.
They don't have access to the courts. But go ahead. Sorry.
I talked with Battle about this a little bit last night, and what's happened. I can see it clear as day. It just I can't believe it took me fucking 14 years of studying to see it for everything that it is. But I did. I do. We all got tricked into participating in a system that makes idols. Second commandment. We end up participating, breaking the second commandment and the eighth commandment, and then it just snowballs from there. And that's how they get their jurisdiction. It was a Kansas City shuffle. So that's where all these people are sitting in jail. That's where all these people are voluntarily in prison. I mean, at least the ones that are non-violent, right?
No, they're voluntarily in prison too. They committed a
Right.
violent act, right? So part of a crime is called the mens rea, that you had an evil intent. So they intended to do that evil act, so they are in jail voluntarily.
Well, no. Like some of the people that are in there for cannabis. Like they're serving 10 years for having a pound of cannabis at their house. That type of shit. Like the actual non-violent where there is no victim at all.
Well, they did some other act which made them voluntarily there. Some act that they don't even remember or know about.
Right. That's the Kansas
there's
City
two types of crimes. There's two types of crimes. There's crimes that are it's called mala in se, which is a crime which is evil within itself, and then there's mala prohibita, which is like violation of cannabis possession laws, say, which are they're against the law by prohibition, right? So, but what gave them the right to prohibit it in the first place? Right, you had to do some voluntary act, and the voluntary act is declaring you're a citizen, getting a driver's license, doing all these things that says I'm participating in this society called the state of Massachusetts, and I'm going to declare myself a citizen. And as a citizen of the state of Massachusetts, just like joining any other club, you got to follow their rules, ordinances, and bylaws. And you don't get to just pick and choose when you get to follow them. If you take the benefits of the state, you got to bear the burdens of the state. So when you fill out a driver's license, right, there's certain declarations from the application. Are you a resident? Okay, say you're a resident. There's certain you're making a declaration, man, that there's actually resident is actually a split into two words. So there's the res is actually a legal term, meaning the thing, right? And ident, it means, of course, identity, right? So basically, you're to say you're a resident means I'm associating my property, I'm identifying my property as being a part of the state, right? So the state is not a geographical area. It's a common misconception. The state is a body politic. And I can get, if I had to, I could just post citations of court cases that say all this shit. I'm not going to go through all that, first of all, on my cell phone, but point is, we do certain voluntary acts, and due to people's ignorance of the law, which is not a defense, they confess things, right? So I say I'm a resident, I say I'm a citizen. Those statuses have certain legal ramifications. And when you declare yourself a resident or a citizen, you of a Massachusetts or any other state, you're saying that I'm going to follow these rules and regulations because I'm also going to derive the benefits that the state gives its residents and citizens. It's a little trick, man. It's not even a trick. It's laziness, poor education system, and just general ignorance.
It all started with a trick, my friend.
Yeah, the birth certificate. People started filling out those fucking things. That's when it started.
Yeah, so I'm saying they started this shit back in Persia, Canaan, Babylon. It's the same thing. Persia had the same problem that we're having now. There's a lot of nations that were started up. I mean, hell, good or bad, under fraud or under community agreement. It's all ended up the same way. People get tricked into a form of slavery under the Genesis 1 trust by becoming the trustee and not being the heir, basically.
So here's a funny question. If when this country was founded, there was no such thing as district attorneys and police, how did people go to jail for crimes? Who prosecuted the crimes? People prosecuted their own crimes. If someone did something to you, you would prosecute the crime. Right? So
or you would take it before the elders of
you would caption the case. It would be like called res publica or something like that, right? So these are actual cases in America that were captured res publica. You would a regular person could prosecute a crime against a person, against any other person, because a crime is an offense against the public at large. It's not even about that person. So it's against the good order of the public in the state. Yes, there's a victim, usually. There should be a victim.
Right, that's what it's mutated into, but that's the trick.
Well, it's mutated. Yeah. It's like now they consider like as if you're on a boat, right? So like when you're on a boat, you need to maintain good order on the boat, right? Because you can only have one captain. Got to maintain good order because if you don't, you're all going to die. So there's certain variances to like normal human social interaction, right? That we tolerate because we're on a ship and our lives depend on that we have good order. So they've taken this, they've applied it to the land where we are, right? So they make these prohibitions, right? So it's just like a captain of a ship that says no one's allowed to sleep between 1 and 2. He doesn't need to tell you the reason. He doesn't need to tell you anything. He's determined that it's for the good order of the ship, for the safety of the ship. And this is what they do. Like, oh yeah, we're going to prohibit marijuana. We don't need a reason, right? We don't need anything. So we're going to prohibit this. And because you are on this vessel, right? And in this case, member of the state, citizen, whatever moniker you want to slap on it, you're part of this society. You got to do what the rules say. It doesn't have to be a victim.
Except that
Okay.
the captain that we have at the moment, it's insane. It's going crazy.
Insane would be an upgrade for Biden. Right now, he's like in a permanent vegetative state.
The boat is sinking, and people still following orders to the captain, to the insane captain.
Yeah. Well, in the first mate is fucking just as crazy. And, like, no one wants to appoint her either because they're more scared of the first mate.
Right, but they're the
Even
puppets.
crazier than the captain.
All of those people you see on TV are puppets. They don't do fuck all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the way Sam Kidd, who put it this way, blaming the president for things that go wrong is like blaming the hood ornament for the car crash.
Right. Look, the reason why this place is like this is because people made bad choices and chose to get tricked. And I hate to say it, but that's what it is. And that's all over. It's the same trick that's been presented to every country.
Look, human laziness and I can't think of anything other than human laziness and lack of memory.
Well, I mean, dude, these things I'm not going to have to go out and till the land anymore because the Romans have come and made it easy, which I think that's a load of bullshit too, to a degree. I think that we had plenty of versions of advanced technology prior to now that have long been forgotten.
Well, I think the very fundamental part of what's wrong with at least America is third-party liability, insurance. America's just one large insurance scam. And when I say insurance, it means nobody's responsible for their actions. Everybody's got somebody else to pay, right? You get a car crash, you just pay a premium. You don't have to be responsible. Your insurance company's going to pay. Oh, I don't have to be responsible for my retirement because I got Social Security. Oh, we have fiat currency. We don't have to have the currency backed by anything. Our future generations are going to pay tax, and they're going to be the backing for this currency. We're always pushing it off to a third party, right? So the limited liability scam, right? And this is how people actually got to this country. They used to be called charter parties. Detail minutia, but this is the foundation of everything wrong with America. Strict liability, man. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. That's what the common law was. Got away from that shit.
But the common law was bad. It was already a perversion of what we used to have. That's the problem. The common law is case law. It's based off of case law in England and here in the States. And there's your first problem.
Really.
They're not supposed to be making law from the bench, though.
No, listen,
and that's what they're doing.
Common law is defined as the customs of men since time immemorial. That's the definition, right. The legal definition of it. The customs of men since time immemorial. And the common law are in the Rome, it was called the lex non scripta. These are laws that don't need to be written down, right? These are things like if you make a promise, you keep it. If you give something to somebody, you're not going to presume a gift that they owe you for it. Little stupid things, right? Little stupid things that everybody knows as a child. These are the principles of the common law. The thing is, they've taken statute law, put it on top of it, right? So, like, when you appeal a case, like I have a case, right? The case itself is decided under statute law, like the laws of the state. But how those laws of the state are interpreted through the lens of the common law. People don't understand that lens, here's one. First person to leave the battlefield loses by default, right? So if someone sends you a notice, hey, you injured me, and you don't do anything about it, right? You don't reply, you just ignore it. The law assumes that, like, you did that shit. Because a responsible human being, a responsible man, what do they call it? Reasonably prudent man that's in possession of his faculties will respond to it, right? That's what responsible people do. Hey, you hurt me. Do something, make me whole. Responsible man will say, yes, I hurt you. I'll make you whole. No, I did not hurt you. I'll make you whole. You know how many cases are tanked because did not make a timely objection? I can't even tell you how many cases I've read where they lost a case because they failed to object at some point, right? And then they object at some later point. And the common law says, hey, you got to object at the time, the time they do something. You can't wait 3 years later and say, hey, at trial they did this. But they say, why didn't you object at trial? Okay, you didn't make a timely objection. Your appeal's denied. Game over. And this is the common law. These little principles are common law principles. The common law is only applied in a court sense in torts, right? A tort is a personal thing, right?
To a degree, though, but the problem you're having is the foundation. That all sounds great, but right now there's zero foundation for any of that shit to stand on. Zero.
The foundation has been lost. People don't see it. They don't even know how to apply listen, people don't know how to exercise their rights. I hear people come on here all the time and say the government should do this, the government should do that, they're violating my rights, yada, 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 cry me a river, right? None of that shit matters because if you don't know how to enforce your rights, it means nothing.
But this all boils down to trust law and estate law, basically. All right. There's Genesis 1 moving forward. The problem is
trust law is Roman law. You know that, right? Like
no. It was pre-Romans, buddy. Go read Genesis 1 again. Go read the first 15 freaking verses. It's right there in black and white.
The law of Moses and Leviticus is strict liability.
Well, right, but I don't look at law like everybody else. Most people, I look at it for what it is in the document that's starting it. There's various
but I hate to tell you, your interpretation of the law means absolutely nothing.
Wow.
And listen, that's not like a personal jab. Like I hear people all the time. They'll read a statute, right? They read a statute. They say the Massachusetts law says this, that, and the other thing. And yeah, to a layman, yeah, that's what it says. But guess what? The courts interpret what the law means. Okay, so it only matters what they think the law means. It does not matter what you think the law means. So that's why you get something like the laws of the state of Massachusetts annotated. So you'll have the law, the statute law, and under that we'll have how the court interpreted that law and applied it to a case. This is how you have to proceed. If you actually want to prevail in a court setting, you have to actually use the court's interpretation of the law to prevail. Your interpretation doesn't mean anything. Like my interpretation doesn't mean anything either.
Right, but that's under trustee statutes, though. That's the thing. All of these systems, all of these things, they're fake as fuck. There is no governor or secretary of state.
They're not fake because they have guns. Like, listen, you can say they're fake and they don't matter, but they have the guns. Like,
I get all of that. But I don't
perception is reality.
That is a moot point from where I'm standing. The point is that everyone's getting treated and processed under trustee statutes and ordinances when we're not supposed to be fucking trustees. We're not even supposed to have trustee documents.
Yeah, maybe. Depends. Depends on if you take the benefits of a trust, you have to abide by the letters of that law.
Yeah, as
you can't get the benefits of a trust. Listen, you can't get the benefits of the trust and not adhere to the trust itself. You have to. The trust says you got to be 21 to get this money. You have to be 21 to get that money. If the trust says you can't drink or like to get this money, you have to be drug tested every month. You have to be drug tested every month. If you take the money, and they get people to take the money, being a euphemism for any benefit, basically.
The letter of that for a beneficiary can only go so far, and it cannot violate that which is natural. This is why trusts all have to be
I agree with that.
So there's a problem. Again, you're back to someone somewhere found trustee crap, and they're winding it up in this personal trust, and they're putting it on someone else. Because a trust is there for the benefit of the entire estate and not just part of it, not just one jackass.
Yeah, but the trustor can dictate. So if you make a trust, you can dictate the terms of that trust. So a birth certificate is a perfect example. Birth certificate. So when you fill out a birth certificate, you put your child in a guardian ward relationship with the state, which is why you don't like they can just take your children away willy-nilly whenever they feel like, because you are no longer, you've entered, because a guardian ward relationship is a trust relationship.
Right.
It's the same structure.
However, the application for the COLB was the first security, and that was never supposed to leave the parents' hands. What ended up happening is the document that would be evidence of dominion for the particular individual was transferred and traded. It was swapped out for the trustee's document. So what you're holding for you and for your children's is a trustee document. The original security is that of the dominion. It's a trick. They swapped the documents on everybody.
Okay. Listen, it's I don't even think it goes without saying that people don't understand the legal ramifications of filling out a birth registration. They have no clue what they're doing.
Right.
But they are getting a benefit. They're getting a benefit that now that child gets the benefits of the state. If the child gets injured, the state will take care of it, and that's kind of what you're buying into.
Yeah, and now you've got what the hell's that movie with Jim Carrey?
I don't know.
The one where he's born into the corporation owns him, and it's his whole
the
life.
Truman Show.
There you go. So that's basically what's happened. Is you weren't Truman when you started out. However, they swapped documents that made you Truman.
Well, listen, it's a voluntary act, right?
To a degree, after you turn 18 or 21, according to a state law that's older than fucking anybody's ever been alive. Age of
What I'm
majority.
saying is the birth registration, the act of filling that out is a voluntary act. It's your parents' fault. That's what I'm telling you. It's my parents' fault.
But if they would have kept that document and never sent it anywhere, it wouldn't have done anything other than been proof of an event.
Yes, exactly. A birth registration is proof of an event. It has nothing to do with a living body, right? The hospital souvenir is the proof of the body, right? So the hospital souvenir actually has biological data on it. They have the footprints of the baby.
Wow, I thought that was the placenta.
No,
the fuck you carry a placenta around? Here's my ID, but here's the placenta.
No, I mean like the reason why they take it and all that.
Who knows what they do with a placenta? They probably freaking drink the blood out of the umbilical cord.
They save them in a lot of places. I got friends that are nurses.
Yeah, I heard they save them, and that's like what you give up. You're not supposed to give that up.
Well, you're not supposed to detach the baby before the placenta has given up all of its resources either. But
Listen, you shouldn't be filling out state documents in the first place. You should be recording births and deaths in your family Bible. That's what you should be doing. You shouldn't be filling out the secular government's bullshit. Shouldn't even be associating with that. Shouldn't be
Yeah, why
going
is
to
it
the
their business
hospital. You
anyway?
shouldn't be declaring. Exactly. It's none of their business. Like, if you actually look at a birth registration, not only do you freaking declare that the kid's a bastard because you put the woman's maiden name. Have you ever noticed that? The woman's maiden name's on there. She's a maiden, right, and not married. So the document says that she's a maiden and not married, man. Even though it's a checkbox that says married, but it's not a, what would you call it? An ecclesiastical marriage. It's not a common law marriage. It's a fucking statutory marriage, which is no marriage at all, right? So bastards. So if you look at the definition of these words, right? So the word hospital means home of the needy.
Huh.
Right? So so if you like, okay, so we have the birth registration. A child was born to an unwed mother, so that child's a bastard, in a home of the needy. So you go back to the statute of Edward, where they declared that all bastards, infirm, nutcases under the doctrine of parens patriae are under the care and protection of the king, right? So now you have this guardian ward relationship voluntarily done by the parents. And there's no excuses, man. Like, because they presume that when you're filling out legal documents, you're at full capacity, you know exactly what you're doing, that they're not done under duress, you haven't been tricked. But this is what the
Never
law
heard that.
assumes. Well, I mean, when you sign a document, they don't assume that you were tricked.
Of course not.
They assume that, like, when you signed that shit, you knew exactly what you were doing.
Yeah, they offered you to sign it. They didn't force you to sign it.
And you accept.
Yeah.
And then you try to come back years later when they try to take your kid. And like, oh, that was an unfair bargain. Too fucking late, because you've been putting that kid in public school. You've been taking state benefits. You've been doing this and doing that. You can't come along now when it's time to pay and say, I don't want to pay. No, too late, man.
Well, hold on now, because that's the problem. Go read House Joint Resolution 192, 1933.
Yeah,
There is
gold
no pay.
standard, yeah.
There's nothing to pay with. There hasn't been anything to pay with since the 1900s. So what do you mean by pay?
Monopoly.
It's all
what I mean, but I'm not talking about monetary. I was using, like I said, I was using money as a euphemism. Pay means anything of value.
Right.
So there's duties and obligations, right? So you can't, if the state fulfills its duties and obligations, or the protection that they said that they were going to give, and you accept it, then you have duties and obligations as a condition of that acceptance.
Yeah,
you
no.
accept
They're already
service.
supposed to be, under the law of war, they're supposed to be providing protection for the country that they've invaded and are occupying anyway. So, like another Kansas City couple, they're trying to put the liability back on us when it always belongs with them. Once fraud, always fraud. It doesn't matter. Whatever started in fraud will remain in fraud until it ends, and it will remain fraudulent. So there is a remedy.
So what do you do? Let's say you have a kid at a hospital. You're offered all these things. I'm aware of what's going on. Some of it. I know the idea behind it. I understand how they structure it. What's the alternative?
When you're in the hospital and your child is born in the hospital and they offer all this stuff, you say thanks for the offer, but no thank you. We're gonna consult with the family physician about this stuff.
Well, yeah, you decline, but then what?
And then you get, when you're done, you get out of the hospital.
Well, no, I'm saying after that. This kid grows up, or child. This child's growing up. Now what? What's this child have to face? What's he have to go through, or she?
What do you mean?
Like,
Life,
how's
like
life
everybody.
going to be different from someone that accepted all these terms and conditions?
It depends on how you did all of their paperwork. Because, see, the parents are supposed to be the ones keeping the birth records, creating the birth certificate. The family is supposed to sign it as witnesses that this event happened. Like, there's so much that's messed up that's broken down the family. It's unreal.
Yeah.
It's always the same thing. It stems from not wanting to take responsibility. I don't want to do this work, so someone else is going to do it, and I'm lazy.
But look at the Amish, all right? They do everything that they need to do. They have all of their rights, and nobody messes with them anymore.
Oh, dude, I never thought about that. So what's the government do about Amish communities?
Well, okay, what do you mean by government? Because there ain't one. Other than you, there is zippity doodah for a form of government. There ain't shit. There hasn't been.
I'm just using it in a sense of, would someone send a census to Amish community in that way? That's how I mean it. Like, in what way do they try and get in their business?
Well, bro, a lot of the trustees were going after them, like suing them for using public land, but they couldn't do diddly about it. There's been a lot of battles. I watched a few of them when I was growing up in different states. The so-called state would try and go after this group of Amish people because, taxes, and the Amish would show up and, oh shit, you're right, you don't have to pay us taxes. Oh.
That'd be nice. I lived close to a lot of Amish, and they made all the furniture, made lots of money off that furniture.
Right. But see, they the system is built to trick people into no longer being the beneficiary of the original trust under the creator of all things, and pushes them over to be in a trustee position. And they don't teach you what to do, how to do even the trustee position. So everything you do, you screw everything up. Everything. You cloud your own life, your own title, more and more and more. It's a cheap trick, but it's effective.
Surely someone's got a playlist out there where someone just breaks this down in a giant presentation, A to Z.
I've got a few things. Indio's hitting on like everything, but again, you have to look at the document, the oath or affirmation for the office holder. Does the Secretary of State of any of these so-called states have an oath or affirmation on file to the public as they're supposed to according to the constitutional law of that state? Nope, none of them do. Why? Because they don't fucking have one. None of them have one. There are 0 businesses registered to do business with the Secretary of State in every single state. Even though government agencies, by public law, are supposed to be registered with the Secretary of State in order to do business in that state, the metes and bounds of that state. Oh, well, there aren't any. The Secretary of State is a corporation.
What if I had a business and I tried to do that? What kind of response do you think I'd get?
Well, it depends. If you're fixing the first problem, there's been a breach of trust. Genesis 1 trust, there's a breach. In your family, breach. The question is what are you going to do about that first? I can help identify it. I can show you what it is. There are other people that are beyond my level of study that have repaired this breach already within that system, which is where I'm headed. I see the breach clear as day. Devil in the garden walks up to Adam and Eve and says, "Oh man, my job is amazing. I love being a trustee, man. You guys should love to try my job. Man, looks like y'all got a lot of hard work over there being beneficiaries." It's just swapping places. It's all the trick is swapping places with the trustee, which we're not supposed to do. Everything stems from that. Everything. In scripture, God didn't want the tribes to have kings. He knew that kings would do things against the will of the people. They would violate the social compact agreement, the breach of trust. It would be a problem. But they're stupid. They didn't want dominion. They wanted somebody else to do all the easy work for them.
Yeah. It's weird. Everything always goes back to that idea of, well, I don't actually want to do this anymore. I've got enough on my plate. I don't want to accept this responsibility.
Right. But it's so easy.
Well, how did people get like this? Where did that even start? How come no one drew a line in the sand, and why did so many people fall for the trick?
Ego, pride, gluttony, lust, envy. Take your pick.
Yeah. So back to like the business. I'm gonna take a flight soon. I don't want any kind of medical devices covering my face. The airline has no business giving me medical information without a license. I'm aware of that aspect, but I don't know how I can practically use something.
Right. Well, here's the problem. All right. Going all the way back to Genesis 1, making this shit as clear as day. A beneficiary has all of the rights and limited responsibility. The trustee has privileges and a shit ton of responsibility. So a beneficiary has all of the rights. A trustee has all of the privileges, very few rights, if any. That should show you where your documentation has you, the man, standing in reality. Do you have rights or do you have privileges? Does your right get swept away to the wayside by somebody that claims you have privileges?
I can't go up to them and say that.
Right, but again, baby steps first. There's ways to avoid things. Like I haven't flown recently, and I want to so bad. Oh my god, I want to. I love flying. I would love to deal with this because I have a few tricks up my sleeve that might help me.
Show me your tricks. See if I can use them. I can't anything too crazy, obviously, because I wouldn't know enough. But
It has to do with equity. It's basically an equity. As king, as king, as king, as king. Sir, do you have this? Does that apply to a living man? Well, sir, it applies to everyone. What do you mean by everyone? You mean all the dead people or the people that haven't been born yet? Or the people that are alive? See, everyone is a paradox. It can't apply to everyone because there's hundreds of trillions of people that are dead. They're never coming back. How does that bullshit apply to them? Well, we don't mean the dead when we say everyone. Well, fuck, the dead are part of everyone, are they not? Like, did I miss a memo? But again, these are... that one's probably too complicated for most people. There's other little things in equity. The problem is your 2D documentation says you're a trustee. That's the problem. That's the root. That's where it all started.
What can I write to them? I want to, maybe what's the best course of action? I write up a document, send it to the airline or
You're going to write up a document and, well, you could send it, but I'd have to look. Shit, like the one day I want Iggs to be around, well, 2 days actually. Iggs has, there's a number of forms or templates that are rolling around. One of them is one of the ones that Iggs has. Some people have made these, others are templates from groups, but once it's filled out and signed, that's it.
It's a one-all trick, pretty much.
Right.
And the way I want to use it, right?
Because once the document's done and signed, basically whatever you're carrying around as far as documentation is straight up as good as an affidavit, if not better.
How does this work? I send them this document that I've signed, right? And then what?
Well, a copy. You don't let the original security. That's crazy.
Yeah, of course.
There's
a copy.
Is all of us, we keep giving them the original securities that we're creating. They took away all the damn money. Our signature is the money, according to House Resolution 192. It's turned everything into securities. But then they trick you. I'd say message Iggs, because everything that I have is going to require more study. I mean, Iggs too. But that one document he's already got. So.
Well, do you know the process of how you use this document? Like, I know sometimes you need to send in a document within a certain amount of days.
Right. Well, depending on what you're doing, I mean, like for me, once I fix all of the mistakes that have been made behind me, then going forward, I'll handle most of my diplomacy myself between me and other places. Like, say I want to go to Dubai or Abu Dhabi or Singapore. I'll be talking to their Department of State or their whatever.
That's even more to learn.
Right. But it's just, it changes everything. Because it's like, hey, look, here's a copy of some of my documents just to let you know who I am. Here's a letter telling you that, what I'm going to do while I'm in your country. So you send it to their embassy. Their embassy would blah, blah, blah. And they'd send you an answer. Whether or not they're going to accept you. So then when you go to the airport, nobody's going to bother you because you've already got your clearances. When you get to their country, none of those people there, none of the cops are going to bother you because you have your documentation from their embassy.
Right. And we call that in the slave world a passport, right?
Well, no. So, like, all right, say I want to go to Australia, all right, and they got a thing with guns. They got a big problem with guns. I don't go anywhere without my guns. Like, period. All right? Simple. Doesn't matter where the hell I'm going. I'm still taking my guns. I write their embassy a letter talking to their ambassador. Hey, look, I've heard your country is beautiful and the culture is vibrant. I'd love to come and partake and, sightsee. I have this need to protect myself when I do go places, in case there's something that happens that you, Mr. Ambassador, could not assist me with at that time. And I need to bring my 9mm Beretta with me.
Great gun.
Now, he's going to respond to you. Sure, as long as you're not committing crimes, you can bring a damn gun. That piece of paper, anybody that causes me problems when I get there, I'm handing them a copy of that piece of paper. And they can either get the clue and fuck off, or it's going to be a nightmare. Because the first call I'm making is to the ambassador. Hey, dude, your guy got me. He threw me in jail, and I didn't even do shit. And I even showed him your letter. The guy that arrested you is going to have a fucking nightmare to deal with. Because the ambassador already cleared you. Just because some low-hanging fruit doesn't comprehend what their system is not my problem.
Yeah, that's the part I don't want to deal with right there. And like me getting on this airplane, I don't want to deal with this low-hanging fruit.
Right. It just there's a problem though. There's already a problem. Most people all have the same problem every place that they live at, no matter what part of dry land you're on. Everyone's got the same damn problem. The trick has spread across the entire earth. So taking steps to get around all of those things. I mean, dude, you could hell, if you know what a conditional acceptance is, you could write up a conditional acceptance. Anytime anybody says, well, sir, we need you to do this, hand them a copy of your conditional acceptance. Here you go. Here's my conditional acceptance.
That's the kind of understanding that I have as on a basic level.
Right. X, Y, and Z is what you're going to ask me to do. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, wonderful. Well, A, B, C are what I'm going to require of you before I can do X, Y, Z.
Yeah, that's that. I understand that aspect of things. I'm with you on that. That's where I'm at though. I'm just scratching the surface. I'm not that far in.
In this spot that you're in, where you have to travel, you have things you've got to get done. That's a quicker thing, because everything else, every other solution would take time. It would take learning. I mean, hell, dude, I figured after 14 years, I would have like hit a decent plateau where I could enjoy like, at least a decade, but no. I'm still learning.
Yeah, it's like, okay, surely I've learned most of it. The hill can't be that steep, and then you look over the edge.
Well, then you look at what you thought was an edge, and it's just a plateau with another peak.
Yeah, it's
it's just a plateau with another peak off in the distance, but you couldn't see it because you weren't up there yet.
So many levels to it. Every time you feel like you understand it, you don't.
But see, that's the thing. Like dealing with the airport and the airport staff, whatever, like Delta or American Airlines.
Yeah, because it's two parties, right? I have to deal with the airport itself, and then I have to deal with the airline, right?
Right. The airport is separate from the airlines. The airport is the venue. The airlines are like the bands.
It might even be three. Is the security separate part of the airport? TSA?
They're under a third-party contract, so yeah, you've got layers.
Yeah, now this sounds like a letter I would have to send to multiple people.
Well, you could send it to like the head of the TSA at the damn airport, or their main hub. You could do it to the airline.
Airline for sure, yeah.
But see, like a lot of these things, once you start solving stuff, you don't. All this goes through their system. Your name is in that system as a trustee already.
So that's the source.
Every time you give your name and they run it through the system, period. your paperwork is the only thing they have to go off of for who the fuck you are, what you are, and what your rights are. Basically.
Yeah, because I see this going one of two ways. Either I get what I want, I guess three ways. I kind of get denied and forced into this thing, or it goes disastrous and I get put on a no-fly list.
Yeah.
And I really don't want to be on a no-fly list for refusing an unlicensed medical advice from an unlicensed airline.
I don't know if we can get a law room, even if it were, say, like named Cuddles Law Room, so that nobody else has to take the hit. I'll take all of the brunt. I don't give a shit. Call it Cuddles Law Room. Make it all about Cuddles. That way, if somebody comes in, oh, you're doing this. No, we're not. Cuddles is. I'll take the fire. I don't give a shit. What are they going to do to me?
It's always weird how they need those disclaimers.
Well, the way things are is people have been duped and there's fraud. I mean, hell, if you want to try that shit, well, sir, we have to have this. Look, that's fraud. Well, sir, we have to do this. Look, that's fraud. What part of what I'm telling you don't you understand? What you're telling me to do is fraud. I cannot participate in fraud. It is against the law. They may not understand it. Oh, well, this is the law. Wonderful. But
yeah, like I'm playing through exactly what I think would happen, right? As soon as you go in, you want to check in your bag or get through security. So you're going to end up talking to somebody. They're going to end up giving you medical advice right out the gate. Maybe I would say, yeah, sure. What's your medical background? Do you have a license to practice? They would, obviously go, no, everyone does this, then who's everyone? Like, I could just see this going absolutely horrible unless I do something prior with this letter. But even then, there's certainly never enough communication, even with the letter, for this to end up going well. It's always going to be a conflict somewhere. Because no one's talking to the front desk saying, hey, there's a guy coming. He's got this paperwork. Let him through.
right. Well, there is in some people's lives. There is. However, they're the ones that are doing all of this shit and handling their own diplomacy.
That's the kind of thing I want. It's like, hey, whoa, we got a guy coming. Don't touch him. Let him be. I want to be that guy. I don't want to be this slave to a system.
Look, I want to be able to take my guns on my hip anywhere I fly without anybody saying anything stupid to me.
A gun on a plane.
People in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even into the 90s had guns carried on the fucking plane loaded. People.
On the hip?
Flew. Yes.
Dang. See, I wasn't around then, so I didn't really. I've never heard about it.
Around. I was alive in the 80s, but I was little. The stories from my uncles, from my aunts, from friends, from extended family, from extended friends, people used to carry the guns on the planes all over.
So how do you get your way into that?
That's what I'm saying. It's the whole thing is a process. No, you have privileges because your documentation says you're trustee.
We got some new people. Any of the new people have any questions about the flat Earth? Any topics? Paradise, Semeki. You've been unmuted. If you want to open your mic. Do you have any questions?
No, no questions. I'm just listening.
Oh, I was at Gems a little bit ago. I was trying to get them to understand how ridiculous it is for stories like Aristophanes to be prompted up as like the go-to. And I was running it through with them. And we were talking about how a man was trained to walk equal length steps. And they were like, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. And then this other guy found a story where it's like, no, it's better than that. They didn't actually train a man to walk equal length steps. They actually took the average speed of a camel this whole way. And I said, oh, great. So you're saying this is better based off how much energy this camel had is the measurement of that day? Oh,
That sounds accurate.
yeah, they tried. They what they did was they put more I don't know validity in the average speed of a camel than they did of counting a man's footsteps. And I had people in the room laughing at them. Oh, it's great.
I'm curious, how did they synchronize themselves between Alexandria and Syene, 500 kilometers apart?
Yeah,
They
just
use
did it.
email. They use email.
But the smoke signal communication wasn't invented yet, you know. I mean, the Apache Indians had to invent it.
Stupid.
Or the Cherokees. Which one? Yeah, funny. It's a dodgy method. Dodgy story.
In the end, I never got them to fully realize that Aristophanes is not a good idea to prop up as the number one guy. Only one person said, okay, he may not have been accurate, but it's just a point to prove that they'd known it for a long time. And I was like, yeah, that's about the only purpose it tried to serve.
It was a crazy belief then. And yeah, today it has to be real.
I mean, if you break that down to somebody who has, you know, no idea that this kind of discussion even exists, you say, hey, you know, this is an experiment that happened. They'd probably look at you and think you're a moron.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they knew the Earth was round thousands of years ago, right? They calculated from Alexandria to Syene. You're saying 500 kilometers?
Yeah. Yeah. 500. And they synchronized themselves. They didn't have the hand watch, you know.
Oh, yeah. They also said GMO, like going into a plant and introducing new DNA in a lab setting, is the same as grafting a plant. No difference. They said they're both GMO.
I don't know much about that.
Yeah, what I don't understand is one of them will have an opinion and they hive mind behind the one guy. No one can disagree in the room with the guy who's against what I said.
I mean, but you're a flat
GMO.
earther. You're just wrong because you're a flat earther.
And when you point out the hive mind, they get all stirred up like crazy. Like you hit the hive and they're all buzzing around.
You guys don't believe the pictures from space. Yeah, they were making images back in the days, all sorts of icons, sculptures, and stuff. And people didn't worship, refused to worship them because it was obvious they were man made. So they were calling them icons, like items of worship, which by law they were forbidden to worship. Powerless gods, man made. But today, digital artistry has such a power that it's beyond controlling your mind.
Yeah, imagine if you told an artist that 1,000 years ago, saying, "Hey, if you created something today, you wouldn't believe what it could do now."
Yeah.
Tamaki, what brings you to the Flutter Discord?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome to the server. What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
I've been in the server for a little bit, you know. It's late where I am right now. It's 12:30. So I thought I'd join up, have a listen, see what's going on. Joined some when
Alright.
you guys were talking about I think documentation or something for flights.
Yeah, how to get around wearing a diaper on your face.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of people want to do it. They just have no means of knowing how to do it.
What, wearing a diaper around your face?
Or they don't want to, right? But they don't want to deal with the backlash, so they don't do it because the idea of dealing with the backlash is way worse than just putting a diaper on your face.
I'm probably just really tired because I didn't I didn't catch that.
People would rather not go through the process of not having to wear a mask. They'd rather just put it on. Because they're thinking, oh, it's just a flight. I don't really care. I just want to get there.
Yeah,
And I
of
think
course.
if more of those people just knew what to do, they would probably grow the balls to do something, but they don't really know what they're doing or care enough, really.
Yeah, I guess that's like the common mindset these days. You know, you can sort of relate to it, I guess.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is easier.
That's where they get you.
Yeah. Got to keep your guard up.
Yeah, that's why it's so easy to believe in a ball.
I know, right, man?
Who'd want to disagree with that? That'd be horrible, wouldn't it? Look
You
at
see
all the
how
backlash you
they
gotta face.
when they show you the news about, you know, the emergency going on, they show you the ball, they show you the sphere Earth, and then they show you these little ball things moving around the cartoon Earth. There's a new one on this cartoon Earth. There's a new ball that might go inside your nose if you breathe air.
A little spiky ball.
Those spiky balls, be careful. They're evolving, mutating. Now they have a new one that comes from South Africa. There's a new one.
Another one?
Yeah.
No, I thought they would have given it more time before they released the next one.
Oh, there's a new one. But
They
yeah,
probably have to introduce
they
it
show you
earlier.
the cartoon Earth with the cartoon spiky balls. Talk to you about wear your diapers in your faces and take your experimental shots, please. Thank you.
Hey, B. Carl, check your
All based
notification.
on cartoon.
No, I think that kind of, when you talk about law, I think that's way more censored than any other topic, to be honest.
Well, right, because of what's been done, what's transpired. It's all fear based. Oh, don't talk about this because you could be seen as giving legal advice. Okay, well, what does legal mean? And they don't know. They have no idea what it is. Exactly. I'm not giving legal advice. I'm giving advice man to man.
It's crazy how they do that with the two most important things, law and health. Oh, you can't give health advice. You don't have this. Oh, you
Well,
can't give law advice. You don't have this.
you can't, but the guy standing there with the mace and the taser at the TSA stand, he can, even though he doesn't have any of the shit that you're supposed to have in order to do that for other people. Different standards for different folks, bro. That's not law.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
Right. That's what they say. And hey, look, under these conditions. I actually had that one out with somebody in the store, one of the employees, when all this crap started. Holding up one of those masks, dancing with it, trying to act like, it was something that I'd want.
Yeah, they're like the guys in the street corners flipping the signs.
Yeah. And I was like, I'm sorry, but I can't. Unless you're willing to sign a waiver, assuming the liability for any harm that thing will cause me, I cannot take your offer. I can't even take it from you. And dude, she's standing there dancing with it. Like, I wouldn't even be using the one you're touching if I gave a shit.
Yeah. It's like handing you a sample of food, but not putting it in a little tray first. Giving it to you by hand.
Right. He's like, hands
Here,
are
wear
all over it. Like,
yeah, use this.
wow. To wear it.
Yeah, the next time I get asked that, I just want to point out on the box and I say, hey, can you read the box for me really quick? Oh, it doesn't do these things?
Yeah, well, remember, you want friends that aren't going to ask you, what do you read for?
Yeah, there's a forget what the quote was. It was about surrounding yourself by people that are always older, wiser, and smarter than you. Don't remember it. But it's along those lines. You grow up to be the people around you and do what the people around you do.
Is that like hanging out at the ICU?
That would suck.
They say that though, hang out with people more intelligent, more this, and generally age would have gone with that. But the far back as I can see, all those old people did a bunch of stupid shit.
The younger people seem more logical nowadays than anybody older than, like, I don't know, 20.
Which is funny It's really funny.
I think that quote comes from a time when old people weren't so deceived and indoctrinated.
Yeah, but I can barely find a time where that was the truth. That was the mainstream. I find a few moments in history, very few. Before we got invaded here on Turtle Island, that was one of them. There's the Macedonian Empire.
Well, the Greeks had it good, didn't they?
The Greeks had it good. The slaves that they took from the wars that they wrought didn't.
Yeah, everything I seem to read about what the Greeks, like your average Greek knew, is insane compared to today's standard.
Well, yeah, they spoke at least 5 different languages and. So 5 different languages, understood mechanics and engineering, leverage, density, buoyancy, shipbuilding, farming, crop rotation.
Imagine if you had a whole population like that today.
Dude, most of the problems, if tomorrow I woke up and people actually knew all of that, just minus the languages, just the rest of the information, shit would change. But see, that's the problem. Everyone says, oh, the Bible this, the Bible that, and they have bad things to say. But here's the thing. You can't show me one thing in there where it's doing something bad for you at all. Can't do it. Because it shows you the tricks. It shows you the tricks that they will try over and over and over again. Even warned them about the tricks that were coming to take away their freedom and their dominion. Warned them ahead of time. Still messed up. Still got tricked. So who else wants to talk?
I have to find Iggs. I want that document.
Yeah, I'd like a copy of it myself. However, I'm pretty sure, I think I already know how to write that one myself. All of this boils down to you doing for yourself. Even if it's your own paperwork, at least you're doing it so nobody else can confuse what's said.
Yeah, that's the other half. Understanding what the heck you're even writing.
Well, dude, some stores I went in and Walmart, I just walked through the door and say HIPAA, and the lady would put down that stupid box of masks. All I had to say was HIPAA. HIPAA. Somebody stupid is going to be, what do you mean by HIPAA? I have a condition. That's all I can legally tell you without fucking suing you. Because if you ask me for any additional information, I have every right to sue you because you're breaching HIPAA. It's private. It's none of your fucking business.
One I like is I have a disability. You don't discriminate against people with disabilities, do you? Oh, discrimination? And they stumble. We don't discriminate. Well, my disability, I can't wear that.
That's why I like the conditional acceptance. It's just some people are so stupid. Like there are stores that I will never buy from ever again. Even if I had $100 trillion, I'd never shop at that store ever again. I'd drive by their store and wave at their manager and, hey, look, I got all these at your competition because you guys are stupid.
I just want the businesses to burn that try to do these things. I have people try and say, well, they just had good intentions. They just had this. They just had that. It's like, no.
Yes,
They know what they're doing.
The highway to hell is paved with good intentions.
Just like the Nazis. Well, I'm sure they had good intentions. I'm sure they meant well.
Right. Well, you've got the German army, and then you have a splinter cell. The German people weren't wrong. The Stasi and all that other crap, they were. And the messed up shit they were doing. The Germans were being sold rotten food and cheap metals when they paid for, steel, iron, ore. They were getting rusted crap. They were buying fresh apples and getting rotten potatoes. So I encourage people to read because I changed my mind on literally all the lies I was told about all of the wars and everything in between.
Oh, what did I see? I saw one that's went over the bombings of the airstrikes. Well, I always wouldn't call them airstrikes, but the bombings that London or the UK did to Germany, and how more people died, more German civilians died than any British civilians or any other civilian. It's all German deaths from German women and children.
Well, the war the war was started before shots were fired, before tanks were rolling. The war was already started. The embargoes, landlocking Germany by treaties with other countries.
I don't even know what they expected when they did all that.
War. They provoked Germany to war.
Well, of course, but I don't know why other people just didn't expect anything to happen. They just sat around thinking everything would go well.
Because they probably didn't know that they were aiding and abetting people who were committing crimes.
Well, that's what we see today, isn't it? With Afghanistan and everything else, we're doing the same exact thing.
Yep. If you people down in Puerto Rico don't do what we say, we're going to send a naval fleet down there. We're going to shut down your port, and we're going to stop people from being able to deliver goods to you.
It's a death sentence. Might as well put a bullet to their head. Or a gun to their head and pull the trigger.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but my medical conditions are private. Is that correct? Well, sir, we have to ask. Wonderful, but correct me if I'm wrong, but my medical condition is a private matter between me and my private doctors. Is that correct?
They say it's not a medical decision.
Wonderful. Then you have absolutely nothing to offer me that is going to affect my health. Well, sir, we have this. Well, then you do have something that is going to affect my health, in which case this is a medical examination. Can I see that contract and your medical license while we're at it? But I mean, there's different ways as you start crawling out of that pit to handle these things. So but yeah, I sent you something, so enjoy that. There's a whole series. I would suggest watching all of it.
I'm good at that.
Because it's gonna explain literally like everything even me and Indio were talking about.
You get all the answers for your basic questions, just to double the amount of questions you have with no answers again. Until the next time, right?
Well, you get answers to what's going on, and now you have to reshape your entire existence around the solutions. It's the same as being a globie. I was designing spaceships, I was designing, landing equipment, landing pads, finding new ways to fuse different types of engines together to get more thrust and yada, yada, yada. But then I realized it was a bunch of BS. It was all fake. So then I had to unlearn all that crap, learn new stuff.
Yeah, empty the glass. That's my favorite analogy. Glass is already full. What use is it going to be pouring more liquid into it? It's going to spill out the edges. You got to empty the glass.
Yeah, the bowl. Empty your bowl. An empty bowl is most useful. Yeah, if you think you know everything, you probably don't. And if you think you have all the answers, empty the bowl, try again. And that's most of, the process of learning. I'm just waiting for the good side of all of this.
What's that? What's the good side?
Well, all right. Going from the breach of trust to repairing the breach and going back under the trust where you belong as a beneficiary. From that point forward, I'd like to see what can be done. But I'm not quite there yet. So the questions I have are for beyond where I'm at now. Pretty much everything is already answered. You're at point A, stuck and screwed, and you got to get to point B to get unstuck and unscrewed. And then from that point, you got to get to point C, where you can actually handle situations. Then there's slightly more to learn, but it becomes less and less and less.
That's the part I like.
Well, like last night, I said in chat, I thought plasma or fire was a type of plasma. And sure, there's more chemicals and gases involved with fire than you see electricity, but like a plasma cutter You push gases and electricity across a metal substance, and now you've got chemical reaction plus the electricity, which generally most plasma is electricity. But like, we couldn't even quantify how much electricity is actually being used in fire to find out even if it is electrical or not.
Uh-oh, are we going back to fire, plasma, and light?
I brought it up as an example.
Well, is
That was-
fire is electricity, isn't it?
That was 6 hours ago, Cuddles.
Was it? I
I'm
thought
just-
it was 8.
I'm just messing with you. I think I
Right.
sparked. No pun intended. Sparked that conversation by asking QE about photons. Oops.
Right, because of like, I'm looking in my head and seeing like the explanations of like how these things work. So I've got an image in my head, a GIF, if you will, and I can see what everyone is talking about, but we can't measure it in this realm.
You can't quantify the unquantifiable.
Right, because what we're seeing is fourth dimension being used in the third dimension. Fourth dimension energy, effort, work, whatever. Fourth dimensional things being made physical in our realm.
I don't like the term fourth dimension.
I do. I love it.
Maybe you got a
'Cause it's
better
true.
definition than what I've known it to be.
I just call it. I just call it ethereal.
Genesis 1. There was the fourth dimension before anything else existed in the third. There was the fourth. And from the fourth came the third dimension and all that is within it, which is us.
It's like the metaphysical, right?
Yeah, the metaphysical, ethereal realm. The
Right, like
gateway between that is the light, right? I mean, even think about old writings or even the occult, biblical stuff. Everything holds light to the utmost high standard, right? Enlightenment. Jesus is the light of the world.
I'm on board with that. It's not the sciencey garbage that goes along with it when they try to explain fourth dimension as all this other nonsense. I try and hide all that stuff.
Like light is the manifestation into this realm of the ethereal. But really everything is a product of light, at least in my opinion. Because I know QE was saying light is energy. I didn't get a chance to necessarily press him on that.
Right. Well, that would be getting into aether, which people would call ethereal plane or the astral dimensions, astral planes, whatever. It's all aether.
Yeah, it all boils down when you try to get to definitions and defining. It all boils down to, at some point, something you can't define or quantify.
And science never being able to say, well, I just don't know.
Well, aether is the best explanation, and with the proper definition for aether, things make sense. It's the energy that is around us, it's in and out of all things, and causes all things to flow.
Yeah, I like to think of it as like the background energy that permeates everything. But somebody could also come back and say, okay, well then prove it. But it's kind of unprovable.
Okay, and then I'm going to build a machine that's going to suck electricity, photons right out of the sky, night or day, and it's going to power the house.
I don't think it's photons. Photons, and that was what I was trying to say last night. Was photons are claimed to be a particle that's not a particle but is a particle, because it's
Yeah, I don't like that.
trying to quantify something that's unquantifiable, and when pressed on what the particle is, there's no real definitive answer. It has no atomic mass. In my opinion, particles have to have an atomic mass if you want to categorize them in that way.
Right, and that's why I say fourth dimension. Because check it, all right? This is the best example I have, and it's about one of the only ones that people will get. In the third dimension, you have to eat, you have to drink, you have to breathe, you have to pee, and you have to poop. Out of the third dimension into the fourth dimension, all of those things I just mentioned don't exist anymore.
The energy the energy itself that makes up the fourth dimension is what provides that to you without any effort, right? Any work put in.
No
Is
waste.
that what you're saying?
In the fourth dimension, you can eat. You can, most likely can. I've heard stories from an old mission in the 80s. A lot of the children were writing stories about heaven. I'd have to find the author and go back and find the books and share them, because they're wonderful books. But basically, everything is changed. The rules that rule the third dimension are different than the ones that rule the fourth, but the fourth rules over all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of understand, but I think we're trying to comprehend the incomprehensible.
Well, right. Most people couldn't, fathom not having to eat or drink or poop.
Explaining color to a blind person.
Well, we wouldn't even really have the material makeup that we have now, so it would all kind of change, right?
Well, certain things would change. I mean, we would almost be like a photon. We would be a particle without being a particle, ironically. Because the existence isn't based on third dimensional constructs or third dimensional rules. It's based on fourth dimensional concepts, which is energy that is. Basically living energy, and we just get little fragments of it here.
Yeah, this physical material body does not have the ability to go into that fourth dimension, right?
I've heard stories of people saying, like, I haven't had to eat or drink anything in years.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's breatharians and stuff like that can do.
Like, what is that?
Mind over matter.
Look, most of those guys I call bullshit.
Yeah, I kind of do too, but in another way I go, okay, well, I know the human body's capable of things that we don't really understand. Like, you know how mothers will lift a 5,000-pound car up to save their child? Like, what is that? Where did that come from?
Yeah. I think our minds are way more powerful than we have been led to believe.
Yes, I totally agree with that one. However, some of these things are quite egotistical.
The water is muddy on that.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the guru types that like to
train with me. I'll
Yeah.
teach you this.
I mean, look, I don't have to sit in a cave to ask who I am and discover more about me. I can do it on my couch. Thank you. I can do it on my couch with my teeth.
And the pool of water might help you, though.
Right, with relaxing. Those
Salt
salt
water?
pools, those salt pools that you float in, those are freaking cool.
I heard something about relating that to batteries in the body and how the body charges and how we used to bathe in salt. Like a battery.
Well, we're
Yeah, I
also
think-
supposed to drown.
Yeah, I'm not grounded right now at all.
You can pull energy out of the aether. You can push it into the ground. You can push it back into the aether. These are things that these gurus talk about, but it all goes back to Genesis 1. Every single bit of everything goes back to Genesis 1.
And pulling the energy out of the ether, you're not creating it. You're just harnessing it. Nothing comes from nothing, right? Electricity doesn't manifest out of nothing.
Now, what happens when you get the guys that say, "Oh, color me some ether, put it in a jar. I want to see it."
Yeah, well, that's trying to quantify the unquantifiable. And I know it's a...
The question is, are you quantifiable, sir?
Am I myself?
Yes, sir.
What about like a thought that you have? How do you quantify that?
You can't. And you can't quantify love. You can't quantify freedom. You can't quantify any of those things.
Isn't just love chemicals in our brains?
How do you quantify
it? If you like to think of everything on an atomistic level, sure.
Yes, but this leads me to believe in evolution or accept evolution as a fact, which I know many in this Discord, many
Right, but
people in
that'll
this
only get
Discord
you so
don't.
far.
Evolution? What's that?
What's the scientific theory of evolution? Can you link it in the chat?
I mean, there is no scientific theory of it.
Ah, that's a
Honestly.
bummer. That is a
What do you
bummer.
mean that's a bummer? How would
So
you
you have-
conduct experiments on something that evolves over millions of years?
Oh,
sir?
so you can't, right? It's unfalsifiable and it's a story then?
Doesn't mean it's not true.
So
Hey,
you
I've got a
don't have
purple
any-
human.
Experiment.
So you don't have any evidence? Just a story?
No, there's a lot of evidence.
Oh,
Fossil
like
records.
like the experiments, like the
Hip
experiments you
bones
couldn't
in
do.
whales.
So the experiments you couldn't do,
Dogs.
right?
Wolves. Humans.
Wolves? You're just saying words. You're not.
Yeah.
What do these
You're not
animals do?
providing any evidence that this supports any type of macroevolution.
MZ, go ahead.
Fans. No, he's saying words. I'm also saying words.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Windows.
So
I
cool.
think he's honest. I think he knows there's no evidence of evolution.
So cool.
There's evidence.
Welcome.
But you
to the
don't see
server.
it as evidence.
No.
You told me millions of years. How do you know something over millions of years?
Well, you have seen how fossil records.
You
sir.
test something that's a million years old. Come on, man.
You can't, but there's fossil records, sir.
No, you
Yeah.
can't. You can just speculate and say, "Oh, it's a million years old." There it is. I did it.
But if you believe in microevolution, isn't it logical to also believe in macroevolution? I mean,
So
we change over time.
so cool. Those experiments, right?
Yeah.
You have them for us, showing that?
No.
Amazing that the
Wow.
monkeys are still here, but yet we change over time. Fucking idiots.
So Cold.
Well, can I
Welcome to the
explain why
server.
monkeys still exist first?
No, I don't need your
I
stories.
don't give a fuck. Please do
So-
not start talking about evolution here. Thank you.
Okay. I just
So
want to
Cold, welcome to the
clear.
server. Yeah,
Thank you,
welcome
sir.
welcome to the server. You just joined.
No, I've been here for a few weeks, I think.
Okay. Have you looked into the topic, Cold?
About the Earth?
About the Earth? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have.
And what have you
I'm
found?
sure not as much as you, but yes.
What have you found, Cold?
I happen to believe that the Earth is a globe.
Ah. Okay.
Which is not abnormal to believe, right? But
nobody said anything about abnormality, right? So the question is then, so you believe, right? You believe it's on a globe. So can I ask you a few questions about this belief you have?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So for it to be a ball, right, there needs to be curvature. Can you point us to the measurement and how it has been done?
No,
to
but I'm
show
sure
and
someone smarter than me could.
Okay, so no. So okay, that's pretty awesome that you're honest and you say, well, I don't know. Well, that's okay. That's a pretty perfect. That's a good answer, right? So the second question I would like to ask you. So they tell us, right? They tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis, 1,000 miles per hour around the equator, right? So do you have any measurements, or do you have the measurement, and how has the measurement been done so we can validate the measurement of the Earth actually spinning 1,000 miles per hour?
I don't know. I do not know, sir.
Okay, well, awesome. So the next question will be, they tell us, right, the Earth is hurtling through an infinite vacuum that they call outer space, shooting through our galaxy, and our galaxy is shooting in the universe, right? So all these different vectors and hurtling with amazing speeds, right? But
yeah.
So they tell us we have a gas pressure system here on Earth next to this infinite, ever expanding vacuum of outer space. So this claim needs to be validated. Do you know any demonstration where we can have gas pressure without a container? Or a gas pressure next to an infinite vacuum or a vacuum, right, here on Earth?
I don't know. I do not know
Okay.
if any such
Okay.
experiments have been done.
Well, that's cool. Honest, right? We like honesty here. So yeah, to wrap it up, right? Your globe belief is actually a belief, Cold. You agree to this?
I don't think it's a belief. I just accept it as a fact, but like you might consider it a belief, but to me, it's I see it as a fact.
Okay, so belief, right? Do you know the difference between belief and knowing?
Yeah, I think so.
So then your belief in their presented facts would still be a belief then, because you haven't
but
done
then everything would be a belief. Everything would be.
No, because I was hungry the other day, right? And I went to my kitchen and I made myself a sandwich with peanut butter, and I ate the sandwich, and it filled my stomach, right? So I know that I made this sandwich, and I know I ate it, and I know that it filled my stomach, and I didn't feel any I wasn't hungry anymore. So no, that wouldn't be a belief anymore, Cole.
But with
now,
that
would it?
analogy, I would have to go to space to see it for myself.
So you don't have the knowledge and you just believe it then?
Well, all right. Yeah, I believe it then.
Okay. No, well, that's perfectly honest, right? And that is what we encounter for the most part, right? So that people come here and they tell us, "Well, I know for 100% that it is a ball," and then we go deeper into it and we ask them, "Well, what do you actually know?" And you conceded that, well, yeah, actually, it's a belief, right? I don't know for certain because everybody on Earth, right, that has ever been alive has experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is how the Earth presents itself to you, to me, to everybody here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Let's
And
say
then
it is a globe. Let's just for sake of argument say let's say it is a globe. It would still appear because it's so huge. It would visually seem like flat.
yeah, and then we have
Right.
and then we have this problem because they gave us the dimensions, right? The radius, do you know it?
I have known it actually, but I don't have it.
3959 or 6,371 kilometers. And they gave us this dimension. So if the Earth was too big to see curvature, surely we could measure it then. Can we not?
Probably, but it would be difficult.
How would it be difficult? They gave us the dimensions, right? Over 10 miles, 66
Can
feet
I
of
ask one
curvature drop.
question?
66 feet of curvature drop in 10 miles.
Yes, but can I ask
Okay.
one question? You keep mentioning they. Who are they? Is this a bunch of people? Is this every government on Earth? Every scientist? Is it every
No, not every
astronaut?
scientist called, right? So when you look into the history of when the heliocentric model came about, right? Copernicus, Kepler, these are the guys that made and built the model, right? And it's the people that support the model that would be they, right? They believe it, just like you believe.
I like to
So
think of they as the consensus, right? So the consensus that has been come to is the current model. Now, what Roger is saying is what basis does the consensus have to come to this consensus? Sorry, Roger, didn't mean to interject.
It's perfectly fine. It's so yeah, cool. That it's a problem, right? Because nobody has ever measured any curvature. Whilst they gave us the dimension, 66 feet of curvature drop over 10 miles. Do you think that's impossible to measure?
No, I don't think it is.
Right.
I
So
think it has been measured, probably.
by who? And what was the method?
Physicists. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this field.
Well,
so.
Cole, just know that if you say, hey, it has been measured, we're just going to ask you, okay, who and when. So if you're not sure, don't say probably, just say, hey, I don't know if it's been measured or not.
All right.
Okay, we've been
Okay.
investigating this for a while. Sorry, Roger. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't be sorry. Everybody can interject, but yeah, when we actually go out, right, and try to measure the surface of Earth over large bodies of water, salt flats, whatever piece of Earth we take, right, it always measures flat. It doesn't matter where you are; it measures flat. So the water, especially, right, because water, the way you have only experienced water is that it always seeks its level. It's always flat at the surface. This is how we experience water. When you look at your glass of water, or a pool, or a small lake, big lake, sea, or an ocean, you will always experience the water as flat and level when it is in rest. So when we go out and measure the surface of the water over large bodies of water like lakes or frozen lakes, and we shoot lasers over these bodies of water, then the surface does not show convexity. The water does not conform to the ball of a radius of 3959, right? They showed you all kinds of images, compositive images, CGI, of this ball flying through space with the water sticking on the side and the bottom, right? And yet, when you go out into reality, right? Because these images come to you from your television screen or your telephone or your computer screen, right? You've never experienced the Earth as such. But when you go out actually in reality and go measure the surface of Earth, it doesn't curve away. It's just all flat. So all these images they show you cannot be reality then, right?
But what about the hundreds of people who have went to space? Do you
Yeah,
think
so
they never went to space, or do you think they're lying? Or
500 people, Cole. It's 500 people. So
Yeah.
you think 500 people could lie to you?
Yeah, I know
Is that
hundreds of
hard
people
about the
that
same
claim to have been
thing? No,
abducted by
I
aliens.
don't think so.
Okay,
Hundreds
so
of people
no,
say they've been abducted by aliens.
but
Hundreds.
tens of
It's
thousands
the
people.
same thing.
It's
Yeah.
the same thing, right? Tens
Someone
of thousands.
claiming they were abducted by aliens is not the same thing as sending someone to space, which we
Why
have.
is it
Like
not the
we can
same thing?
see these rockets. People have seen them go up in the
Yeah,
air, right?
rockets
they go up
are
in the air,
dependent on a
like-
flat Earth. Rockets work on a flat Earth.
Right.
The
So
problem that you have is the place that you
Yes,
claim
but
you're
you're
going.
but they did
It's not
go
the-
to space, so you're
It's
saying they're
not
lying.
place.
No,
This
Cole.
outer space place is the problem that you're having. It's a violation of natural law.
It starts with the radius code. You need a radius for escape velocity. Okay. Then the second point is this tin can you are claiming is falling around a spinning Earth. You need to validate that the Earth is actually spinning. And then we have the gas pressure.
Day and night, sir. Day and night.
That is you seeing the sun moving away, moving over your head. How did you measure the Earth turning?
So you're saying the sun is moving and not the Earth.
What do you see? What do you see, Cold, when you see the
What
sun?
does your senses tell you when you look up?
See light.
I've never seen the Earth move. Have you?
No, I've never seen the Earth move either. When I look up, I see the sun moving.
Well,
Yeah, when I look up, I see the sun move.
So are you guys saying if you haven't seen
I
something
feel
with
the
your
ground
own eyes, it
motion.
never happened?
No,
Because
that's just
so,
No.
So the Second World War never happened. The First World War never happened
Well,
because you
try
haven't
and
seen
say
it.
that, buddy.
Non
You could-
sequitur.
You could do better.
A non
in a debate.
sequitur.
Oh, you
But
can
that's
answer
what
this
you're
question.
saying.
No, you can answer
No
this
one's
question. You've
saying
been really honest so far. When you look up in the sky, what do you observe?
Well, right now I don't know, but I see the sun sometimes. I see clouds. I
Do
see
you see it moving or no? That's the question, Cole. Don't play stupid.
if what is moving.
The sun. That's what we're talking about. Do you see the
You look
sun
in the
moving
sky.
in the sky?
Yeah, you see the sun. What's it doing? It's in
Well,
the
it
sky.
appears to be moving, but it could be
Okay.
us
There you go.
moving too.
There you go.
Obviously,
Let's
like
let's
I don't know if
let's
it's
get down to
the
that
Earth
then.
or the sun moving.
Okay,
But this
let's
doesn't prove.
figure that out, Cole. Why don't we try
Yeah.
figuring that out? Because you and I are standing shoulder to shoulder looking up at the sky, and I say, hey, I see the sun moving. And you turn to me and say, no, it's actually the Earth moving. So you would have to back that up, wouldn't you?
Well,
Okay, well, Cole, I'm
I mean,
actually the same. I'm actually the
if
same
you think
thing
about it
backwards.
logically, it could be both ways.
Cole, I'm actually the same thing backwards you asked us. So you're saying, like you asked us, if you don't see something happening, so therefore it didn't happen. So if you see something happening, therefore it didn't happen? Because you're saying, no, what?
I don't see the sun moving. I see it
So when
appearing.
you look up in the sky,
yeah.
When you look up in the sky, when you see, so in other words, let me ask you like this. So if you see a plane in the sky going from east to the west, is it the plane moving or you moving?
It's a plane.
All right. So when you see the sun moving, traversing the sky, do you see the sun moving or you
Well,
moving?
the sun is so far away, so it could be both.
Wait, how do you know that? How do you know
I
how
do
far
not
away
know.
it is? Okay, well, just don't say that. You know it's very far away.
Well, okay.
Just
But I think the Earth is moving and not the sun.
okay. Can you back that up?
Personally, I haven't conducted any such experiments, but I'm sure a lot of people have.
Well, let's try and figure out.
That's
who
a
did.
belief.
Because it's the consensus that the Earth is moving.
Consensus has
Among
nothing to do with
very-
reality. I mean that doesn't. Okay,
people have devoted their lives to this, and they're all in agreement.
Yeah. So well, check this out. The Mickelson, is it Mickelson Morrison? I forget the name of
Morley, the
Morley.
Aristotelia.
Aries failure. All those point to saying that the Earth does not move.
Right, his appeal to his consensus. Can I address that really quick?
Sure, that's definitely a fallacy.
Yeah, so you're appealing to consensus. If I said everyone agrees this is a safe cliff to jump off of, it's 500 feet tall. I promise there's something at the bottom. Everyone agrees it's safe. Do you still agree with everyone else? It's a safe cliff you can jump?
I don't think everyone would say that.
But you're the
No,
one
I'm
appealing
asking
to the
you.
whole everyone
Listen.
to say-
I'm asking you. Everyone agrees it's a safe cliff to jump off of.
Of course
Would you
not,
look
sir.
at that cliff?
Yes.
Yeah. So your
The
appeal to
consensus
doesn't
could be
work.
wrong, but people have devoted their lives to this, to
Yeah,
studying
I'm an
this very
expert cliff
thing.
jumper. I'm an
What if-
expert cliff jumper. I devote my whole life. I graduated from the cliff jumping school. It's a safe cliff. Go ahead and jump. Trust me, jump.
Yeah. So
Now what?
and then right. So you have your claim is people have devoted their lives to it. So how could they be wrong, right? So let's say we have an astrophysicist who studied it for 30 years now, and he comes to the conclusion that wait a minute, how could it be moving? Because I have this and this evidence now. Do you think that so this guy has his paycheck and his house and his kids he needs to feed and his car and its mortgage? Do you think that if he finds something out that he would then go to his boss and say, well, look at this earth, the earth is flat, man, look at this, I proved it? Do you think that would be a wise step for him to take at that moment?
Well, if he could back it up, he could become very prominent. If
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the consensus says, no, flat earthers are batshit crazy. They are stupid. This science denies. That is what the consensus say. And then you have this astrophysicist coming along and tells his boss that the earth is flat. What would his boss tell him?
You're fired.
If he can substantiate and prove that the Earth is flat,
But
which
what if
I
we can
doubt he
substantiate
can,
that here and
which
now,
I
right
very doubt he can, then
what if we can do
yes,
that
I
for you
think
right
I
now,
think he
here?
would become very famous for that.
Cold, we can do that right here and now with you. What do you think about that? What if we can prove it to you right here and now?
I don't think you can, but you can. We can try.
Elbow was getting into that. I was just addressing your appeal to consensus. You agreed with me. You can't always appeal to consensus. You doing it in this case doesn't work.
I agree. Hey, Cold.
Yeah.
Are you by any chance from Sweden?
Almost.
Norwegian, then?
Yes.
I see.
Norway has massive coastlines where you can check out if the earth is actually curving, Cold. You can do this yourself. That's the beauty of it, right? There are tons of servers where they talk about conspiracies. It's all hard to prove, right? But this specific thing, right, about reality, observable reality, you can prove to yourself that the earth is not a spinning ball hurtling through space.
But if the Earth is flat, and if the weather is clear, if you go up on a mountain, wouldn't you see infinitely far? Wouldn't you
No.
see to the end of the Earth from Mount
No.
Everest?
No.
Why not?
So
Because
when
you
I
don't
go
have
down,
Superman vision. You don't just, when you realize that the Earth isn't curving, you don't just gain superhero vision and start seeing
But what about
wherever
telescopes
and whenever you
or
want.
cameras? Would
But here's the
assume
thing. You're bringing up
telescopes.
telescopes because you think that with the telescope you can see millions and millions and millions of miles away up in the sky. And then you think, well, if I point it across the ocean, now I can see millions and millions. No, it doesn't work like that. You can't see through bad weather in your own town with your own eyes. Okay,
Yeah,
so
but if the weather is
just if
clear,
you grab a telescope, that doesn't mean you can just start seeing through bad weather, through cities, buildings,
if
that
the
type of
weather
thing.
is clear, why can't we? Why can we only see a
Yeah,
certain
Cold.
distance? Because
Yes,
the
There's a
Earth is.
visibility rating on your weather.
Cold.
Because
Yeah.
of angle and illusion, man.
But listen, Cold, do you agree that the further away an object gets, the smaller it gets until it's almost pixelated?
Yeah, but then again, with a telescope, you could You could zoom that up.
No,
or just
no.
How big
Because
of a
of
telescope?
angular resolution, man.
And again,
Can you
if it's
can you
foggy
see the
in your
brick?
town,
Can you see the can you see the brick on 10 meters? Can you see the brick on 10 meters?
the
Can you
break.
see a brick
A brick.
at 10
Brick,
meters away?
brick.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can you see on 100 meters?
Yeah,
Move
I
the
think
brick
so.
back to 100
Can you
meters.
see on 1 mile?
Would be difficult, but with a telescope or something, sure I could.
Well, if I put the
about-
brick on the ground on 1 mile, you will see with your telescope, are you saying?
With binoculars or a telescope, yeah. If the weather's clear.
Let's say that your height is 6 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move now that 5 mile. The brick, you are 6 feet. You have whatever you want of technology. You will not see that object, that brick.
Are you sure?
You know why? Yeah, you know why?
Why?
Because of angular resolution, you cannot get that object.
Sounds convenient.
You
for
need to
your-
be more high. You need to go more high to see that object again.
Not just
You don't
convenient.
see in
Well,
straight
I have
lines.
But if I go to
look
Mount
how far
Everest,
away.
shouldn't I be able to see like the ends of the Earth with a
No,
binocular?
No, if it's poor weather, you can't even see your own hand in front of your face.
But if it's good weather,
Yeah,
okay,
so
so
if
it's good weather in your town, does that mean it's good weather
No.
across the entire world now?
No,
You can
no.
see through. No,
No,
so
but-
what
but
are you
it-
talking about?
no. But if you stand there every day for a year, you should be. There should be
No.
good weather the whole way to the end of the Earth.
no.
That's
Let me
insane.
ask you. Let me
Yes.
ask you this. All
That's
right. Let me
insane.
let me ask you something. So when you look down the ocean, right, and the ocean's about, let's say, 300 feet, 500 feet. Can you see all the way down?
No,
Why not?
but there
Why
are
not? Why
tools
not?
to see further.
Why? No. Why not?
Limited vision of human eye
But see,
Is
that's the
that
same
only?
logic.
Hold on. Is that the only thing?
and light.
Why not? What happens to the light?
Absorbed by the water. Or
By the
something.
water, because it gets
Reflected.
dense. It gets denser, right? The further it goes, the more water it is, and less lights travel. Do you think there's any water on Earth, on the atmosphere, on the atmos?
Yeah.
Right. So the further you look down, further. I mean, we could see further than 100 feet, right? So we could see miles. But the more you try to see, the denser it gets. There's more water in the air. There's more atmosphere you have to see through. There's more, not only the atmosphere, there's also particulates in the sky, dust, fog. There's all kinds of stuff. So it gets denser. Not only that, another thing they've been telling you is the rest. Everything gets smaller the farther you see. So your eyes cannot make up. No matter there's not a telescope in the world that can actually see as far as, let's say, Britain from. I mean, there's not even a telescope in the world that can see from here to Puerto Rico, from Texas to Puerto Rico. This will be. You need an enormous telescope, which is not invented. Angular resolution, atmosphere, all kinds of things it's your own vision. It's an issue.
He's basically saying that there's a lot of variables that block your vicinity, basically.
Your questioner relies on a hypothetical idea that you somehow sucked out anything between you and the object you're looking at, assuming you could even see that object without angular resolution.
Yeah, the object would be too small, right? Telescopes doesn't it doesn't make you it magnifies, right?
But you can give them a little bit of I don't know what you'd call it, but I guess leniency. They have taken pictures where they can kind of eliminate some of those variables. They can cut through them with infrared.
Infrared, yes, infrared.
And those pictures are hundreds of miles.
Right.
Yeah,
So
like Toland got one
But
for.
you can't see to the end of the earth, can you? Because
What gives you any idea that you could do that, though? Cold, give us an example of when you would try to do that.
you would use technology from a mountain or from a high standpoint and try to see as far as possible. But you can't see really that far because I think the Earth is in fact round, and
well,
if it were
unfortunately,
flat,
there's photos from mountains. I think the world record is like 274 miles.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up.
And that's not even a flat earther. That's an actual glober just taking a picture. I mean, he does. I'm pretty sure he's not a flat earther. It's just a person taking a picture, just trying to set a record. And it's in the Guinness World Records.
Cold, I mean, I don't know. Just you understand that you can have nice weather where you are, and then just in the town or city over, it could be hailing and rain. So,
yes, but I
what are
think
you
if you
talking
do
about
this every day for a year, it's going to be a clear path
So what are
in
you?
some direction.
Oh my god, dude! Listen.
Man,
You
listen.
can't
He
control the
posted
weather.
listen. He posted something. He posted the picture about 270 miles. There is a mountain. Now tell the guy how much drop should to be that we can see that or not see that mountain or whatever island, whatever. And maybe we'll understand because we see now we don't see 1,000 miles, but we see 270 miles.
Yeah, those mountains should be 3 miles below the horizon. Okay.
Just a quick question, Cold. Are you saying that there's a day when the whole world has perfect weather?
No,
You would
but
wait for
I'm
that. So what are
saying.
you talking about?
But if the Earth was flat, I'm saying there would be a day where you could stand on a mountain, and there would be a clear path in some direction where you could see.
Sorry,
stop
what
right
gives
there.
you that idea though? Because
No,
This
give that to him.
wall or whatever.
Wait a second. No, give it to him, Creation. Wait, give it to him. So we're on this mountain. Me and you are on this mountain. We see another mountain 273 miles away. Now what?
I mean, you have to be on a higher mountain.
No, we're on this mountain, right? We're taking a photograph. We see a mountain 273 miles away. We're on a clear day. We took a picture of this other mountain. Now what?
That's not enough.
Well,
how far do I got to see for this to be true? I'm seeing something 273 miles away. Now what?
Well, if the Earth was flat, you should be able to see to the ends of the Earth.
No, look at this picture.
No.
This
Why we see
picture is
273 miles?
Look at this picture.
Take it from our perspective as if just try to put yourself in our shoes. The Earth is flat, right? No one here thinks that you can see, quote unquote, the end of the world except for you.
Yeah, are you saying it's a way bigger ball then, Cold? Are you saying then? Well, okay, so we see this mountain at 274. It's still a ball, but way
But
bigger.
shouldn't you be able to see this ends of the Earth from someplace
No,
on Earth?
But Cold, listen this. Listen this. Is it possible on the ball to see 270 miles?
I don't know. No.
Actually, Cold, not only that.
You don't know.
Hold on. Not only that, he's saying the ends of the Earth. Where is the ends of the Earth?
I don't know if you believe this, but what I've heard is that many flat earthers believe there is an ice wall.
Did you hear that?
Right now, Cold, you
I mean,
don't even
but
understand
hold on,
your own
hold on.
model.
I mean,
But I don't know if you believe that.
But do you understand that there is a ice shelf, an ice wall, as you call it, on a globe?
Well, yeah.
Well, okay, then. So why are you strawmanning us, saying, "Well, you should be able to see the ice wall"?
Okay, I don't believe in an ice wall. I believe in Antarctica, which is a continent covered in ice. But I don't believe there's an ice wall.
How tall is that ice?
Yeah, what's the average height?
I don't know. Maybe it's very tall. But I don't believe there's
it's
a
about
wall
200
around
feet
the
high.
whole Earth. I don't believe it's just a
Wait a
continent.
minute, guys. We seem to be getting away from the main point of. I think Sasha was trying to bring us back onto the main point of. Has anyone took this guy through the measurements of the Earth?
He wanted the entire Earth to see flat. Okay, we cannot see that. We see 270 miles. How that work on the globe?
Yeah, Sasha, take him through the measurements if he's never been taken through the measurements. And guys, try one at a time because it's a bit of a rabble now. We're talking about ice walls at the end of places.
Well,
we only need to show this guy the proof that we don't live in a bowl. So
Well,
please,
breaking down the wall, he has a misconception about
Yeah,
seeing the ends of the earth. So I'm trying to get to the point of his misconception.
yeah, but guess what? We don't even need to go any further than the radius and the circumference, and that we see too far. You've given him the 273-mile photo. Bring him back to the. Has he heard of the Black Swan?
I don't even know. I don't even think he knows what the radius is of the earth.
Yeah, so let's bring it back on point, guys. Doing a great job. Bring it back on point and show him that we cannot live in a bowl. We've got proof. You know, give him the proof. Come on, guys.
I also have another thing. Like, what about airplanes? You
No,
can fly.
Cold.
Can I tell you only one sentence?
Yeah, we're not jumping points. That's gish galloping, bro. You just want to jump from point to point.
Only
So
one sentence. That mountains. You can speak about airplanes, but listen this mountain, it's 277 miles. You wanted the entire earth flat, but this this is Guinness record. That means we cannot see more than that. And there need to be drop about 3 miles. Where is that drop? Why we see that mountain?
Well, I'm not familiar with the source you posted. I can't really answer that question. I'm sure someone.
Okay, so now that we've dismissed the
you think that now it's
cold, now
fake?
we need to
It's
address
photo. It's
the
fake
global
now.
model that you're told you live on. So now we need to compare the model, right? How far you should be able to see on the model, your model. So that's why we're bringing up this mountain photo, 273 miles. That doesn't match up with your model. So let's try and focus on that.
Well, I'm not familiar with the photo, so I don't know if it's fake. I don't know if it's.
So let's get familiar with your model then. Do you know the radius of the Earth that you claim to live on?
Give me a second. It's 6,371 kilometers.
Yeah, we know that. We were just trying to find out if you know that. So do you know how that's measured by any chance?
No.
Okay. All right. Someone else want to take it?
I just want to reverse what he said. So he's trying to straw man, well, I should be able to see forever. All right. Now, Earth the ball. Now I shouldn't ever be able to see something past a certain number, past a certain distance by whatever radius or measurement of this Earth. We just happen to have that number, right? So because Earth the ball, I can't see past a certain distance because the Earth curves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can't see mountains 273 miles away, right?
I don't know if that's the exact distance. I haven't done any calculations.
So
I don't
go
know how
ahead
far
and
you should be
Google.
able to see.
I know you just Googled the Earth radius. Why don't you open a new tab, Google Earth curve calculator. Okay. Go to any website.
But how do I know that picture is real? Like it's just a
First
picture and it says
first you need to understand your model. Okay, then we can start talking about whether the evidence that we're presenting is quote unquote fake or not. Okay, so first you need to understand your model.
Then they will show you. Then they will show you video without photo. You know, all video. Okay.
I'm glad you have some skepticism about the evidence. I hope you apply that same skepticism to the quote unquote pictures from space and that type of thing. I hope you're that skeptical equally. But yeah, go. You got that calculator ready?
No, my hands are actually kind of messy right now. I've been eating, so I don't really want to smash my keyboard too much.
So you're scared of the truth, right?
No.
Yeah, you are. When we asked you for the radius, you quickly went to Google and looked for the radius of the Earth. But when we asked you to look for the calculator of Earth, a globe Earth calculator, the curve calculator, you don't want to smash on your keyboard now.
Yeah, let me clean my hands and I'll smash it for you.
You got Cheeto fingers, Doritos. What you munching on?
I was eating tacos.
That is pretty messy.
Yeah.
And then speak after.
You got two hands. You eating a taco with both hands?
Okay, let's see now.
Basement
Distance to the object, how many miles was it? It was 273 miles?
Correct.
This calculator is. Well, I need to know the eyesight level and stuff.
9,251 feet.
251 feet.
Yep,
9,000.
Yeah, 9,251.
Okay.
And your height of the object you're looking at? Well, there's what's the tallest one there? 443 kilometers or 3,867? Heck, you could probably round that off at like 4,000 and it still wouldn't add up.
Horizon distance 117 miles.
Noise that.
Okay. Yeah, there should be curvature according to this calculator if it's 273 miles.
So what's the problem here then?
My guess, what I think is, I think this picture is inaccurate. It doesn't look that far, and it's just a text saying 273 miles away. I could write 10,000 and do this, use the same picture.
That's
no
fair.
problem. Does he know that this photo's not from flat earthers or anything? This is just dudes trying to log
He's
out.
got a fair point. I could just add words on a picture and say this is true.
Okay. So, tell him now video about Black Swan and 10 miles only, not so long, and horizon.
Yeah, so that's just one image. There's way more than one.
I have a video of a guy that is in a beach where you can see two platforms. You can actually calculate the distance between the beach and the platforms. You can do the calculation yourself, and you can see that these platforms should actually sink behind the curvature, but they don't. There is video evidence of this, and you can actually look it up and Google it yourself.
And the best part of all that is you can go there yourself or make your own observation somewhere close to you, replicating the same thing.
Okay. Well, I see your point about this, and your reasoning. Can I move on, over to a different part about airplanes?
I mean, what does airplane have to do with flat Earth?
Because, like, you can fly from Europe to
No,
the
not
United
this.
States in two different ways. You can fly over the ocean, and you can fly over Asia,
Hold it
and you
right
end up in California.
Hold on. Airplanes are designed to be practically used on a flat, motionless plane. The operators of the airplane, the pilots, never take into account any curvature or any movement
Because
of the
of
ground.
gravity.
Airplane. And the people on the ground trying to shoot down the airplane never take into account any curvature or any movement of the ground.
Because
So
of
there you go.
gravity.
Because of who?
Gravity.
Why do
Who's that?
rockets go up then?
Yeah, who's gravity?
Why do rockets? Because the force is stronger than the gravity, the force of gravity. The force
Isn't the plane
projecting.
stronger than the force of gravity? That
It's
you're
not
flying?
projecting it upwards. It's projecting it sideward. Like the airplane
Sideways
doesn't.
gravity.
Yeah. No, the plane is flying sideways. It's not flying straight up.
Advice, Cold. I will give you advice. Do not start with this because you don't know anything, how I can see, and you are starting to bullshitting. Really, really, honestly.
Good point.
But my point isn't even about airplanes, forces here and there. It's just that you can fly to United States, you can fly over the ocean, or you can fly the other way over Asia and end up in the West Coast.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. The airplane is just dependent on a flat, motionless plane.
But
That's even
that
worse than
doesn't
that.
have anything to do with my point. I'm just
Cold,
saying you can
I'll
travel.
make it easier. Yeah, I'll make it
How
easier.
does the map
I
look
go to the
in your?
grocery store. Cold. I go to the grocery store. I go to Walmart, and then I come home. Now what?
Okay.
What did I prove? What does that do for me?
What do you mean? What I'm saying is,
I drove in a circle. I went to a few different stores. I stopped there, and then I drove home. Now what?
could someone
What
send
does
a
that do?
picture? What do you think the Earth looks like a map?
Well, I'm telling you, I drove to certain places, just like you said. You fly to certain places. Now, what does this do for anybody? What does this mean?
No, what I'm saying is, because I think, I accept that the Earth is a globe, I think you can fly around it. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, why you can't fly around something else that's has a different shape? What's
Okay,
flying
someone
around an
sent
object have
me
to do
a
with
map
anything?
of the world. Let me take a second and look at what.
Have you
what
have
he
you
did.
have you have you mapped this out yourself? The whole world?
No, but I
All right.
I
So you're
believe
going
in
on.
the globe model. I believe in it.
Right. So you're still basing yourself on a belief that you haven't confirmed for yourself, though. I mean, all airplanes do is fly from point A to point B.
Yes.
Right. So how would that be different? How can you tell the shape of something flying from point A to point B?
No, what I'm saying is you can fly around the planet.
Again, you're making
The
the
Earth
question,
is a globe.
but you could definitely fly around the Earth.
Yeah, you can fly around
All
the Earth.
all they do is traverse. They never go from north to south back north. They don't circumnavigate that way. They circumnavigate from east to west or west to east, which that is possible on a flat surface as well.
You're always correcting, adjusting according to the north. So you're spinning in a circle.
I think he thinks if you fly in one direction, like off the coast of America, there's no continents. You just go off into a void of nothing. I think he's got a strange idea, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I thought you would believe. That if you go off the
No.
coast,
And
the west coast,
actually,
or you reach the end of the Earth, or the
So
ice wall.
I don't know if you look at Reality TV just posted something about 50 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, so if you go off, any of those coasts, you can just still fly around. And actually, if you look at the way planes fly, it doesn't make sense on a globe. But I digress.
I've actually seen that the emergency landings make 0 sense on the globe Earth, but they fully
Yeah.
make sense on the flat Earth. But see,
actually on the globe,
But trips would
even
take much
flights,
longer on this map. He
even
posted.
flights.
No, the
Even
thing is, you don't understand how the planes fly. You haven't seen a flight of a plane going from, let's say, Asia to United States or UK or whatever. They fly according to them, it's called the Great Circle or what is it called? Which
equator.
they fly towards the north and go back down.
Oh, circumnavigation.
No, it's
North
not called
south.
circumnavigation. It's I forgot what it's called.
Ah, when you fly.
Yeah.
Where is Antarctica on this map?
Antarctica is
south.
the edges of the map.
South. Anywhere south.
Is Antarctica around the whole planet, you think?
My
Earth
Or
is
just
a planet.
one point? Or the whole
Not
Earth?
The
whatever.
whole plane. And yes, I do believe so.
We don't know.
Everywhere you go south is Antarctica. Pretty much like on the globe Earth. Anywhere you go south in the globe is Antarctica.
Actually, in reality, any direction you choose and you move forward straight line, at some point you will end up reaching the south.
Right. I mean, you will always head south.
Yeah,
if you
it's
stop, yeah.
even if you head towards north, you're going to cross across the north, and then you're heading towards south.
But on the plane map, wouldn't you hit it if you go west or if you go north?
Well,
you see, the planes with
Sorry, go
flight, the flights don't make sense on a ball. On a ball, when you fly from west to east, you are actually flying in a straight path, which is curved by the ball. And they say, yeah, you don't have to compensate, adjust, tilt your nose down for that curvature and all that stuff. But your north is, let's say, on the right side, because you're flying east to west. And your compass will never change its position. The north will be locked, always to your right side. And you don't need to adjust. But actually, in reality, when you fly from east to west, you're actually going in a circular path. So
called the Great Circle.
you always have to correct the north position if you fly in a straight line. But if you fly in a circular path, then you're holding always the north fixed point. But if you fly in a straight line, your compass will always change the position.
Strange. But
yeah.
What about the electromagnetic field? How does that work on a flat?
How does it work on a ball with a molten core?
Well, yeah, we would love an explanation. Prove that iron nickel molten iron nickel, when you spin them, it generates a giant magnetic field and uniform overall. Like the power of attraction when you are near it is the same like when you are 100 kilometers far away from it. So, yeah.
So
that's weird.
in a flat Earth, it would actually work way better than a globe Earth, because if you think about it, north is always in the top on a globe. So when you're in according to you, the globe southern hemisphere, how is it gonna point north if it's under the ball?
It would just point downwards, right?
Right, exactly. On a flat Earth, I mean, if it's flat, with topography or whatever, that would be no problem, because the center will be the north, and everywhere you're at, it would just point towards the center.
Good point.
Are you all religious, or is it?
No.
Religion sucks.
Religion is a man-made construct.
But most people here are religious. That's
Religion is a man-made construct.
I think so too.
There
yes.
definitely believe there is a creator. Somebody created this place, right? But
there could be, yeah.
Right. So
I do not know, but I don't believe in religion.
According to we don't need a religion. Like I said, it's a man-made construct to just, again, like a government, just to govern your mind in a way. But put it like this: in a globe Earth, it stands that nature created itself, and everything comes from nothing. From a singularity or whatever, and you were created from an amoeba. And yeah, so everything decided to come from that, and somehow it all came together randomly. But how can you prove that? There's no actual evidence of this. This is just a theory.
Yeah, it is just a theory.
Right. So,
because obviously you can't go back that far and conduct. We can't travel back in time and see what actually happened.
Yeah, it's a lot of leap in logic.
I mean, I do believe in a creator. I do believe that the Bible is a truth, but that's what I believe.
But if everyone lies, all these governments, why wouldn't the church lie about Christianity? Why
Well, they do.
wouldn't the Bible be a lie?
They do
too?
lie. They lie all the time.
So
I mean,
the thing is this: there's the what the way you know there is a creator is pretty much by the genetic code. Is information, right? So every genetic code is has a ton of information, which how high your height. I mean, what color your eyes are. Pretty much a bunch of the stuff. This information, for all intents and purposes, all we know is that information needs some kind of knower, right? Somehow, everything, I mean, like plants, everything has to all that has information, and for information to exist, there has to be somebody that knows the information to be able to create it. Other than that, I mean, if you think that information comes by itself, like say a book, it's information, right? All the libraries are just information. If that means you're thinking that information, those books and all those writings come together by itself. Have you ever have information that comes together by itself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
you showed me
by itself. It was made by humans.
without
It's not.
information. It has to be there has to be some kind of knower, right? Somebody that knows the information to be able to make it that information be readable or understand somehow, right? So somebody has to know the information. Like in other words, a genetic code is information. If you look this up, this is code. Information is information code, right? So for that to happen, for information to come together, there has to be some kind of knower.
He's basically giving
I
you
disagree, but
he's giving you a parable. If you get a program in your system, it's written by code. There is code behind it, right? It's the same thing with the humans. We're a product of code. We're a product of information. Someone has designed this code. Do you understand? It just doesn't magically appear from nowhere.
Can you show me? Can you show me information that could come together by itself?
I'm sure there are. I mean,
okay.
What do you classify as information?
What do you mean? What do you classify as information?
Yeah, like what is information to you?
Well, I mean, if you listen to the word, it has inform in it, and informer in it, and an informant carries information.
Could fire be information? Could fire be information?
Elbow, I got a question for you, man. You said earlier that you believe religion is man-made. Are you talking about the institutions such as the Vatican and stuff like that?
Yeah,
Is that what you're referring to?
Catholicism, Muslims, Pentecostals, all that's religion.
I'm Catholic. I'm
Can
Buddhist.
I point out? Can I point out that when now that I've dumped all of the religious doctrine and all of this other bullshit out of my mind, and I'm reading the Bible myself for the first time in my life, it turns out that nothing like what people think it is what it is.
I agree.
And I say that to say, whether it's real or not, like people say, so how do you know the Bible is right? Because man has used it for nefarious reasons. Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. In there, you have a God that delivers people from slavery. You have a God that instructs you on having a better life. So I don't know which one of the 10 commandments I would want to do away with. Who would I want to kill? Who would I want to sleep with that's too young in age? Who would I want to, like I don't know. I don't know which one of those I would give up. Outside of that, it's just examples of how people live their lives with a couple of prophecies and revelations. I don't know how people take that to me. It's the scourge of the religious. Exactly what El Barico said. It's the churches and people's interpretations and saying you have to do. Like for instance, how many times have I heard if you do X, Y, Z, you're gonna go to hell. Not realizing that hell is actually translated from 3 different meanings. And you can't have one word mean 3 different things because what's that? That's a what fallacy is that? Law of identity violation.
See, this is the thing. I will use the word Jesus because people don't know who Yahusha is. Jesus actually spoke against the man-made traditions which you see today in the churches. He was against it. He was against basically everything you see in the churches today.
But instead of look, in what's the, like, this is exactly how it is in the flat Earth globe Earth conversation. Because instead of the people questioning the authority, they question the people pointing this out. And when it comes to the Bible, people say, well, how come all of this bad is being done? They blame it on the Bible when it's actually just the people in authority that they should be looking at, especially because all they have to do is look at the information, just like in Flat Earth, and realize, oh shit, these people are lying. That's not what the information says.
Yeah, I agree.
So let me emphasize, right? We are not here because some book told us that the Earth is flat, right? We are here because the Earth is measurably flat, right? It is not a ball. So the holy books, scripture, is there to look after this, right? So you probably had this notion, or you've been told that every flat earther is a religious zealot, right? He wants to how do you say this? He wants to bring God to everyone, right? He wants to say, well, the Bible is true. This is not true, right? This is again another story that they told you about flat earthers, right? I will never use scripture or the Bible to prove that the earth is flat. Never. It's about the physicality of the earth, observable reality, right? We are not living on a ball. And that the Bible doesn't describe the earth as a ball, that's a big plus, right? But nobody here is a religious zealot that wants to convert you to Christianity or whatever, right? That's not the case. We are here because earth is measurably flat. Okay? This is not a religious server.
You wouldn't say it the other way
I
around
agree, but
either.
I would say there's both extremes, right? There's people that they follow their practices and they push it upon nobody, and then there's people that follow their practice and they try to push it upon everybody. The extreme exists. You know, how many of the extremists that push it on everybody are actually in this server? I do agree. It's very few that are that pushy here.
I mean, see, this is the thing. I think truth prevails in the end. I mean, if you do your own research on the subject instead of taking what people say with faith, I mean, you take what the government and the institutions tell you and you take that with faith, I think you would do yourself a big favor if you actually research it without their biases.
And you know what? And you know what? Isn't it? It's really silly, I think, to say, well, flat earthers claim that the Bible proves that it's flat. And that may very well be true some places, but for me, when I do talk about the Bible, it's to compare the Bible's Genesis story versus the heliocentric Genesis story. That's it. So you can compare them. There's nothing wrong with that. And you're like, okay, this says this. Heliocentrism says this. Okay. So how do you go about determining which is which? Well, That's that measuring bit that we were talking about.
Exactly.
In fact,
So you're
matter
just
of
using
fact,
it as another input.
there's other ways. Just by observations in astronomy alone, like none of us call that proof, aka evidence from the scientific method. After making a statement, if this, then that, and the null being if this, not that. Outside of that, you can make observations in the sky, such as the cosmic microwave background radiation, and they've said, well, shoot, looks like we're the center if you're looking at that, unless you put another ad hoc explanation on top of Einstein. It simply is just the deeper you look into it, the more you realize there's no avenue of truth there.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
I think
Well,
because you told such a big lie, you have to layer the lies, right? Because some people are gonna figure it out. If you only layered like 5 lies on top of each other, a great deal of people, I believe, would figure it out. But if you layer 1,000 lies on top of each other, everybody's screaming at each other about the same lies, and no one's ever coming to come look for you, the lie teller.
well, I have to go now. It was very interesting talking to you guys, and I don't think you are crazy. I still believe the planet is a globe, and
That's all
we
right.
have differences, and I respect that. And you can
Yeah,
back
come
your
back again,
claims
bro.
up, which is great.
One
And
more before you go. I understand you think it's a globe, right? So,
yeah,
right there's one of the biggest issues with the globe model is the gas pressure.
okay.
So, how do you have gas pressure without a container, my friend?
Isn't the atmosphere a container?
That is gas. It's actually an oxymoron because atmosphere has no shape or can has or doesn't have any molecular bonds, so it cannot be a shape gas. The atmo.
Basically, gas can't contain gas is the argument, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not an expert, but I
Yeah,
gotta
I
go
mean,
now.
if when you come back and you find me some demonstration of gas containing gas or having gas pressure without a container, that would be awesome.
Probably not, but like
Yeah,
if I have time, we'll see.
yeah, it would you would never find it because that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay. Well, nice talking to you guys. Gotta go.
See you, man. Have a good one.
Later, bud.
See ya.
He was half honest.
Yeah, he's pretty, probably not. Yeah, of course he can't.
I mean, again, not to belabor the point, but you have the story of the Genesis story in scripture, and then you have the Genesis story in the book of Zohar or the Kabbalah, which is said to be just as old, right? 2,000 years old or whatever. I don't know. So why hasn't anyone? I mean, because Michio Kaku says, yeah, it's crazy how this book knew what the universe was before we thought about it. Like, basically, he's saying that's their scripture, because it describes their universe. And I'm like, well, has anyone read that book? Like, I mean, you think that the scripture is silly, but that scripture is totally makes sense. They don't. I mean, whatever. Like, believers don't read the Bible, and believers don't read the Book of Zohar either. Like, they just don't read. No one reads anything. So it's bothersome.
But that's the point. That's why they make the book so long, Elijah. They know what they're doing.
Not only that, man, it's that they even if they read it, sir and Elijah, is that they've been shown something different, right? But
True.
the images and whatnot, so they'll take it as, you know what, there were those people who didn't have the capacity or whatever to understand what was there.
Yeah, pretty much.
I like that excuse when you tell somebody, well, so somebody dug up all these stones to make all these megalithic structures and they never found dinosaurs. They say, well, they just couldn't figure it out that they were actually dinosaurs this whole time. They kind of thought they were dragons and cyclopses. Yeah, sure.
Tall tales.
Yeah.
I mean, have you guys asked yourself why they're lying?
Not a long time.
Yeah.
In the beginning I did, but not anymore. I just accept liars as liars once I figure out the lie. I'm just like, oh no, he's lying. I don't care what anybody else thinks. He's lying.
I never thought to question that, to be honest. As soon as I saw like a few contradictions and I saw a bunch of lies, I knew it's pretty clear a list of reasons of why they would lie. It didn't really cross my mind too much until other people brought it up.
Yeah, I feel you. It is what it is.
I just look at the explanation of when I think I don't remember if I heard it from the 200 Proofs by Eric DeBay, or it's pretty much when like when they went to Antarctica, right? And then they let's say found or container, they couldn't go past that way. They tried to see how high it was, right? And then they also started digging. So what happens to an animal, a caged animal, when they find, like the edge or something? They try to look for the boundaries. And that's what it's. I mean, the way the whole, because when I went through the history, the way it played out, it's like, dude, like they found something in those locations, and they were like, okay, let's see how high we could go. Oh, okay, let's see how far we could go down, and they started looking for their boundaries. And why they lie? I mean, I have no idea why, but I mean, could you imagine everybody finds out, okay, we can't go past this area? Everybody will try to go, well, I want to go see how far we could go.
Of course.
Well,
of course.
time out.
Imagine
Why?
trying to hold
Why
like
is
300
anyone? Sorry, go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead.
I mean, the answer is simple for me because it's in almost every movie ever that has to do with a government or a superpower. And the point is, while they're moving forward with their plans, not only do they not want resistance, but they need bodies to put forth the energy to help their dreams be realized. That's it. That's it.
I
Why
think,
is all of yeah? Well, yeah. I mean,
man, I think and they explain it pretty good in Men in Black. And when Will Smith asks why don't they tell the people, because they people are smart, yada yada yada. And what was his answer?
But I posed myself this question. I almost wondered, would I tell people? Because I thought about like the fallout of that, right? Someone that like his mind isn't fully developed, that's going to be frustrated, violent, like guns in his hand, pitchforks, knives, fires every day. You know what I mean? Think about it for a sec. You want to tell that person the gravitas of the lie when you know he probably can't even reconcile the lie. He just be believing me. You know what I mean? Instead of believing them. But if I'm telling you like, oh yeah, they're all lying, and I'm mad, now you're mad because I'm mad. But you didn't even think for yourself to get yourself to the place where you could figure it out for yourself, which is the whole process in the first place. Because should you be able to figure it out for yourself, you kind of shed the anger part, right? You're like, all right, I figured this thing out, but I'm just glad that I'm smart enough to use my brain and figure things out. That means I can figure other things out in life. I don't got to worry about somebody else lying to me. Someone that can't figure it out, they're just gonna be frustrated. And imagine not 7 billion, but let's say 6 billion frustrated people that are just angry all day. It's literally gonna be hell on earth.
I mean, this is how I view it. The reason why they're lying is that they have an agenda. And what is this agenda? If you look at the things they've been pushing in pursuit of science, it relates to Genesis. They have the creation story, the Big Bang. They have the origins of humanity, evolution. They're hiding the globe Earth. So why are they doing this? Why are they pushing this narrative? They're pushing basically the same narrative that Genesis is doing, but they're excluding God in it. They're excluding
Everything
the creator.
builds off of that
Right.
idea too. Everything falls apart when you don't have a ball.
I see it as like I forgot the name of. Oh, I remember. There was this game I used to play in like second grade or third grade called Labyrinth, where you put like a metal ball in the beginning of the maze, and then there were two dials on the side. You have to like tilt it left and right, and then forward and backwards. And there were like holes across this entire intricate maze you had to get through and get to the end. And it's like I just feel like they created a labyrinth game for all of us, and some people make it to the end, some people can't. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I didn't create the game, so I can't stop the game. You know what I mean? Like I can't. I can only observe it.
Yeah. Well, what I've observed is that they have placed thistles and thorns around the truth, and
Yeah, of course.
And these elites, they have their own religion. I mean, they're worshiping the Lightbringer, and I think that is their agenda. That is where their agenda starts.
Sure.
Not only
But
that, I
think about the people
think
that
about
are
this.
think about the people in the server, right? Like even us, like when we come together and we debate topics, we can see who's being intellectually honest. We can see who's kind of, trying to like profess shit. You see who gets angry quickly. We see all of these things just from our own time in the server. What if what's going on here is just a bigger server and like they've all come to certain realizations that maybe I haven't come to yet or you haven't come to yet. I'm not on their side. Don't worry. I'm still fucking pissed as fuck. But I'm just trying to get my head around what the fuck is going on here, you know?
I put myself in like in their shoes, government wise, right? Let's put it like this.
Mm-hmm.
You've realized, right? Okay, there's the Earth is flat, right? They go to Antarctica to realize yada yada yada, right? They say, okay, if we come out with the truth, there's gonna be a holy religious war, pretty much. Everybody's gonna be like fighting. Oh, the religion, this religion is true. This religion is true. Yada yada yada. Not only that, then they're gonna be like, us as government are gonna be thrown down the drain. There's gonna be more. Go ahead.
You know what's gonna happen? Like all of that's like, that's us sifting through our ideas here.
Right.
Ultimately, what I think it is we realize we're in an enclosed area. And
Yeah,
even
I was gonna say this.
Yeah, even if we were like, okay, well, my God is the God, your God is the God. Well, fuck that. We need to go. We need to go find out right now.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
of us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and not only that, I mean, that's what I'm saying. There will be a holy, like religious war. I didn't say holy world, but world war. But it's really a religious. Catholics gonna be like, no, we are the church. Yada yada yada. You know, then there's gonna be the government is gonna be like, yeah, no, we you can't govern us. You can't. We're not gonna go by what you say. We're gonna go by whatever religion wins, practically in a way. And that's pretty much. I think that was the fear, yada yada. The government's fear, like, oh, we're gonna be thrown down, we won't be able to govern, and people are gonna be blah 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 blah.
Well, I want to
Yeah,
say
but wouldn't
this.
that be
Imagine how
like
many
an
people would
implosion?
freak if they knew they were in an enclosed system. How many people would absolutely lose their mind just from thinking about that?
Oh yeah, big
Dude,
time.
when
Big
my
time.
mom found out, I mean, when I brought it to her and she was already looking into it, she was, because she's claustrophobic. It's like, oh my god, all that water. We're really close. I feel like I can't breathe. she was freaking out.
Even though there's nothing you can do about it. you know?
Yeah, exactly. And she's like, oh yeah, but you know what, man? God created it. We have been living. Yeah, but it was funny at first when she first came onto the realization that we're enclosed.
You said it was funny.
Yeah, it was funny for me. I mean, just her going through the whole steps of
Nice.
realization.
Yeah, my mother still hasn't come to grips with it yet. She's definitely scratched her head enough to be like, this guy's making some good points here, but I can tell like she's just so entrenched. And she's not coming out. She's like 67 now, so yeah, it's not happening.
Well, there's a barrier there, right? So you have people that figured out that should know, that can know, that would eventually know this. Then you have this other group of people that could never know this, should have never known this, but somehow found out about it by means that they never wanted to find out. Now those are the people that are going to absolutely lose their mind, think they're completely
Exactly.
trapped, and absolutely just try and get out of
Lose
here.
their
They're gonna
shit.
they're gonna go nuts. Those are the
They're
people being protected
strapping
from, in a
C4 to their
sense.
chest. They're
Yeah,
strapping C4 to their chest. They're taking out every fucking major building that exists. I don't want to be around while they're doing it.
those
And you never
people.
know what it is that is the causal agent for someone waking up, because my mom is almost 70. When I told her, she was like, she had that bewildered look on her face, and that's the face that is thinking. Like, she's like, okay, my son is always, he's looking into. He doesn't just say shit that he doesn't. If I challenge him on anything, he'll spend 6 hours showing me evidence. So there must be something to this. And then I'm like, Mom, every chance you get, you talk to me about the Bible and how I'm supposed to, read the word and blah, blah, blah. Well, the one reason that I didn't believe it? The story of Genesis. You know why? Because the school that I had to go to taught me that was BS when they taught me the heliocentric model. Both things can't be true, Ma. You can't all on one earth watch Jesus come from the sky if it's a ball.
Impossible.
And she's like, I don't understand it, but I'm with you. Fuck it.
Yeah, my mother's a bit of a Bible banger as well. But I was never one of those kids that spoke her ear off. Like, I would just let her think whatever she wants to think, and I just go outside, play with my friends, and I'll talk to them about whatever topic is on my mind. So she never got used to me being extremely vocal. You know what I mean? Like, that was always like for work or for play. But in my house, I was like completely stoic, completely to myself. I never said shit. When I came to her with this, she was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, for once, just listen. So imagine.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I told my Elijah. That's what I told my parents and my dad. Especially he's a pastor. It's like, look, it's the first book is wrong, and the whole thing is wrong. How can you trust it?
Your dad is a pastor?
Yeah, my dad does still. It was crazy. My dad is not together. My dad's a pastor. My mom isn't. But my mom was able to accept the truth first. My dad still has it. My dad's still struggling with it. I'm like, how do you explain deferment? Where did it go? And it's like, whoa, it was just yada yada. He tried to, and I went through Genesis. Look, this. I went through the whole thing, and in the end, he kind of was upset, and he, I mean, when I first saw my dad went kind of crazy on me. I thought he was gonna, start swinging or something.
How does he view it today? Is there any progress?
When he went to a trip to Puerto Rico, from Puerto Rico to the Dominican Republic, you could see the lights from at night from one place to the other, and that's 70 miles. And I explained to him, this is impossible, and it kind of opened him up a little bit. He still thinks I'm crazy. It's crazy. And my brother also, he actually, he as soon as I started telling him, he opened his eyes like, whoa, that's true. Yeah, and and my brother, me and him, we were speaking to him, but he still is a little bit they still believe in the images.
Yeah, I see. I mean, honestly, I think it's pretty easy to debunk the NASA images because you can actually see that it's not only the ball which curves, it's also the objects around it.
Right. I haven't been able to sit with them. I actually tried to speak to them once all through a Facebook chat. My dad just started, it's going off on me, and he's trying to say my house nuts and some shit. It was funny. I was like, okay, whatever. You don't want to speak about this. I won't speak to y'all again about it. I want to be, delusional. Go ahead. I pretty much gave up on them and just started tweeting to everybody else. I talked to my cousin. My cousin, first week he was like blah. Then when he started looking into, because he's this COVID code arena thing. Set everybody down, so he was able to search into it, and my cousin like 3 weeks after, yo, and he's been like, and he's been searching. He's always been sending me stuff. Actually, he saw a clip in TikTok of his Witsit with McToon. He's like, I need to find the full link, and I send him the link. He's like, thanks, bro. It's
actually I've never.
It is a lot of information, though. Like I try to take that into account. I try to see things in terms of like ability to like read something, understand what it's saying, and then capacity. Like how much can you read? You know what I mean? How much can you read and digest and put it all together and hold it in your mind at the same time?
Yeah.
And it's like sometimes I get frustrated because of someone else's lack of capacity or ability. But I'm like, what can I do with that? I was like, I could just hope you would take the time, because I know you could if you wanted to, but if they haven't dedicated the requisite time and effort to build that capacity or ability, they're just going to make themselves frustrated. You know what I mean? So what do you do?
Honestly, man, my aunt's husband, he always used to say that all these holidays in Christianity is pagan. He also used to say that the earth is flat. We all always looked at him like he was some kind of like crazy person. But today, when I look at him, I actually see a genius.
That's rare.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to chalk this up as one of the topics I shall never forget for the rest of my life. Go figure. This one's a doozy.
Well, there's a certain jump someone has to make where they have to accept that they can't actually know the answer.
I agree.
And a lot of people, it's too uncomfortable to take that jump, so they don't bother. Because they think of solutions, and then they know that there's no answer before they even looked into it.
And it's funny that's I think that's one of my biggest problem with my dad, right? Is because he actually like brought this up. He's like, well, scripture says that science, the knowledge of people will increase. So what are you saying? We didn't learn all these new things and yada yada. I think that's really the problem. That the lack of not wanting that, not knowing. I mean, the not knowing is his biggest problem. Like he doesn't want to say that he doesn't know. And it's
the
pride.
fear of not having an answer. There's got to be a phobia or a word for that.
Exactly.
They don't want to be
It's like
wrong.
the whole depth versus breadth thing, right? So we can focus our minds and we can get very deep on granularity of a topic and like making sure we root out all the assumptions. We can go deep on a very small part of a topic or subject matter. But someone else, because they're being handed such a wider breadth of knowledge of like, look, we have all these answers for you. They've already been figured out. Like you can shred anybody in a debate. You can have 100 things to say, but maybe that breadth isn't as good as just like the small depth. You know what I mean? Because maybe my small depth, I get to one point that's rock solid. I'm like, oh no, I'm standing on solid ground right now. But it's like I had to let go of that breadth first. I had to let go of thinking more answers is better than one good answer. One good answer is always better than a million shitty answers or what I think are good answers that I can't prove.
And we're tasked with we're not just telling people the earth is flat. They already know. Now we're tasked with undoing what they think it is. So that's why when people come in here, the first thing I do is ask them, what do you want from me? Oh, I just want to know, okay, let me let you know that there's some answers that are out of my purview. There are answers that I just don't have. Now, if you're asking me what my position is, it's not XYZ and yada, yada, yada. But this is what it is. Now, based on what I've told you, you can ask your question. So whenever
No,
they want to try
I
to
think that's
straw
fair.
man, or it's like,
Yeah,
well,
but
if you're going to straw man me, I can't educate you on what I think. And I don't want this to
exactly.
turn into some devolving conversation where it's very stressful for you and I. So let's just end it. Maybe you can find answers elsewhere. And it kind of
No,
gives them
I
pause and they're like slowed down and they're willing to
exactly. You
listen to that.
prefaced it. You prefaced it. So you said like, hey, this is gonna be a problem we're gonna have in the future, but if you don't let it become a problem, it won't be a problem. And then they can almost like see it creeping up in their own head. So like where you might say, I don't know the answer to something, and they're gonna say, aha, see, I knew you didn't know. But remember, I told you I would not know all the answers. So now they have to start to question, is the answer that you don't know logical for you to not know? And should they act like they know it? Because then you kind of get over that hurdle together.
I found the phobia.
Yeah,
The
basically.
xenophobia, I
Phobia.
think, is what it's called.
Yeah, somebody put it in the live stream voice text.
That's interesting how people. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. It's literally a disorder.
Oh, there was this guy in here yesterday called Dolan. I don't know if you guys caught him. Did you guys meet Dolan yesterday?
No.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, he was so intelligent, I thought. But he shared the video that I posted. The moon is a reflection of a gigantic Earth, and I watched it this morning, and I was blown away.
Moon man.
Blown away. Because I've contemplated the moon quite a bit, and I never really had a good answer in my mind. And so far, this has been probably the most intriguing I've come across.
He posted.
It's like connecting the dots. The dots are there, but no one knows how to connect them. They always connect them in their own way.
Yeah. Remember, it's just one guy's interpretation, but I think he did a pretty good job. And you
It's
can tell from his
interesting.
voice, like he's done research. You know, I looked at his website. I mean, his YouTube page. He's got a lot on there, but you know, I've just taken a look at a couple of things so far.
You're talking about the AWAR, Anon, or whatever. Is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
that's the guy.
Can you post his channel?
I've kind of seen a couple of TikTok videos, and I haven't really paid attention to it, but it seems interesting.
It's interesting.
The crater one?
Yeah, it's a lot of speculation, but
Yeah.
chew the meat, spit out the bones.
Have you guys seen the crater one though? The crater one's just as crazy, and I don't like how many coincidences there are, but it's just as, I don't know what you'd call it. There's too many coincidences for it to be nothing.
Exactly, it's interesting at the least.
Yeah, at the very least, it's like, wow, what am I looking at?
But lots of times we can look at things and associate them with other things because they might be similar, but it may not be a direct correlation between the two. But it
Yeah,
is
I
a good
agree.
thought experiment.
Yeah, and I think the thing is like, you know, just reserve the judgment for as long as you can and like try to just consume as many different inputs as you can. And then the one that kind of like keeps coming back up is like a point of reference, or like, you know, if somebody else brings forth a point to you didn't think about as well, and like it strengthens one particular position, you know, that's where I would like dive in and do more research on that part. But in the beginning, I just kind of like just consume inputs, stay neutral, and just try to like, you know, not let my emotions lead me anywhere. Just kind of see like what is the data itself saying.
You seen the APM, the angelic pyramid matrix?
What's
That
that?
one's really interesting too.
That's
I
one
don't
of
think
his
it
videos
makes
as well.
sense. It's really weird. So like one of the biggest like I don't know, I guess evidence is what you would call it, somewhat in a sense. I wouldn't call it that. He said little Diomede and big Diomede are two little islands, the one from Russia and one from America, and they're 7 miles apart from each other, but they get completely different amounts of sun. There's like a discrepancy, the time and how much sun they get, and they're only 7 miles apart. But in between them is a time, whatever it's called, the time zone line. So it's a different time zone from one island to the other, but there's a discrepancy in how much sunlight one gets over the other. And this guy is basically saying that the map that we know of is actually the way it seems, with Alaska on the far left side, Russia on the other side, and it doesn't come around to connect to the other.
What are the islands that you're talking about? Where are they
Little
located?
and Big Diomede, Diomede, I think is how it's spelled. There wasn't much evidence, but it was interesting what he was saying. The rest of it was, but I'd never heard anybody talk about these islands and the sunlight. It's the first time I've ever heard somebody talk about it.
It sounds like he's promoting kind of the Pac-Man Earth map. Is that kind of what he's going at?
I haven't heard of that one, but
kind of like where in Pac-Man, if you go through the left side portal, you come out back on the right side portal. Is that?
Oh no, he wasn't. No, not like you got one side, you come out the other. He's saying how we say there's continents or could be land outside of what we know of. He's saying, well, that land that we don't know of is actually the others on the other side of that island that we call Russia, but it's not actually Russia. There's another land mass beyond there. And Russia's on the complete other side. It's interesting. I don't know how legit any of it is. I think it's starting from not a very good foundation at all.
So basically what he's saying is eastern Russia, if you cross from Alaska into eastern Russia and you continued to head west, you would never actually connect with the actual continent of Russia. You're actually on some other landmass.
Correct. Russia's actually on the far eastern side. They like the maps that show Alaska on the far left and Russia on the far right. He's saying like that's actually how the Earth is. That's what he says. And he shows how the flight patterns go north and then down. That's his idea of how flights work. Like, so you're going to go from North America to Russia, you'd go north over a certain area and come back down, almost like a horseshoe every time.
I feel like people have traversed from like Moscow through Siberia and over to eastern Russia and then on to Alaska to disprove this, but I'm not sure.
I think
it seems like wild speculation.
It is. I just thought it was interesting how someone could draw this much out of just the idea that these two islands have a discrepancy in data between how much sunlight they receive. Maybe I can find it. Oh, I think I found it. I'll link it.
Hello, guys. Do you remember me? I forgot one question I had. Hello?
Yeah, what's up, Cole?
So I have one last question, and how is it possible for a plane to fly around the world and end up at the same point, from point A to point A, by just flying straight?
So again, when we were talking about the circumnavigation is always from east to west, right? They've never done it from north to south to north again. So when you
explained it, but oh, sorry, yes.
okay, so when you're going from east to west, you're always adjusting, because your compass always points north, so you're always adjusting. So you'll I think there's Can somebody post a meme? There it is. Look at what Hader put. Hyder? Sorry, I'm cleaning your name. At 51 minutes after the hour. Look at the GIF.
Yeah. But still, like, doesn't that mean the pilot has to adjust the plane?
You always adjust no matter what to north. How do you travel the Earth with the compass, right? I mean, if you're flying, usually these go from point A to point B, but you always adjust for north.
But never for curvature.
Yeah, never for the curvature of the Earth.
Some long distance, he need to put nose down. Who knows how much? 3 miles, 4 miles. On 270 miles, he need to put down nose for 3 miles. 1,000 miles, I don't know. A lot. And now take the fighters, not the commercial airplanes. How they have speed like 2,000 kilometers per hour, and how much they need to put nose down to not go to the space.
But I don't really buy the GIF because that would require the pilot to adjust the plane.
Yeah, well, I mean, how far did they fly?
Which one?
I mean, how far did they fly? They don't traverse the whole Earth in one flight.
No, but
right?
I read about this plane, Rutam Voyager, who was flying around the whole planet. It has been flying. It was the first aircraft to fly around the world without stopping or refueling.
Without stopping.
And it was just flying in a straight line, and it ended up at the same place.
But what direction did it fly at? Do you know?
I think you're confusing a straight line with an east or west heading. East or west headings, if you're keeping your compass to the east or west to head in an easterly or westerly direction, you're constantly adjusting to the north.
Well, even on a ball, you never fly in a straight line.
A straight line, if you look due east or due west and you literally walked or flew in a straight line due west, never correcting for a compass correction at all, but kept a dead heading, you would always wind up heading south, no matter where you're at.
Well, I don't think the pilot was adjusting his direction at any point of this flight.
Do they have compasses on the plane for navigation?
But hey, Cole, if
Do
you
they have compasses? Let me see.
Navigate the same.
If you look at the image that I posted now, like there you can see a straight line due east from 50 degrees north on a globe, and you basically end up crossing equator and heading south. So you have to adjust, like if you want to circumnavigate, you have to adjust for east or west, but like airplanes never like navigate by compass, they go by waypoints, so they don't really think about that because they just think about the next waypoint in their flight route, basically.
No. Okay. So you think they are adjusting based on the compass, and the compass is
No. Airplanes fly by basically GPS or by basically navigation, like by coordinates, right?
Yeah,
so they
but this
just
plane,
fly to the next.
This was already in 1986. The first
but do you
aircraft to fly around
which
the
heading?
whole
Do you know
planet.
which heading? Was it going north south or was it going west east? Do you know?
I think north to south.
Yeah, because if you really look into those, all of those are really sketchy. Look at the flight routes, like basically like circumnavigating Earth east to west. Like tens of thousands of people have done it. Like it's super easy, anybody can do it. But like south north, there's only like 4 people who is alleged to have done it, and they are all kind of sketchy, and their stories are sketchy. Just look into it. Like I'm aware that they say that it has been done, but yeah, check it out for yourself.
Yeah,
they go down,
but I
they go
believe
down
in
and come back up.
I
was
believe
that?
in this. I believe in this one evidence. I do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do.
That 4 people circumnavigate and 1 billion people navigate the east planet. That you believe.
Again, the regardless of the flight, man, you don't have the container, my guy. In other words, where does what's containing the gas on Earth, my friend? I keep asking you this.
Yeah, the gas by particles.
Yeah, but it's
By the
But
atmosphere.
again, the atmosphere, again, it's an oxymoron. Atmo is gas. Gas can contain gas.
Yeah, that's the largest problem. You're saying that the gas is containing itself. So it's basically just saying that, okay, you're the outer gas, you're going to contain the rest of us. Like, how does that work?
I'm not a specialist, but I will look into it and I will supply you with the evidence.
Yeah,
gas
do.
pressure.
Yeah, please do. Show me how the second law of thermodynamics can be violated.
Yeah, I don't think it is violated though.
It would be. Because
has to be.
if there's gas pressure on Earth, and then you're saying there's a vacuum, that's a lower pressure, right? The second law of thermodynamics dictates that the entropy will happen. The high pressure will move into lower pressure, into equalizes. Meaning, all the infinite vacuum you have, all the gas on Earth will definitely vanish.
Makes sense.
Do not say G.
But if he says G, he will have to show me scientific evidence of G.
Yeah.
You don't believe in gravity? Or
can I ask you now a question after that?
Go ahead.
Sorry, please. Can I ask you now a question after your question?
No. Go right ahead. Did you go ahead and he said gravity?
Can you Can you believe in something what is never proven?
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
you can, of course.
Yeah, okay, and that will be belief only.
Right.
Nothing else.
So, can you tell me what gravity are you talking about? What do you think gravity is? Define gravity for me.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, my headset died.
Sorry, okay, can you
you
define gravity for me? What gravity you believe in?
Are you saying there's different?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you didn't know that,
definitions?
then yeah, if you didn't know, there's two definitions of gravity.
Okay, well, I believe in Newton's laws.
Right. So the one
Gravity.
that has been debunked 106 years ago by Einstein.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Einstein pretty much destroyed Newton's law.
160 years ago.
106 years ago. 106 years ago.
106, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't apply in outer space.
It doesn't apply
Oh
anywhere.
my gosh.
It doesn't apply anywhere. They've been debunked. Newton mass attracting mass. The force of gravity is no longer. They're now using Einstein's gravity as a effect, not a force, not a cause. It's an effect. So if you don't have a force, you're thinking that gravity is a force, but it isn't.
No, it's like bending the space.
Right. So bending it conceptual.
Bending space. Let's go. Let's go.
Ouch.
What's that?
Stupid idiots.
Air trolling.
Hey, what's up, India? You want to take it from here?
Who
I'm
was
just
that? Does
listening.
anyone know the name? Yeah, there he is.
Let's go. Uwu calling the caterpillar. Uwu.
Gone.
Bye.
I don't waste time. They're gone.
They sure
Do
accomplished a
you
lot.
guys own any stocks related to space flights or space?
Yeah, actually, I do. Why?
Just curious.
It makes you money. Why not?
Why is it profitable?
It's profitable. Of course. But I don't condone to it.
Are you a hypocrite?
No, I'm making money. That's what I'm doing.
Are you a moron, dude? You ever heard of the company Theranos? And Elizabeth Holmes? She's on trial right now for fraud.
That's a great one. Yeah, her whole company was a fraud. Fraudulent.
Yeah, and it just took time to get caught. Then there's the
Are you
company.
wait? Are you
what was the
saying
other
that
company?
that
Sooner
all the
or
space
later, it's
companies?
going to happen, Cole.
Yeah, I am saying that. They're frauds.
So you're
It will
saying that
always come out.
eventually people will find out the truth. Eventually,
Yes,
people.
100%.
Eventually, everyone will be aware that the planet
Aware.
is, or
They're
the
aware
Earth
now.
is flat.
Oh no, there's
They're
a lot
aware
of
now.
people aware now. They just don't do anything about it because they can't. It's
Look,
so
they're aware now.
solidified right now.
What has everybody experienced, dude? They're aware now. They just have been. They just believe something else. I mean, people believe a lot of things contrary to what their personal experience is all the time. They believe they have a girlfriend, but they actually don't. She's boning everybody on the block.
Cold. I
Has
understand.
like 80,000 of them.
I understood from the last sentence that bending of space-time, stopping the gas to go into the vacuum. Is that true?
Yeah, there you go.
No, or yeah.
No or
yes,
yeah?
yes. It's due to gravity.
Yo,
Yes,
yo,
which is
why you,
a
hold on,
result of
hold
bending
on,
of
hold on,
space,
hold
which
on,
is
hold on.
Einstein's work.
Oh, here's another fucking evangelist. Why are you here? Because I got an evangelist. You know, you guys remember Burning Man? He's been in my inbox since yesterday, since I showed him the Black Swan, showed him the Sexton, and we went through the second law with him. And he's like, yeah, admittedly, I don't know much about those things. Or gravity too, by the way. I don't know about those things, but I do know that I've worked with satellites for 10 years. I'm like, congratulations. You're no different than the space the Hubble director. Congrats. I don't care. Why are you telling me?
Yeah, Elijah, but he has questions, but he's actually also has legitimate questions. But of course, he's going to defend what he thinks he knows. But and then again, Elijah,
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Time out. I don't believe that. Because if he's here to tell us what we already know, no, thank you. But if he wants information from us, we can do that.
Yeah,
so
but
are you telling me that you want to talk to someone who doesn't want information?
No, well,
Like,
no.
we've
But
gone
the
through
thing
this
is,
conversation before.
Elijah. Well, I mean, we've gone with everybody else. We haven't gone through it with him.
I
So
mean, I've
we
gone
can.
through it with you guys before.
I
As in
understand
you
that.
two.
I understand that, but I'd rather speak to somebody, a Glober, here and let the audience hear their information again, over and over again, and just speaking to us,
So was my question invalid? So you didn't. Why is he here? Is my question.
I like
But I
that
know
question,
what
Elijah.
exactly it is.
First,
Because
unless you missed it, unless you missed it, he came in with a question about circumnavigating.
Okay.
And we answered the question, and then I told him regardless of circumnavigation, the issue you have still with the globe is the gas pressure without a container, and then he went into gravity. So
you're offering up information that he doesn't want.
Right.
Guys, it's his answer. Remember?
Right.
He said Newtonian, and then he changed it to Einsteinian. So he doesn't know his own answer.
Exactly, because I was going to point that out. Thank you, because he said he thought it was Newtonian, and then when we told him that's debunked, now he changed it to Einsteinian. That he thinks this is bending in space time, but then he said due to gravity.
So why is he here then if he doesn't even know his own answers? I like Elijah's question.
That's fine. We all were there one time or another. We didn't know the answer. We spoke out.
Bullshit.
Bullshit my ass.
I didn't say.
do that.
Well, I didn't fight it. Okay. Did you
Well,
fight it?
Well, yeah, I did. I mean, everybody would fight.
What specifically did you fight? Give me a bit of information someone gave to you concisely that you could understand that you were like, no. Tell me that someone told you you can have gas pressure without a container and you were like, fuck that. Tell me that.
Well, I said, well, gravity. When I didn't know that gravity couldn't contain gas. That when I thought gravity was a force.
Because no one told you yet. But when they did, then what?
We just explained it to him. I mean, and he's still, of course, going to fight it because he's not going to take our word at hand because nobody actually gave him where is the scientific method.
No, he did take our word though. When we said it's been debunked, he went straight to Einstein, like a
we pointed
light
out. Well, he didn't even know there was two different definitions of gravity when I asked him.
Yeah, he flipped like a light switch.
Well, yeah, because we told him there's Einstein, so now he thinks it's Einstein.
Yeah, I never did that.
So then, okay, so fine.
I
Continue the
feel like I'm
conversation.
back in high school again.
Yo, you know what? Last time we had maybe 2-3 times. Remember when I was showing you guys the sun observations? It happened around that time. I remember because I was on a train. I was on the one train at 72nd Street, and I was saying the same shit. And then 30 minutes later, I came back, and you guys said, "Yeah, you were right." So I'm gonna sit back and wait up 40 minutes where other actual people who actually want to actually reach us, I'm going to watch them come and go as you guys are talking to this guy. And I hope I'm wrong 30 minutes from now.
I mean, if there's somebody else here that you think that you could definitely interrupt.
No. You said you wanted to talk
Do you
to
want
this
me
guy.
to leave, sir?
Or no, I don't.
No.
I want you to continue your conversation. I want to be proven wrong today.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to know why you changed your answer so fast when you didn't even know it to begin with.
About Einstein?
No, I don't know why you changed it though. Why, when you were told that it was Newtonian, was debunked, why you instantly flipped like a light
I
switch.
forgot about Einstein. That guy is old and dead, you know. So is Newton.
Newton was old before Einstein.
Of course, he died a virgin.
Well, if you say so.
Yeah.
Nice story.
You guys have something in common.
Anyway, back to the subject
Anyway,
of
do
Earth.
you have anything other than concepts? Do you have any demonstrations, experiments?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, you do? So
Yeah.
you have gas pressure without a container experiment?
Due to gravity, yes.
No, an experiment. I said something other than concepts. That's a concept.
Oh, people in space, 500 plus people in space have been to space.
Okay,
Are
that's
they
a
all
belief.
lying? Are
That's
they all
another
lying?
concept. Somebody, I don't know. Are they?
Can
I
you
don't think so.
validate this?
We're going
I
to
mean,
determine. This is
why
how we're
don't you
going to
capture one
determine
of
whether
them?
they're lying. This is
Why
how
don't
we're
you
going to
capture
determine
one of
whether.
them?
This is how we're going to determine whether they're
Kidding.
lying. They're going to make a claim, and we're going to test that
Just a
claim
joke.
against reality. Okay.
Right.
So can we have gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
So if they said they walked on the surface of the sun, are they lying? Are they all lying? Use your head. We know you can't walk on, well, it's supposed to be 1,000,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Shit.
They aren't
So
saying
we
they
know they'd
walk
be
on.
lying, right?
They aren't saying that. Are they?
They're claiming something just as preposterous. Gas pressure out of the container is just as preposterous.
Why? Gravity.
Because that's an idea. So prove it with an experiment.
I'm sure someone much smarter than me could.
Why do you always say
I
that?
don't think. Huh?
You keep saying that every time you're backed into a corner. You don't
So
actually
we
ever
can
have an
prove it.
answer.
Well, do you expect
the thing is,
me
we
to
can do an
conduct this
experiment.
experiment right here in front of you?
No, Gold. You can post it. The person
Hold
who
on,
did
hold
it,
on,
and
hold
the year
hold
and
on,
everything.
Sasha. Y'all keep interrupting India.
Yeah.
Code. Please have a
So we can
conversation.
actually do the experiment to show that it's not possible. Right? So gas is supposed to be held from the vacuum to the surface of the Earth because of gravity. So if I get a vacuum tube and I insert gas into it, it should all settle to the bottom, right? Because
Can
gravity
you
is
repeat that?
holding it. Grabbing is holding it down away from the vacuum, right?
Holding what down? What did you say?
The gas, the air.
Yeah, but some gas is lighter than other gas, of course.
Well, I'll just use regular gas. I'll get a scuba tank. I'll get a cylinder. I'll evacuate all the gas. I'll insert a little bit of the air from the scuba tank into this vacuum chamber. The Earth is going to hold the gas to the bottom of the vacuum chamber against from the vacuum.
No. There's something called entropy.
Yes, and
Yeah, the molecules will move inside this container.
yes, and they will fill the available volume, so they reach thermodynamic equilibrium, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that doesn't happen now. Which one is it? Does it happen or does it not happen? Because we're saying this is what happens.
The Earth is a lot heavier.
We're using the Earth because we have a vacuum. We have a vacuum chamber on Earth.
No.
The Cobra stand. No. Listen, we can disprove this with an experiment. Okay.
I think you guys are spending too much time on this
Now you're going to
subject
talk.
matter.
Did you
Now you're going to
seriously
talk
just
about
say
us.
no?
This is
That's an ad
Not
hominem.
having a
Please
vacuum
refrain. Excuse me, just a point of moderation.
This is
That
what
was an
they always.
ad
You
hominem.
guys are.
Please chill out.
Who cares what it was, Elijah? It's still this. It's the same thing, man. You had a concept. You don't have the experiment. Show the experiment that falsifies your concept. So now you want to talk about us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Proved Elijah
cool.
right.
No.
Yeah, he fucking did.
That carpenter. That table's 48 by 48. Oh no, it ain't. Carpenter's a jerk. Or can't be.
Well,
But like,
can I ask a question? Can I ask one
ask me a question.
Well, my bad. It's going to be a question, and then it's going to probably be one follow-up. So
Right.
it's the Earth's mass. It's the Earth's physicality. I know you went to Einstein. I know you don't believe that. But you think that it's the Earth's massiveness of it, that allows the air to be contained here and not just shift off into space, right?
Yeah.
And we have 14.7 here, right? Pounds per square inch. That's the pressure here.
Mm-hmm.
Here at the surface, anyway. Yeah.
Something like
Radiant, blah 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 blah. I get it. Okay, well, what about when there's not a physical body? What if when it's just gas? Do you need a container for the pressure?
Yes.
Okay, my bad. Third follow-up. The Earth's sun, the sun is 340 billion times the pressure of the Earth. What's going on there?
There is a lot of gas there.
Yeah, but what's going on there?
What do you mean?
With the pressure, that doesn't have a Earth or anything like that. It's just gas. Well, what's going on there? How does it maintain all that gas and all that pressure in a vacuum?
In a vacuum? There's no vacuum in the sun.
Yo, Alberiqua, I want a box. Because I want a box.
but going back to experiments, have you been to the sun? Can you prove any of this?
Hold on. They claim the sun is in the vacuum. They claim the sun is in the vacuum.
Guys, we have to be intellectually honest here. We need to prove things through experiments, right? You said that yourself. Have you been to the sun? Can you prove anything of what you just said? Because you said we see with our eyes that the planet is flat. You said that.
He's talking about the globe.
You have to see things with your eyes for them to be true.
No,
that's
wrong.
my takeaway.
You're ignorant. You're ignorant, dude.
I'm sorry.
Seriously. So when I see railroad tracks converge in the distance, I think they come together because I saw them with my eyes, and that's what they appeared to be.
I mean, according to your standards, yeah.
No, that wasn't the standard. Standard is you're saying something causes something else, and cause and effect relationships are determined by experiment.
Yeah, but someone
what something is or isn't is not a cause and effect relationship.
Okay.
It's not a phenomenon, whether it is or isn't, right? So we don't experiment to determine whether my table's 48 inches by 48 inches. That's not an experiment. It's just a measurement. Right?
I measure my. Anyway.
So sophistries don't work here. We know all you guys is, all these little tricks. They just don't work.
I have no tricks. I'm new here. I'm a new guy. I'm just trying to learn.
They're debate tricks. They're sophistry tricks.
Right. But when I was here earlier, someone said, when you look at the sun, you see it moving. Therefore, it is moving and not the Earth. Like, what? That's not an argument.
So when you see a car move in front of you, is the car moving or you are?
Depends. I mean, I could be moving, and if I'm moving and the car is standing still, it would appear as moving.
So let's say you're sitting down on a chair, and you see a plane fly over your head. Are you moving or the plane is?
My conclusion would be that the plane is moving because airplanes move.
So if that thing is let's say 10,000 times further away, will you still come to the same conclusion that you're moving or the plane is?
Depends.
Depends? Are you still sitting down in your chair?
Plane. Yeah.
Are you still sitting down in your chair?
No, right now I'm jogging. I'm taking.
No. What I'm asking you, when I gave you the analogy, I was telling you you were sitting down in the chair.
Okay. Yeah.
Watching a plane moving. Is the plane moving or you are?
Probably the plane. That would be my conclusion.
Right. So if it's 10,000 times further, is the plane moving or you are?
The plane would be my conclusion.
Right. Because, but it still looks a lot slower, right? So the same thing with the sun. Is the sun moving or you are? Because all you see is it's traverse the sky from east to west, right? So, and you're sitting down in your chair. You're not moving. So
based on the knowledge I have, I know that the Earth is.
How? How do you have knowledge that the Earth is moving? Who has ever detected? Give me a second. Who has ever detected the movement of the Earth?
Astronauts, for example.
And that's
That's a belief.
But they're
That's
lying,
not
I guess.
knowledge.
And before astronauts, who was? Tell me, please, who was before astronauts?
But if I see the sun moving, it could be either the sun or it could be the Earth.
Who was before astronauts, please?
Who was before astronauts?
60 years, and Earth is rotating like for 4.5 billion years. Let's say who is before astronaut proved that.
Who is before astronaut?
No, who knew this before an astronaut?
Before astronaut.
Some physicist, probably.
Who?
I don't know their name. I haven't met them.
Don't you hear yourself? Listen,
No.
Don't you hear yourself? This is completely faith-based. This is craziness. You
I'm
think
the
there's some
crazy one.
astronauts somewhere that have made a claim, right?
I
that
told you 1
believe
hour
is true.
ago.
Can we please stop fucking interrupting me, dude? Yeah. So, listen. You said that you have knowledge that
I have knowledge.
the Earth is rotating. You have no knowledge of that. You have zero knowledge of that. You have a belief of that. You have a belief of that.
No, not a belief. I'm accepting the studies of others conducted.
Okay,
I haven't done any studies myself, but I could if I wanted to, probably.
Tell us one of them. The studies that were conducted.
No, can I tell you about the astronauts that have been to space? Some 500 of
That's
them?
a belief, dude. That is a belief.
Believing what
Complete
they said.
strangers told you a story. Literally, complete strangers said they went to a place with fantastic properties, and you believe it.
You don't think they went up in space?
Of course not. It's a fantastic claim. And as Carl Sagan said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Yeah. But
so where they say they go is an extraordinary
so
place,
where do you think they went? Do you agree that they went up in rockets in the sky?
Am I obligated to believe the claims of strangers if they're fantastic?
No. I've never said that. But can I ask you a question?
But that's what you're asking me.
Do you think they went up in rockets at least? Because people have seen that. You can go to the launch site and see
I know.
the rockets.
We've seen rockets go up in the air and take a parabolic arc. So what?
So where did they go then, if not to space? To Mars?
Out of sight. That's all you can empirically say is that they went out of sight.
Okay. So all the evidence they have provided, the videos, all of that's green screen, fakey stuff.
Listen, there's live streams of the Loch Ness Monster. So what? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. I'm not obligated to believe the claims of strangers. They come out, said they saw you. Someone comes out and says they saw UFOs. I'm not obligated to believe it. I can require evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want evidence. Videos are not evidence because they're not falsifiable. And this is why you're even talking about astronauts.
So what kind of evidence
their claims are not falsifiable.
Okay. What kind of evidence would you accept from an astronaut?
Space images falsifiable. Can we prove them right or wrong, me or you?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us how. How do we prove the claims of astronauts wrong? Wrong. So because science works by falsification, right? The definition of pseudoscience are claims or theories which are not falsifiable, right? So,
but What kind of proof would you expect from an astronaut?
I want to be able to test their claims.
Like, what evidence do you want from them? What have
It's
they
not
not
the evidence.
supplied you with?
Listen, I don't have to find their evidence. I don't have to go out and find their evidence. I have to be able to listen. You think space images are real? How do I test space images to see if they represent reality?
Not all of them, but most.
Well, whatever ones. How do I test them? Tell us the test, the scientific test, any test. How do we test them?
Experiment.
Okay, so how do I test it? So the blue marble image. How do I test that? To
What's
tell
that?
if it's a representation of reality. How do I test it? How do I test their claims, Ben? Like, imagine they're in court, right? And they made a claim and they got to prove it, right? And they have to provide evidence. Their testimony alone isn't going to be good.
A lot of the
Need
time,
more than that, right?
video evidence is sufficient. Why is it not in this case?
All right,
Listen,
so hold on.
and
Yo,
hold on. Don't stop, because he just said video evidence is sufficient if you have a witness. Where
we have
that
500
they took
witnesses.
that image. So
We
tell
have
me,
500 witnesses who have went to space,
listen,
and they're claiming the same
list
thing.
all the astronauts that swore. Dude, there's a standard in the law, right? The standard is, right, sacrifice is to measure credibility. That's why we swear under the penalty of perjury, because your sacrifice will be going to jail if you lie, right? So there's your sacrifice. And just let me finish this point, please.
Okay.
So list the astronauts that swore under oath that they went to space. All of them. Just list them.
All of them.
None of them. There's not a single human
Can you
being on
repeat
Earth
what you
that
even
swore
said?
under oath they went to space.
They went to space. Yeah, they would admit that under oath. Of course they would.
Okay, so have any of them done that? Have any of them sworn under oath that they went to space?
No.
Of course not.
I don't know. I know
That's
a strange question, though.
No.
That's a strange question. Why do they have to prove it under oath?
Because
I don't think they've been in court.
Because listen, no evidence gets in court without a witness. Like if I have a photograph,
this is not court. This is no court, is it? Science is not a court.
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, science is not a court, right?
Yeah.
But you said you're appealing to images.
He said
you
video
said
evidence,
images
India.
will make it into court. Images only make it into court if there's a witness to say, I took this image.
Okay.
So they have to swear under oath that they took that image.
In court, yes. But
So
yes, they're
that?
saying, if you ask them, did you take this image, they're going to say yes. That's the same thing.
Okay, but this isn't court, this is science. So I'm going to ask you again. What is the scientific test for images?
For images?
What is the scientific test for images? We're going to take
I don't
whether
believe
they
there
represent
is.
reality.
I don't believe there is one.
Okay, so it's just a naked claim that someone made that can't be tested, can't be falsified. You can either believe it or not believe it.
They have other types of evidence, of course. Like, they don't only have video evidence.
Such as? Okay, so do they have the telemetry data, like the data of like the path they took to the moon, the Apollo? Do they have that?
They probably have a picture of you from space when you're masturbating in your bedroom.
Dude. Surely you can do better than this.
No, honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. Like, what about satellite images? You don't believe in those either?
I'm not.
Are they
testable?
Yeah, Elijah.
No, but did someone go in Microsoft
You're
Paint
pinned,
and
you're pinned to the floor, kicking, screaming, because you know that you just have a religious belief. That's all
I'm
you have, is a
religious.
religious belief, because you have no evidence that any of it's true. You have no physical evidence any of it's true.
But all of these satellite images, did someone make them in Paint or something?
Actually,
Or in
yes, they
Photoshop?
did. Actually, yes, they did. There's
billions of images,
you can
probably.
go to the FT. Listen. You can actually. There's
And they
actually
made it with accuracy. Like they painted my car
How do you
outside
know
my
they're
house.
accurate? How would you tell they're not accurate or are accurate?
I mean, they got the color right of my car outside my
How
house.
do you know?
So how
They
I
got
know the
color
color of
right
my
of your
car?
You think?
Yeah.
Listen, do you really think Google Maps takes images from space of your fucking car?
Yeah.
Yeah, yo.
Did you read the
Yo.
caption at the bottom where
Fam.
it says it's like an airplane, like USGS?
No,
You
no,
don't
it's
read that
not.
shit?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not, Indio. Fam, you've never seen the fucking Google trucks drive around taking images of the block, fam?
No,
That's why
but
you
the
have a
top.
street view, fam.
No, I
In
think he's
all
talking about the
countries.
aerial. I think he's talking about the aerial view. The
Yeah,
aerial
I'm
view.
talking
The
about
bird's
the
eye.
air
The
view.
bird's eye view.
All right,
Yes,
fine.
sir.
Plain then. Fam. Bam. Oh my, like, yo.
Yeah,
What's
Yo,
happening here?
we're talking about the Earth. The
And
globe
yo,
Earth.
earlier he said he would accept the video images. I was trying to point him to 20 minutes after the hour. I have video images of Bigfoot, by the way. But
You do.
that's that. Yeah, 20 minutes after the hour. Since you accept video images,
Okay.
that's your
Okay.
So anyways,
Explain
back
those
to
two images.
I've seen Bigfoot.
And by the way,
Yeah.
okay now. So by the way, Robert Simmons tells you that it is Photoshop because it has to be. That's a direct quote.
Who's Robert?
The one that gave you the blue marble.
Oh, that guy.
The link has been posted.
He's kind of
Listen,
he's kind of hot when I think about it.
yeah, I bet you do. You're about to be server muted because now you're just.
I'm sorry.
Just spiraling.
I apologize.
27 minutes after the hour, they posted the link of Robert Simmons, a data visualizer, which grabs data and created a Photoshop image of the globe called the Blue Marble, which was on everybody's iPhone. And what was it, 2007?
Yeah. Yeah, because they wanted an aesthetically pleasing picture. I would assume.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's nice.
Matter of fact, Epic says all it uses is a radio photometer. I forgot what it was, but it's not an actual photo. It's not a photograph. It's actually something that just reads red, bright, and blue colors.
I'm not familiar with this picture.
Yeah, I know.
So I can't really comment.
Yeah, all quote unquote satellites. All they give you is I forgot the name of it. What is a retro? Give me a sec.
But do you think other planets are globes, or do you think
other planets? You haven't even proven that
Mars
you haven't even proven that Earth is a planet to start with.
Okay. But do you think the other bodies in our solar system, such as
There's
Mars,
no solar system.
That
What
thing
solar
you
system?
saw, infinite vacuum of space, doesn't exist.
But
all you see are lights in the skies.
Okay,
You haven't
but
gone there. Nobody has ever gone there. So how can you tell me what it is?
we have been to the moon. We have sent.
Have you?
No.
So that's a claim. Can you back this up?
We have sent droids to Mars.
Have you?
You,
No.
CGI.
More stories.
Okay,
CGI,
so
of
again,
course.
another story.
Listen,
Yeah.
they sent a tinfoil box to the moon.
I have a question, guys. Sorry. You said we sent droid to Mars. Can you demonstrate to me a drone flying in 1% of the atmosphere pressure that we breathe?
What do you mean? How it can be moving?
Mars,
Yeah.
the air on Mars, the air pressure is 1% of what we breathe.
Allegedly.
On the Earth.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
You're entertaining a
1%.
story.
You're giving him Narnia.
Yeah. Can you show me a drone capable of flying in such a low pressure? Air pressure.
Yes, it has been done.
Really?
In a
Begging the
vacuum
question.
chamber.
Speaking of experiments.
Show me.
Yeah.
Zero.
Sure, I'll show you.
That means you know how much it means. It means 0.14 psi.
Yeah.
0.14 psi. Can you show me that a drone is capable to fly in such air pressure?
It has been done to Mars. That's what we're
No,
talking
I can
about.
show you. I can show you flies, insects.
Okay,
which
so all
they
the
give
pictures
up-
from Mars
they
are
give-
fake too. Are
Listen. I can show you video with flies in a
they?
vacuum
But
chamber.
video. like the
listen,
other guy said, the videos can be faked.
you
I don't trust
didn't
videos.
let me finish. You didn't let me finish.
Well,
Yeah, this is an experiment.
he's just being
Test
soft now because
someone did.
hold on. He literally
he's
just
starting.
said, "I don't trust videos," and not
Yes.
half a minute ago he was invoking the Mars rover. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he
but
said,
I'm
I
doing
want
the same
This is
thing
a
you're
test
doing.
someone did.
You are using
Listen,
videos
let me
as evidence
finish.
of your
Yeah.
claims,
Yo.
but most
Yo.
videos
Let
are
me
apparently
Everybody
finish.
calm down. Everybody calm down.
Yo,
Calm down.
My
Alberiqua.
videos
Yeah.
are CGI apparently.
Alberiqua.
Want a box?
Alberiqua.
Let's
You
Yeah.
know why this is you know why this is a problem?
No. Enlighten me.
Because you didn't ask him what the fuck he wanted from you.
Well, he came in with a question.
Can I follow that up?
I said he came in with a question about traversing planes.
Yeah, but
Where
And you didn't
why
and you
he's here
didn't you
before
didn't
that.
address that.
We did.
But you started a conversation with someone who isn't interested. And this is the result. I keep telling you.
Can I
Yeah,
explain
that's
something?
I see. This is the point. Elijah's question. The first thing was why you are here. Now it's the point to ask again.
Well, can I expand
And
on this
that's
really
the
quick?
point.
Why?
That's the only
Let me
point.
ask this: why are you giving us answers that you're making up?
Yeah.
Me?
On the
Mhm.
spot, yes. You're making up an answer on the spot to explain something to us. Us knowing that the answer you're giving us is made up.
Give
On
one
the spot.
example of me doing this. Do you have an example of me doing
Yeah,
this?
your gravity was really easily spotted.
Oh. Well,
really easily spotted right
Using
away.
mantra words, but
I go with
you
the
can't
flow. What
define
can I
them.
say?
Huh?
Yeah, so he makes shit up on the fly.
No,
Pretty much
I'm
what he
saying,
just
what's
said.
the purpose of giving us this answer that you've just made up, knowing that we also know that you just made up that answer?
No,
What's
the question is this. Actually, let's not know that. Why would you lie?
Why are you gay? No, I'm sorry.
No, why would you lie? Why would you lie?
Why would I?
Do you get paid for it?
Hold on, Hold on, Why would you lie?
Go ahead.
I'm not lying, but what I
You're
find
not lying. You just lie like 20 different times.
what
made
I
up
find
shit.
confusing is you say video evidence won't cut it, that it's
Right.
not sufficient, but yet you yourselves use video evidence
You
as
know
a
what the
source of
difference?
your claims.
You know what's the difference? Do you know what's the difference between our video images, our video references, compared
If he
to
did,
the?
he's gonna
Hold on,
pretend he doesn't
hold
for
on,
20 minutes.
Elijah. Hold on, Elijah. You know what's the difference between our video references compared to the NASA's and their Mars?
That they
what
are controlled by the world government and you're not?
No, not at all. The difference is that what we showed you, you can replicate here on Earth, and what they show you, you cannot go yourself and do it yourself.
Well, he already admitted that, though. Remember when he showed him that picture of the
That's
mountain?
what
He
India
said,
was
"I
trying
can't
to tell
trust
him
this
like
image."
10 minutes ago.
Hold on. Did you understand that? Do you understand that code?
What experiments have you conducted
So
that proves
again,
that the Earth is flat?
Well, the thing is that Earth being flat isn't a science question; is a measurement question.
Shall we speak again about that Guinness picture? About that's not.
But again, my question: do you see? Before that, I still want to understand. Do you understand that you could replicate whatever we show you with the atmosphere and compared with the fly and the what Baby get with or Sasha was trying to show you a minute ago?
I was
have you
willing to
conducted
say
these
that
experiments
the
yourself?
flies,
I can if I want
the
to.
flies,
You
the
can
flies
if you
at
want to.
20%
Isn't that
of the
convenient?
No.
in a vacuum
The thing
chamber.
is, you
In a
could grab
vacuum
a vacuum
chamber.
chamber.
Copycat. Elbows
Sorry.
talking
Go
now.
ahead, guys.
You could grab a vacuum chamber yourself, put a fly there, suck up all the air out, and see if he flies.
And that means that the Earth is flat?
That means that what they're trying to tell you that the drone is flying at cannot happen.
Yeah.
Can I point something out?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Again, same argument from months ago. Eastern Standard Time, prime time, real people come and go while we are distracted by the trolls. Stick win for the globe again.
Well, again, we could definitely move on if we see somebody else new.
Well,
We
it's
could
too
definitely move
late,
on.
cousin. It's
No,
going
there's
on
other
2
people
o'clock.
here,
People
man.
going back to work.
There's other people here. I mean, there's.
I didn't mean
don't.
to steal the show. I mean,
You're
you
not.
can.
You're not.
We don't. Here's the thing. We don't bother
Oh my
you.
god, I'm so sexy, man. I steal the show.
Here's the thing. We don't care. We don't care to talk to people or talk to anybody. It's us knowing that you're making up answers on the spot and thinking it's a good conversation.
Yeah.
I have a problem with that. You see, you see the problem there? We know you're making up answers on the spot because you contradict yourself within 2 sentences.
But I think you contradict yourselves too, especially with the
We're
video
listening to
evidence.
you give
right
us
What
now.
you are doing is actually what fanatic believers, blind believers do by default. They deny everything and they make positive claims, but they never prove, they never back up, nor do they ever come with this academic, scientific explanation.
All right, we could stop wasting time with him. We could get to the new guys, and then if we have time, we could go back to speaking to him if he actually wants to have an actual conversation. We have Sniff. Hey, Sniff.
Oh. Hello.
Welcome to the server, my friend. What brings you here?
Well, just find out what flat earthers think, really.
He just rickrolled me.
Yeah, sorry about that. I did a bet with a friend and I had to put it in there. But I was just really here to listen to you guys. But I do have one question.
Yes.
So I looked at the video about the seasons. And my question is, how does the sun speed up and slow down during the seasons?
Whose video of the seasons?
If you go on the seasons, there's one of the mods posted a video.
All right, fine, fair enough. Well, you know that the you know of Kepler's analemma?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that observation kind of details how we accelerate and then slow down through the course of the year. So you guys have the same explanation as we do, whatever that may be, whatever people's explanation is on flat Earth. Your globe Earth has the same exact answer, except it's not the sun doing it; it's the Earth doing it. So why are you asking?
Well, I'm asking why the sun speeds up and slows down.
In your model, the Earth is speeding up and slowing down. How is that?
Well, from what I remember from that, it's because we go around the sun, we get close to it, we speed up, then we shoot off, and then we slow down, get pulled back, and then we get pulled back to it. We speed up again.
Right. And we don't feel any of that. AKA, even with sensitive devices, there's no detection of this movement whatsoever. Why is that?
I don't know. But
I mean,
my question is, how
at
does
the very
this...
least, I don't know, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's just what it appears to do. I don't know what the speed of the sun is. If I had, no, I don't know. Are you okay with that answer?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, you have two things you cannot prove: acceleration and deceleration. You cannot measure them. Yet, when we fly with a hypersonic airplane, yeah, we can feel and we can measure acceleration and deceleration, and we can measure it very precisely.
But wouldn't that be because it's more of